Hello, DraftKings audience. Did you miss us? Because we're back, baby.
I missed you.
Hey, we had a tremendous time last night.
Incredible.
4 hours, the DraftKings Hockey Championship. Tonight is the big night. I mean, last night was big, but tonight we're giving away, as Pete Jennings, fellow DK Pro, would say, $1 million. The DraftKings NBA Championship. First place takes home $1 million. I'm Soccer Dave, David Kitchen, joined by
Christopher Colosi. That is me. DeBrahma Bull on DraftKings. You probably see me there, failing, miserably losing tournaments.
And Choke on Funny.
Choke on Funny. That
Yes.
is my Twitter handle.
And you're struggling today a little bit. You're a game time decision, right?
I'm definitely a game time shit, and I'm gonna play. Let me tell you what I'm working with right now, Dave. I have been hoarding honeys.
Oh.
Because I'm not sure.
Hey, you've got all the honeys.
I got all the honeys.
Because
in the event that they take away the honeys here at the Aria, I've got to make sure to have my honeys.
I'm not gonna lie because I got room service. I definitely threw some honeys and some jellies into my suitcase. Nice. So there we go. Sponsored by Honeys. All right. So we have 8 games today. We don't have the last 3 games. We don't have Charlotte at Minnesota. We don't have Dallas at Phoenix and Philadelphia at the Lakers. If we had those 3, we'd be here all night. We're already going to be here for like 6 hours. People are going to get tired of us, but that's okay. We're going to have lots of interviews.
How could anyone ever get tired of you?
It's true.
I'm not going to get tired of you.
We're going to have lots of interviews, though. We're going to talk about, though, for the next hour, this championship slate. And this is like the end of March Madness. We got college basketball games going on behind us. Mm-hmm. We also have like injuries, playoff teams that are resting players, teams like the Nuggets that are kind of like tossing in the towel like a couple of weeks ago. So there's no late swap tonight. No,
there is no late swap. So people that are on the cusp, I feel like that's definitely going to affect the percentages because ordinarily with DraftKings, you can late swap, as we all know, but you can't for the tournament because, once again, they put all the players and all the information up on the board so everyone can join along and watch and see, in this big, wonderful room that the Aria has set up for us, what's going on, who's got who. So people that you're not so sure if they're going to see the court, you're not going to be able to put them in as you usually would.
Right.
So it's definitely going to affect a lot of things, and a lot of the contestants are going to have to be wary of that.
Yeah, this is one of those times where with no late swap, you really have to trust the injury report. Like,
yeah.
If someone's probable, then you think they're going to play. So, like, Rudy Gay is a guy that I put in the free roll lineup, which you can find on the Twitter feed at DraftKings TV. At DraftKings, we'll have the championship feed, so you can't play this slate anywhere except for this free roll. So find out how you would do against this loaded field that we'll talk about.
That's my fear, because since you can join with this special slate that we have for this tournament today, in the event that you did qualify, I mean, if you beat whoever number 1 is today in that tournament, I'm pretty sure someone is because there's going to be so many people joining it, know that if you would have joined the qualifier, you would have won $1 million. I feel like I may have a high enough score to beat these guys today.
Yeah.
And that's going to depress me because it will be for naught. But it'll be fun to follow along.
And we just got some breaking news.
Just came in.
I'm hearing in my ear, Tyreek Evans is out.
So that's going to put more people on Anthony Davis, potentially.
Yeah, because he's he's been downgraded to game time decision. So what it's going to do, are people going to get on the Ajinka train? Because what happened on Friday night, I kind of got burned by the Ajinka train. He played 19 minutes, and what you had was a situation where Monty Williams is so unpredictable. He let the game get out of hand with Ajinka on the bench because he had foul trouble in the first half, did not have any fouls in the second half, but with like 5 minutes left in the third quarter, he took him out and never put him back in. So it's going to be risky as far as that. But, yeah, if Tyreek and Anthony Davis are somehow out, there's going to be potential a lot of value there. So you talk about a guy like Eric Gordon or Quincy Pond. I mean, like all these just rando guys. And so that's what we're going to see.
I have Pondexter in my free roll lineup as we speak.
There you go.
Because I'm trying to get ahead of it.
Good for you.
Trying to get ahead of the curve,
Good.
if you will. I didn't need that information.
Yeah.
I was already committed. It's already submitted.
You're already on the fast break.
I'm already on the fast break.
Cherry picking.
I'm in it. I'm in it to win it.
Feel free to ask us some Twitter questions, and we'll answer them live. But obviously, big news. Let's go over kind of the other injury situations today, and we'll be kind of updating this throughout the pregame and after lineup start. Hopefully, no one gets stuck with the scratch. But really, this New Orleans situation is going to be tricky because you've got Davis, Tyreek, and Omer Ashik, all questionable. Again, it's going to put a lot of people on those scrubs, on Eric Gordon. I mean,
but the good news is we'll probably have information about that before. Like, that's not going to be, I don't think, one of the teams that'll hurt
hopefully.
us.
I mean, you never know. Like that's 30 minutes after lineup block. The other big news: Kyle Lowry questionable, and that's an hour after lineup block. So. This is like one of those things we talked about yesterday where the multiple entry comes into play. And maybe if you have 2 lineups, I know David Epstein, who will be seeing an interview later, he has multiple lineups. So maybe he throws in Kyle Lowry in the lineup just like because he knows that probably most people are not going to play him.
Well, if you only have one lineup, you can't afford to risk that. You can't afford to throw it all away on a player that may or may not see the court. So
right.
I think that's exactly the way to go. If I was him, I'd probably put 2 quote-unquote chalkish type lineups in there with people who you know, not chalk as far as who the popular players are going to be, but just guys that you know are going to see the court, and then maybe one lineup with 2 dudes that might be iffy.
Yeah, definitely. The other really big news to kind of look out for is the Magic news as far as you've got Tobias Harris, you've got Dwayne Dedman, not Jameer Nelson. He used to play for the Magic, but you've got those 2 that are questionable. So if Tobias Harris is out, it leaves open the option for are people going to go back to the Harkless train? Because that train burned them on
I wouldn't.
Friday.
I wouldn't.
And he got like 10 points max. It's going to be interesting to see how recency biased these people are as far as playing people that had a pretty terrible game but are still in good value spots again tonight. Now,
given the slate, given that the fact there's 40 people in this tournament, what do you think, what number is going to take it down? Do you need to break 300 today or you don't think so? 280, 275?
I think 280.
280?
280 or 290.
280, 290?
Yeah.
Takes it down, so 5.8 times value.
There's pretty good value out there. There's some good slates. One of the things, there is going to be so much value, especially if Anthony Davis is out. Russell Westbrook then becomes a potential option.
I've been looking at Westbrook all day long, and I just don't see how. Once again, if you have multiple lineups, go ahead and throw a Westbrook lineup in. This is me, my personal opinion. I think he's too expensive. I just feel like if you put him in, you're going to be so short at the other positions that you're not going to win. That I could be wrong, but I 13-2, is that what he is? 13-2?
Yeah.
13-3. That's so many points. That's so many points. That's 6 times value. That's 69. Not that he doesn't do it, but that's so many points. He has a 50-point game that could hurt you. 50-point game is usually an amazing game, but a 13-2, that's not so good.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we did have a question with from @Chatterfield. Chad Satterfield says, if you're fading Westbrook tonight, who is your must-have on the roster?
I would take LeBron James.
Really?
That's who I would take.
Okay.
But then again, what do I know?
So,
I'm not a DK pro. I'm here for my charming personality.
He did have a solid fourth quarter last night. Came back. But he's been kind of sluggish, so you would probably be in the minority on that.
And that's why I would do it.
I think it's a good call. One of a pretty high-stakes player, Mr. Tuttle 05, was in a 5K. He qualified for the 5K qualifier this week, and he was the only person on LeBron James. And LeBron threw up a dud. But still, I talked to him afterwards, and he said, if you would have told me before that I would have been the only guy on Bron, I would have taken him again.
Still would have done it, yeah.
Just because of the variance, and if Braun goes off, then you immediately have that edge.
It seems like ever since he's taken the headband off, it's been a little different.
Yes, potentially so.
Plus, it's hard for me to recognize which one he is. I'm so used to like seeing him in the headband.
And just look for the guy with the receding hairline.
I'm going to tell LeBron you said that.
All right, he is averaging 45.5 points per game against Milwaukee this season. So maybe.
Plus, he's under what? He's under 10K, I believe. So slightly.
I mean, he is affordable, especially with the value, and especially if you're scared of Rudy Gay, and we talk about like small forward eligibility. If you're scared of Kawhi Leonard. I don't know. I probably would rather have both those guys than LeBron James. But hey, that's what makes the world go round. And having a star-studded, like a studs and scrubs lineup with Braun in there and with Westbrook, that would be kind of interesting.
Well, I feel like it's definitely a studs and scrubs lineup night. I feel like if you try to go balanced, then you're not gonna. I mean, you're gonna need one of those top dollar guys. Chris Paul is an option as well, but. I really don't. If I had one lineup in this, I would not take Russell Westbrook. That's just me. I would stay away from him because you're gonna have trouble building a team, I think. But
so it's interesting about the Clippers. We're in Vegas right now, so I can't see like how the line has moved. They probably took it off the board, but if you're the Clippers and you're not playing against Anthony Davis or Tyreek Evans, you have Omer Asik already out. I think the blowout potential would be enough to scare me off some of those potential Clippers that, were in a pretty good spot
prior to all the
and
injury
now you have to kind of consider.
You can see, got Clipper backups. I mean, I don't like predicting blowouts, but in a situation like that, why not? I mean, you got one shot. A lot of people have one shot in this tournament.
I will throw a prediction out there that
Please give it to me.
That the winner will have 3 point guards in their lineup. Okay. Here are the 3 point guards. You ready?
I'm going to make a note of this, and we're going to come back to it later.
Are you ready?
I was born ready.
Okay. John Wall.
But they're bad on the road.
It's still John Wall, and they're still playing the Kings.
I'm from D.C.,
and
I'm telling you that John Wall.
All right, continue. So John Wall. Norris Cole. And Russell Westbrook. I was going to go Ty Lawson, but then Norris Cole told me it's okay. So, I did have Lawson and Turner, but I'm going to switch to the value that Cole provides. And I think with the New Orleans news, you're going to see – I'd say Cole is going to be 80% owned.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. But, yeah, we got 45 minutes left. I'm guessing with this news, players are just absolutely scrambling right now, and you have to make backup lineups. I guarantee you, these players, especially, I mean, this is a star-studded field. I guarantee you, these players are making backup lineups in case someone is out. In case Asik is out. Okay, we're going to get in Cole, and we're going to get in Ajinka.
They immediately have an idea of how to pivot.
Right.
And the thing is there's 3 people in this tournament, 3 of the contestants that are already millionaires.
Yes.
Via DK. We got CSU Ram, Rhea Hope, and Kobe for MVP. So I think, just straight out the gate, that we've got three front runners, 3 favorites. They've been to live finals before. They've won the big game before. They know how this works. So I'm looking forward to see how that breaks out. I'm really looking forward to seeing their lineups. And, of course, the person I'm rooting for, I'm going to say it right now because he was here. I went on and on about him. Al Smizzle. That's who I want to see take home the check.
I think he deserves it, especially after, especially after he had a rough go of it with the football finals a couple years ago. Just Frank Gore, just the whole situation. 1 yard basically separated him from $350,000 to $1 million. So, yeah, I mean,
dagger.
If I'm not going to win, which I'm not, I'd want another DK Pro to win. And since CSU and Dink have already won $1 million, Al needs to represent.
Let's
and get
round
the
it out.
You think he's feeling some pressure?
You wouldn't know it to talk to him. I'll tell you that much. I was asking him that exact question. I go, you think you got a good shot, and he, very humble as he always is. And I said, do you think you can win this thing? And he gives me the whole, it's going to be a lot of people, and I'm not sure, but I'm going to do my best, and yada yada yada. So I don't think the pressure's on. I don't think anyone ever expects to win. You want to win.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone is arrogant enough or whatever to say, I'm taking this down for sure.
Right.
But I think Al wants, if there is, everyone wants to win $1 million, but if there is an X factor that can make you want to win a little bit more, I think Al has it because he hasn't done it.
Yes. I guarantee you Al wants it more than anybody. Guarantee. Just knowing Al. So hopefully we'll get him up for an interview. Again, we're covering the games that are going on just today for the DraftKings Championship. So the last 3 games we'll not be covering. And it's probably a good thing because you got that Minnesota game starting later. That is like all sorts of craziness could happen. Like this Timberwolves team has been like providing like anxiety, nausea, everything else for DFS players for the last 2 weeks.
Sometimes Wiggins is the guy that I feel like he's either he's gonna kill you or he's gonna make your whole team, because he's a name that's not as big a name as far as when people look at the slates. You wanted the guys that are a little more well known, but Wiggins is I kind of like him today because I think that not a lot of people are going to be on him.
Yeah, the only thing with Wiggins is they said they were going to give him some rest, and so I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I like to go against the grain.
Like the contrarian.
I like to go against the grain. You got one shot.
Kevin Martin, another guy, potentially for if you're playing on DK for the all-night slate. You've got Rubio and Garnett both doubtful, so Levine is another guy that people could play. But let's stick to the games that we have right now.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Starting with the Spurs at the Hawks. This is going to be an entertaining game. Close game by Vegas.
2-point line, I believe.
With the Hawks, a point and a half. You've got Korver, who is playing. He is starting. And this is a game that both teams are going to want to win. This is potentially could be a preview of the finals. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays about. Like Tim Duncan, is he a guy that you might put in your lineup?
All season long, I've been burned by Tim Duncan. So it's a situation where solely because of the bias of how my fantasy lineups have gone over the NBA season, I would not play Tim Duncan. Just because I have a own I can't stand him.
It's called recency bias.
He always hurts me. Is that what we call it? Recency bias? I have a recency, but I have a season Z bias. Every single time I've put him in, he has done nothing for me.
I mean, I think a lot of people have that certain player. I know I've had that player in the past where it just seems like every time you play him, especially like when it comes to big-time basketball players or like your quarterback or your pitcher, like with those important positions that burn you and you remember it.
I will never, ever forget it. Like I said, I'm
but
going
he's
with a new term,
6,500.
biased.
He's 6,500. So, I mean, he's a type of guy that could put up 20, 25 points, or he could put up 50 points. I mean, look what he did, even though it was in overtime. Look what he did a couple weeks ago against the Cavaliers in the OT game on Thursday night when the other Andrew Wiggins, at Andrew Wiggins, who's in this tournament, Andrew won everything because he did a game stack with that game. He had Kyrie, he had Duncan, he had Parker, Kawhi Leonard, and
I'm trying to look up Duncan's game logs right now.
So, he had Duncan and he did well. But if Duncan gets some steals and blocks in his vintage Duncan, I think he'd be a potentially good value play, especially if you're going
but I can just never. I don't like playing anyone from San Antonio because I never know what the coach is going to do.
Okay, fair enough. But that's like you could say that about a lot of teams now with the playoff hunt. And I think the fact this is going to be a close game, I think the fact that these teams are competing for seeds right now, and the Spurs are playing good basketball. The Hawks are the best team in the NBA this year. So I think both these teams are going to win, and so I don't have a problem with playing Duncan. Or if you want to fade Rudy Gay or LeBron James, if you want to go kind of expensive at your small forward position, I don't have a problem with going Kawhi Leonard either.
I'm looking right now, and I don't like it. I rather take Kevin Love. I'd rather spend up a little more and take Kevin Love in the event that LeBron burns me. Like if I had a team, I would put Kevin Love. Well, I do have a team, and on that team is Kevin Love and LeBron James. Because if LeBron I feel like LeBron is not going to have a terrible game today, so he might not reach that max value. But I feel like if he ends up in that 40-point range, which is not really enough, you want a little more out of him, then Love will be the guy that cleans up the rest of the mess.
You know what
Kyrie Irving's gonna have.
You know what you're doing right now?
No, I don't.
You had Al presented the buttons yesterday with the $1 million or 50% chance.
I'm going the other way. Yeah,
you're taking the $1 million.
Am I?
Yeah, you're playing it safe.
That's
you're
safe?
saying you're saying if Braun does not meet value, then you want someone as a backup on the same team.
Right, but I also like I like the blowout potential for where's it at? We got New York here. Yeah, because New York's terrible. I think Toronto's going to blow out New York. So I like guys like Jason Smith coming off the bench. So I've got my little $3,000 dink and dunk guys too that I think are going to get more minutes than they otherwise would usually see.
No, and I understand you. What I'm saying,
Williams.
What I'm saying is your reasoning for LeBron not meeting value and want to have another guy in that team that would meet value. That's like that would be like if you wanted to like have a nice little cash, but maybe not get the $1 million. It's not sexy enough for that $1 million.
You're saying you think that combination is not the $1 million.
I'm saying your reasoning for that combination. Now, if you said Soccer Dave, number one,
you got real serious on me. Soccer
Dave, number one, you're handsome.
Number beyond anything else, you're handsome.
Right. Number two, I'm playing LeBron James and Kevin Love because I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and I think both those guys are going to tear it up. Like, that would be okay. You're going for it. But if you're saying LeBron's not going to meet value, I want his backup, that screams to me cash gameplay.
I'm not saying he's not going to meet value. I'm saying in the event of, I want to have them both.
Listen, there are no backup plans for $1 million.
Not today.
No, you're going for it. Push the other button.
Push the other button.
All right. Let's talk about this Atlanta roster, though. We got Millsap, Horford, Korver. Jeff Teague has been Jeff Teague is an underrated guy, has been a person that has always been consistent this season, maybe the most consistent player that we've had this season, if you take a look at just consistency graphs. Would you play anybody from this Atlanta team at home, or does the whole balance of that lineup scare you?
You never know who's going to have the big game, and a lot of times, like you said, it's spread out amongst all the players. So the only for me, Horford could have a good game. He's only 6,300, which means he's got to get to 36 points. Not impossible. But I don't have any players in the free roll. I don't have any players from either of these teams.
Yeah,
I'm looking elsewhere.
I think the guys I would use for this game would be Millsap, Duncan, or Kawhi. I don't think there's.
That's why you're the pro, and I'm the comic.
There's no value options really. So this is like where you would want to spend on your studs a little bit.
See, Dave, what you have to understand about me is there's a reason why I'm not in this thing. There's a reason why I've been struggling in NBA this season. I'm still relatively new to the NBA fantasy. Like I said, they hired me because of all the funniness and all the humor and the wit. I'm going to go ahead and defer to your
receding hairline?
No, not your receding hairline. To your wits, your smart, your instinct for the game. And I'm just going to do a lot of nodding.
My instinct is telling me to move to the next game.
Move to the next game.
Let's move to the next game.
Cleveland, Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
These are where my guys are.
You've got your Braun.
These are where my guys are.
You got your Braun guys.
You already know where I stand. LeBron, Kevin Love. Those are my guys.
All right, so you've got Braun and Kevin Love.
I actually have to look at I have to find where my lineup is for that thing.
I think LeBron is going to be an interesting player. He's going to be I don't know if he's going to be the Ovechkin because he's not really an obvious. I think Russell Westbrook.
I hope he's not the Ovechkin.
I think Russell Westbrook is going to be the Ovechkin.
Okay.
As far as maybe an amazing player, but maybe not want to spend too much on him or
it's
that
too
much.
Expensive.
Right.
It's too expensive.
So
I don't know who else you put on your team if you field Russell Westbrook.
So you have to think every one player that has this player, it's 2.5% because there's 40 teams.
Right.
So my mom's a math teacher, so 100 divided by 40 is.
Your math's way better. I guess 2.5%.
2.5.
I'll take your word for that.
All right, so you got 2.5%. So I think that LeBron's going to be less than 20%.
But that's why I love him. Because if he's less than 20%,
okay,
and then he goes off for the 60 points.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, I'm not going to argue there. Kevin Love's going to be like a 5%, 2.5%.
I like that as well.
So you would be definitely in the contrarian.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's gonna get boards. He's gonna get his shots. He'll throw up a 3 or 2. Maybe it'll go in.
You know, on the other side of that is that
OJ Mayo's out
for the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a guy named Ersan Ilyasova, who got a 40-burger the other night. Mm-hmm. And some people say, yeah, it's a triple overtime. He only had 6 of his points, fantasy points, in the overtime. He had 34 going into overtime. So I think that he is also a potential play of a guy that could get some points.
But after just playing 42 minutes, they might watch him a little bit.
Maybe so. But he has had a day of rest. So he would be a guy that would be a contrarian play, but we'll see.
Do we have any narratives? Any blaring narratives in any of these games?
I don't know. We'll have to get Ethan on the narrative.
Let me know
stream.
if there's some narratives, buddy.
Yeah. So we've got a question and says, with the Marcus Smart suspension, you on Turner? So this is the Boston game. It's going to be a high-paced game. Turner was in my original lineup. Before the Norris Cole news came out, Turner and Lawson. So I think Turner is a fine play. He's point guard eligible on DraftKings. The great thing about DraftKings is that you can play up to 3 point guards. And like I said, I think the winner's going to have 3 point guards in their lineup today. Mm-hmm. So I think that Turner would be anywhere from 25 to 35% owned tonight.
I'm just going to keep on disagreeing with you for the sake of
the
fun of that.
Yeah.
And I would take Avery Bradley.
Okay.
That's who I would take. Once again, what do I know? But I'm going to start marking these down, and I'm going to see if the old non-knowledge is the way to go today.
I think that game,
he hucks up a bunch of shots.
I think that Boston game has a lot of value. So we'll come back to the Miami Oklahoma City game in a second. Let's talk about this Detroit Boston game.
Up-paced game.
Yeah, with this game, by the way, I'm hearing right now from one of our producers that Kyle Lowry is testing his back right now.
Right now we've got another issue with Kyle
So
Lowry. So we didn't know, then it seemed like he's going to go, and now he's testing his back.
Yeah.
These are the things you do not want to hear on the day of a live $1 million final.
People are definitely sweating. So let's talk about this Boston game. You have to think that you've got Turner. You mentioned Bradley. Mm-hmm. I think Zeller is another guy that could be potentially high owned tonight.
I mean, yeah, he's incredibly cheap. So
and
24 points, he meets his value.
This is just going to be a high-paced game. They're going up against the Pistons. So I think a lot of these guys are in play. It's a matter of who hits. Like Jay Crowder, Olenek, Zeller. Who are you rolling the dice with tonight as far as on Boston, the front court?
Well, I think because Detroit has been so bad against big guys this year, which I don't understand. Once again, being new to NBA fantasy for me, how are they so terrible against big men when they have Greg Monroe and Andre Drummond? They've got 2 great big men, but I guess they can't. They can shoot but they can't defend. So I don't entirely understand the why that's the case. But I think Zeller is a good pick if you want to go cheap. Because then you know what, if you put a guy like Zeller in and Korver, if you're willing to roll it, then I think you could probably get Westbrook in your lineup and it wouldn't hurt you that bad.
Okay.
So if I had to pick that, now I feel like Bradley is not a good pick. Now you've made me. You know what? I'm very easily influenced.
No, stick with Bradley.
I'm very
stick
easily
with your
influenced.
guns.
Now I don't know what to do.
Although if you're going with the Bradley, may I suggest another Bradley?
Sure.
Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal,
yeah,
Washington D.C.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal, that's another guy though that I feel that I always I put on the court a lot, and he's either he never does mediocre when I have him. He's always terrible, And there's been 1 or 2 games the entire season where he's gone off for a whole bunch of points.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be
for me.
It's going to be a close game. Next to that OKC Miami game, it's going to be probably the highest scoring game of the night. 209 over under with Washington. Washington's favored on the road. I know you talk about your team being bad on the road, but they are favored by the road on Vegas. So if you disagree with Vegas, you should go lay a bet down. We should lay a bet down together on the same team.
I try to stay away from that aspect of Vegas the best I can.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't want to.
Okay, yeah, no, you don't want to do that. We have 30 minutes till lineup lock for these guys. They're sweating it in their rooms, trying to figure out last-minute things. The good thing about the Aria is that the internet speed is incredible. So they're not, like, their pages aren't, like, just slow loading. The Aria is nothing but the best. We'll have some videos that kind of display the Aria. You can see it behind me, just this incredible setup. But, yeah, 30 minutes until lineup lock. You're watching the DraftKings TV pregame show here at the NBA Championship live from the Aria. I'm Soccer Dave, David Kitchen.
Christopher Colosi. Choke on funny.
Choke on funny.
Choke on funny. I'm choking on my words is what I'm doing.
Yeah, and you can also find some of Chris's sketches on the DraftKings
DKTV
channel, the DraftKings TV channel. My favorite was the Back to the Future.
I think they're actually going to be running that during, I believe Ben said that they're going to be running that wonderful sketch that I did over Thanksgiving. Apparently, Marty was having a nice little Thanksgiving day, and then Doc showed up to throw a little wrinkle in the plans.
You know what? So, I think we have that video queued up.
Do we?
Yeah, I think we do.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and take a look at that then. And I guess we'll be back in a sec.
We'll be back in a jiffy.
Marty, get off that computer. It's Thanksgiving.
I will in a sec, Jennifer. I just got to get my lineups in.
Lineups for what?
For DraftKings.
I thought that was on Sunday.
Well, they have a special one that goes all day Thanksgiving, and the lineups lock in 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Rock and roll.
So now you'll come help me make dinner?
Of course, Jennifer. It's our first Thanksgiving together. Oh, no.
Marty! 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 Marty!
Oh, whoa, Doc, what's going on, man?
You've got to come back with me.
What? Why? Where?
What's he talking about, Marty?
Jennifer, Doc built a time machine.
What?
Marty, there's no time for that now. Give me your computer. 1.21 points because of J.J. Watts! 1.21 points because of J.J. Watts! Great Scott!
Wait, Doc! What the hell is a JJ Watt? Doc, you can't just burst it on Thanksgiving like that, Doc. What's going on?
Marty, I'm sorry, but you got to come back in time with me and start the Lions defense because of J.J. Watt.
What are you talking about, Doc? J.J. Watt doesn't even play for the Lions. It's Thanksgiving.
Marty, I'm sorry, but Biff somehow got a hold of the time machine, went back in time, and got the Texans to trade J.J. Watt to the Lions. He starts the Lions defense this week. J.J. Watt holds Jay Cutler to 1.21 points. He wins the $100,000 and begins his entire empire.
Oh, man, this is heavy, Doc. So we've got to go back in time and convince the NFL to reverse a trade?
No, Marty, you just have to field an optimal lineup so you beat Biff.
All right, Doc, I'm in.
All right, what are we waiting for?
Let's go.
Time circuit's on. All right, we're here, Marty. Here's a list of the best players.
So I just got to change my lineup and put these players in.
Precisely. Now I'm going to go up to your front door and distract your other self. Great Scott! What if my other self shows up to take you back to the past?
Doc, I can just use my phone to...
No, Marty. You're not thinking fourth dimensionally.
No,
if you
Doc,
call your other self, it could cause an explosion in the space-time continuum that would eradicate the universe as we know it.
Okay, Doc, done.
Oh. What?
Yeah, I'm done, Doc. I just did it on the app.
App?
Yeah, the DraftKings app. It's great, so I'm all done.
So it's done? Well, then I guess we should go home.
And we are back.
We are back.
So how hard was it to make that video?
Well, it was interesting.
How long did it take?
I wrote it in like a day. Like they asked me to come up with an idea, something special for Thanksgiving. They said we want some kind of a special Thanksgiving sketch, and I sat there and I went, okay, what about this? What about that? And then I went, ooh, okay. Everyone knows about the Sports Almanac from Back to the Future 2. It's 2015. Well, then it was 2014. But we were right on the cusp of 2015, which is where they go in Back to the Future 2. That's where they go.
Yeah.
So I had Back to the Future on the brain, and I went, okay, well, what if you could go back in time and switch out your lineup? So I then pitched that over to Len, one of the guys here I work with at DraftKings, and he said, I love it. And then I went, damn. Because now I actually have to figure out a way to do it. You know what I mean? So I went out and I bought. I found the life preserver vest and the shirt that looked similar and a crazy wig and this and that. And coincidentally enough, one time I was out locally and I found I was at a restaurant and in the parking lot was a guy that had a DeLorean that was all tricked out.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to use like stock footage of the DeLorean from Back to the Future because I don't know the legalities associated with that. So I just so happened to have taken pictures of it that day, threw it up on a green screen, and put it all together. And I mean, I think it came out well. I mean, I'm a very, very hard critic on myself.
Yeah.
So nothing I do, I'm ever like, yeah, nailed it. But it was a fun project, and I look forward to doing. I'm doing more stuff like that with DraftKings that you'll see coming out in the future.
Awesome. And make sure you're subscribing to youtube.com/DraftKingsTV for more of those videos. And during that video, we had some interesting news that is definitely going to be pivotal. Ashik is out, Anthony Davis is in, and Ajinka is starting. So what's going to happen now is that I think people are going to go with the trifecta. You know what the trifecta? Maybe even like a 4-person team. But Cole, Davis, and Ajinka. I would absolutely roll Davis tonight. Because he is going, like, they don't have anybody else. They have him and Ajinka, maybe Withy, but if they're saying he's playing, there's no Tyreek to take all the shots. You don't have Ryan Anderson. You're basically very limited. You have Eric Gordon, but he'll get all of Eric Gordon's rebounds and put them back. So you're talking about a potentially monster line. Will people risk him? He's 11.5K.
I have, and once again, I'm not in the tournament. There might be a reason for that, but I have stayed away from all of your over $10,000 guys. I don't want any of them.
You just said stars and scrubs, though.
When I say stars and scrubs, I mean stars that are just under 10 grand.
So you're like B-list celebs and
B-list celebs and people on CW shows.
A funny story, like they had all these sports shows and everything else going on last night, and I stopped on the CW channel and I actually watched a movie on the CW. Well, do you know what it was?
What?
Dreamcatcher. Have you ever seen it?
Dreamcatcher.
It's got Brody from Homeland, and it's got Raylan from Justified, and it's got Jason Lee.
I'm familiar with none of them.
It's got Morgan Freeman. It is like
I am very familiar with Morgan Freeman.
Is that your Morgan?
You know what? I could probably do the show like this, the whole show, because it doesn't hurt my vocal cords, and it's probably very soothing to listen to.
Very nice.
On the slate today.
You got a nice little Morgan Freeman.
That's my crappy Morgan Freeman.
No, I like it. It's like Morgan Freeman with a little bit of Frank Underwood.
Morgan Freeman.
You know who Frank Underwood is?
No.
From House of Cards?
Oh, wait, yes, I do.
He and Morgan Freeman are two of my favorite voices. Another guy.
I do a lot of impressions, but none of them well.
No.
I do a lot of bad impressions, and I enjoy it.
I do some impressions, too.
What's your best impression?
I'm not going to tell you. All right. Maybe we'll save it for later. So, anyways, we're talking about these games. Now this game between the Clips and the Hornets is a little more interesting now that Anthony Davis is playing. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Let's shift to Miami and Oklahoma City, though.
This is the game that is that big decision, because I'm not saying Westbrook's not going to score 50 points. That'll probably happen, but I feel like he's got to score 66, 70 points for you to be. And then
what does that say right there?
It says Wall, Cole, Westbrook.
Okay.
But let me look at this. Once you put in talk about something, I'm going to look at what happens and what your bankroll is once you put in Wall, Cole, and Westbrook.
Okay. I mean, maybe that's going to. I'm not going to lie. Maybe that's going to change. Maybe I take out Wall and put in Westbrook and Davis.
Didn't you tell me to stick to my guns before? And now you're backing off.
Well, now we got news. Look,
you know what?
News.
That's fair.
You can change your guns.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
You can change guns. All right.
That's fair.
So yeah, you've got definitely some interesting scenarios now where you You have Anthony Davis, and you have Russell Westbrook as two top guys that have they have like an 80-point upside. And that's you could potentially have that if you get your value guys. If you roll the dice on Ajinka, if you roll the dice on Cole, maybe Jared Bayless at min price.
With those three players in, you're looking at 4,800 average left per player.
Okay.
And you've got another five spots to fill.
Okay, so take out.
So you're down to what, like Zeller?
Yeah.
So Cody Zeller in?
Yeah.
And now you can. I'm not saying you can't build
Listen,
a lineup,
you got
but
8 spots. Put 3 studs in there and go 5 little scrubbies.
Scrub-a-dub-dub.
Yeah.
Dave in the tub.
Do it and win the free roll. And then we'll talk about how we could have won the $1 million.
I'd be so mad if I win the free roll. I'd be so mad if I win the free roll.
All right. So, let's talk about this Miami-Oklahoma City game some more. Other than Russell Westbrook, do you think Russell Westbrook's going to be heavily owned? Over under 25%.
Ooh.
You know what? Let's ask. Let's ask the audience. Let's ask the audience. Tweet us at DraftKings TV. Over under 25% in today's championship event. Russell Westbrook.
So essentially, do I think 10 people will have him? Yes.
Okay.
I think at least 10 people will have him. But
Okay.
I think it's a mistake.
You think it's a mistake?
I think it's a mistake.
Don't do it.
I think it's a mistake. No. I think it's a mistake.
Okay.
It's
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think it's a mistake?
I do think it's a mistake.
Okay.
I think as opposed to thinking it's the correct way to go, I think it's the opposite of that. I don't know how many other ways I can make it clear that, you know what, you told me before, because I was afraid. I was like, I hope I'm not saying things that are off because my NBA knowledge. And you go, look, whatever you say, just stick to it.
Right.
Playing Russell Westbrook is a mistake.
Call him Wussel.
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, call him Wussel.
Playing Russell Westbrook is a mistake.
All right. So you're saying no on Russell Westbrook.
I am emphatically saying no.
If you had to choose between Russell Westbrook.
You hear me, people?
Listen, this guy does not like Russell Westbrook at all.
Oh, I love Russell Westbrook. I don't like him today.
You don't.
I call him Russell Bestbrook.
No,
because he's usually amazing.
You call him Wussel is what you call him.
I call him
because he's so cute.
I'm having some trouble. I'm having a little bit of trouble.
All right. So he's going to play 40 minutes.
Morgan Freeman likes Russell Westbrook.
We'll say this. 2 different types of responses. Is he going to be over 25% owned? And who's going to be owned more? Use hashtag DKWC. Who's going to be owned more, Anthony Davis or Russell Westbrook tonight? I say that Anthony Davis is. Yeah. But if I'm playing, I'm rolling both of them. Screw it. I'm rolling both of them. Yes.
Okay, so now I got to put that in there. Now I got to see what happens once you put Westbrook and Davis in.
Yeah, do it. I don't care.
I am doing it.
I don't care what you put in there because I'm doing it.
Don't sass me, Dave. Don't you sass me.
Some more of these.
Why not throw another high dollar guy in there? Who's the next most expensive guy? Let's go ahead.
No,
and put,
we don't have to do that.
LeBron, Chris Paul, and Cousins. Now you got to borrow money. Now you got to up the salary cap.
All right,
I've
so
got negative
Eric Gordon's coming off the bench. He could still be a pretty good option because what they're wanting to do is have some bench scoring.
Well, it looks like the starting lineup has been sent to me by our wonderful Ethan.
I'll let
Cole,
you read it.
Pondexter, Cunningham, Davis, Ajinsa.
Yeah. You say Ajinsa, I say Ajinka. Ajinka.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Okay. All right. So I will roll
loose
with
now.
Ajinka. I will roll with Anthony Davis. I will roll with Cole. And Quincy Pondexter solves the shooting guard.
He has been in my lineup before any of this.
Right. Well, you mentioned that.
I'm not saying that I'm a genius, but I'm not saying that I'm not a genius.
17 minutes. These people are scrambling. This is like textbook scramble. I guarantee you people are just like clicking off, clicking on, clicking off, clicking on. $1 million on the line.
How would you feel if you had, because I've been in a situation where a couple nights back, actually, I had the lineup that would have won a thing, big dollar thing, and I took Tyler Johnson out at the last moment to put in, I don't even remember who, and it cost me the win. I would have won the tournament.
It happens.
To have that happen here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was one of those situations where I got information. It wasn't clear whether or not Tyler Johnson was going to get in or get his minutes or whatever, listening to the stuff and looking at all the stats. So I went, okay, fine, I'm going to take him out. And if I just wasn't paying attention, sometimes too much information can be bad because you'll hear something and it'll push you off what you originally thought, and then subsequently you look back and you go, oh, that was the way to go. Because if I would have just not paid attention, if I had just gone outside and gone for a walk and not been listening, I would have won that night.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a $10,000 win to first place in the tournament that I was in. So
yeah, I mean, that happened to me in the Draft Street Championship last year. I was fading DeMarcus Cousins on day 2 of the championship, where day 3 was the big money, and I got talked on to him against the Knicks, and I picked the wrong Knicks center, and my original lineup would have made it to the final 10 of the Draft Street Championship, but as it happened, I was left in the top 20 of the Draft Street Championship.
I don't know anything about anything you're saying because I only play on DraftKings.
Well, DraftKings bought Draft Street.
Well, in that case, that's fine, but I still only play on DraftKings.
We got to get some Draft Street vintage
But I guess the other one's
swag.
fine too, considering our producer's laughing at me right now. I need this information before.
All right, so we got a
I'm
question.
naked up here.
We got a question. What would you do about Kyle Lowry
Dying.
being questionable? So if he does not play,
Wait, Lowry's questionable? I thought Korver was questionable. They were both questionable.
Corver is playing. So we've got Lowry, who's questionable, probably the biggest question mark. And
Teague.
What's that?
Teague.
Teague.
Yeah, Teague. Jeff Teague. Said Kyle Lowry, right? From Toronto.
Right.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Teague. I take Teague.
Okay, I would take with Kyle Lowry, if he's out, I would consider DeMar DeRozan. This is what people are considering, or his backup point guard, Grievous Vasquez.
Grievous. You know what? Grievous Vasquez has caused me to do a lot of grieving.
Yes. It's not only. Yes. He's grieving Vasquez.
Grieving Vasquez.
You need to keep the tally.
I don't have my. Well, sure, I'll keep the tally.
All right. So
I'm very flustered. I'm very flustered this afternoon, but I'm excited. You know what I actually want? I've had so much fun in Vegas. I would love it if all these games today can go to overtime and just keep going to overtime.
I would like at the beginning games went to overtime, and the last game just was like
and keep going to overtime so that we never have to leave. If these games go to like quintuple, octuple, sextuple, I don't know how many. I don't know. I didn't learn in school all the different tuples, but I know they go all the way. I would love that to happen, and we can stay here through Tuesday, and won't have a winner until Wednesday afternoon.
We have over 1,000 entries in this free roll, so these people are wanting to see.
Oh wait, they jumped in that quickly?
Yeah, we've got 1,000 entries. Make sure if you're not already in it, we've got DraftKings at DraftKings TV. Look for the link there. We'll post it. We've been posting it, but yeah, let's fill this thing up. Let's give away some stuff. Who cares what they say? Let's give away something in the store.
A thing?
Yeah.
What's a thing we can give away?
Let's give away.
Dave's taking liberties.
Let's give away a custom jersey. That's what we'll do.
We're not sure if we can do that.
Well,
He's making promises now.
No, we're doing it.
You know
whoever
what?
wins this thing is huge. So whoever wins this thing gets a custom jersey.
I'm gonna jump on the back of that and say sure.
From the swag store, from the DraftKings store, that is awesome. You can go to the DraftKings store. So a little plug for there.
As we watch our behind the scenes guys going. We don't know if we can do that. It'll be fine.
I did not say that it would have your name on the back. I just say it would be custom. So if one of them gets like screwed up, that's what they'll get.
There you go.
No, I'm just kidding.
Perfect.
Kind of.
Love it.
So all right, I'm gonna make my.
I'm gonna piggyback off your team.
I actually got a custom. I actually ordered a custom jersey already.
What's it say?
It says Soccer Dave on the back.
Soccer Dave.
Yeah. But I'm actually going to make a team right now that'll win somebody this custom jersey. It's got Norris Cole, Quincy Pondexter. I'm going to put in our
Don't
boy.
give it all away. There's going to be 9,000 of these entries. People are going to trust you.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to tell you kind of my thought process. I think I'm going to take out Zeller and put in the guy who might burn me, but who cares? Ajinka.
See, all the people I'm looking at, I are none of the people that you're talking about.
So I'm going with 4 Hornets.
You're gonna get stung.
I guess you could say I'm hornety.
You're horneting. That's good. That's okay. You know what? Now,
Get it?
because of that, now we're gonna go ahead and put that on the
Okay.
board. We're gonna start keeping track of the funny stuff now.
Nice.
So Dave
Nailed
1.
it.
Chris, none yet, but I will.
All right. So the big thing.
Oh, wait, I threw the thing. That probably got a laugh from someone. I'm taking it.
The big thing that I have to figure out is small forward, because now we have all these positions. I need a serviceable small forward, and really there aren't a lot of like sexy cheap options. So like you're stuck with a guy like Danilo Gallinari, who is 5,600. You've got
What about Beasley?
Maybe
Michael Beasley. He's one of those guys that, obviously when he's in the starting lineup, you put him in. But if OKC gets on a roll,
yeah,
he'll see some time.
Yeah, I need a cheap small forward, because if I go with Rudy Gay, then I'm over budget. So I need a cheapie. Do you?
You know what? I'm gonna make another. Well, I gotta make sure that he's not hurt.
Yeah,
By the way, guys, the free roll is gonna start in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we've got to get this lineup in. I've got to get this lineup in quick, because the free roll is starting in 10 minutes.
Is Terrence Ross okay? I'm looking right now.
Oh man, he's the ultimate boomer bust guy.
He is, but in a situation like I said, I believe Toronto's gonna blow him out.
If Lowry is not playing, then who knows?
And if Toronto blows him out, like I predict, the Knicks are terrible. I know I'm from D.C., and you think I'm a Wizards fan.
Right.
But I said yesterday that I'm New York for football and baseball, and then I'm New York for basketball, and I'm blanking on the sports. The Knicks, I'll say the names. The Knicks. I'm telling you, it's one of those days, man. The Knicks and the Yankees. And then for football, the Steelers, and hockey, the Penguins. There we go. We got it out.
Okay.
And the Knicks are they're terrible. The Knicks are going to lose by 20 points today. They're terrible. And Terrence Ross is going to get a lot of extra run.
Man. So this is what people, I guarantee, are having struggles with, is like getting all these players in. Anthony Davis covers one power forward position, but like getting two more forwards in there and getting Westbrook and Davis in there, it's going to be a struggle. So, yeah, you might have to take out one of those guys.
I like all my value right now for me coming from the Toronto game, just because I fully believe that these guys that are cheap, like Terrence Ross, like Lou Williams, are going to get a little bit of extra run, because I think they're going to blow them out.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going for my value, and I like Quincy Pondexter.
Fair enough. So, yeah, I'm probably going to have to come off one of these expensive guys. I just can't do it. Either that or...
Yeah, we have completely different lineups.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to keep... You
have a good one, and I have a
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Hopefully there won't be any more
just
late
make sure that
news.
you do get it in, because I want to make sure that you are in the tournament.
Yeah.
I want to see how I do in comparison
to you.
to you.
And the Raps just tweeted a picture of Vasquez warming up. Still no definite word on Lowry. I guarantee you these people are sitting around because if Lowry's out, then you have let's take a look at the salaries. You got DeMar DeRozan, 7,700. Probably, unless you're going balanced lineup, it'd probably be a little tough. You also have, as far as the point guard position, you got Grievous Vasquez at 4,200. So he's definitely going to be an option, especially when you consider him. I'd rather have I'd rather have Grievous Vasquez, if no Lowry, than Evan Turner.
Okay.
So we'll see how that works. Let's move on to the other side of this, the New York. Here, I just found some narrative street for you.
Perfect. Boom. Good.
Bargnani. He's with
What
New
about him?
York. He came from the Raptors, so it was pretty terrible with the Raptors. But he's with the Knicks now, so maybe
revenge game narrative.
Yeah, maybe he would be the revenge game guy.
And he's an Italian, right? Isn't he Italian? Bargnani.
Bargnani.
Andrea Bargnani.
We'll get my revenge.
Maybe now you made him sound like Mario. It's me, Bargnani. Flu.
All right, so we've talked about Atlanta and Boston. We've talked about Detroit.
Oh, we're doing that now. I love it.
Talked about the Pelicans and the
wild.
Knicks.
It's getting wild
We
here.
got 5 minutes. I guarantee this is what people are doing. So, oh man, I think those sheets had backs to them.
Yeah, they did. See, now you know what? Wait, give me the Mario. The flu 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 flu. Flu. There you go. I got him. I'm gonna throw fireballs at you.
I can do the Jetson sound. I can do the Jetson sound. I cannot do the Mario sound.
It is what that was probably terrible. It's just flu 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 flu.
Drew Dinkmeyer cannot do that sound, by the way. I tried to get him the other night on DKTV. He cannot do it. All right, so we got Vasquez at 4,200, but the other guy to consider is Lou Williams.
He's in my lineup.
4,400. Lou Williams.
Book it.
So who knows? Like, these guys are scrambling. If you had the choice of Lou Williams or Quincy Pondexter,
well, I got them both.
2 shooting guards.
I would take them both.
I like it.
Once again, I kind of don't know what I'm doing.
No,
but that's where I'm going.
We've seen some of these qualifiers use 2 shooting guards, 2 small forwards. It's not really contrarian when it's just a value play.
It's yes.
Because you look at Pondexter, and it's not like he's just a shooting guard. It's not like Lou Williams is going to be handling the ball some. So
you know what I love about you? I love that you make me look like I have insight.
Yeah.
And I love that.
No.
Thank you.
I mean, you do have insight.
I do have insight.
It may not be right.
Don't take Russell Westbrook. Take Pondexter and Lou Williams.
All right.
You know what? Don't spend more than $30,000 on your lineup. That's what's going to take it down. Super contrarian. Leave $20,000 on the bench.
Oh man, we've got 4 minutes left. I guarantee you, they've got their tweet deck open to Kyle Lowry, like news. Like they've got Kyle Lowry pulled up because he's going to be really the missing piece of this. You also have Washington and Sacramento. We talked about Wall. We talked about Beal. Now maybe this news will take some people off of Beal since they can get a cheap shooting guard in there. You have from the other side Rudy Gay, a small forward, DeMarcus Cousins, who is no stranger to high output games. Both those guys are probable. Here's what scares me, though. DeMarcus Cousins the other night was probable, then got downgraded to game time decision, and then got downgraded to out.
And sometimes he just doesn't play hard. Sometimes he gets discouraged for whatever reason.
He's very emotional.
And then just everything goes to hell. But something interesting, I think, is he gets to the line so much. Who's Gortat's backup? Who's got his minutes now? Because Humphries is hurt and all these other people. Like, who plays center when he's out?
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of rotating. You've got Nene.
Nene doesn't see enough court time.
The thing with Nene is that, like you say, you're not sure about the court time.
Yeah, he doesn't see enough court time.
But he in the past, he has been a decent value option. I've seen some of the high-stakes guys roll him out last week. So I don't think you have to tonight. These games are kind of going down to this last piece of news. And this is where I think David Epstein, who we'll be hearing from later, this is where I think he has an edge because he's got multiple entries. Mm-hmm. And if I were him...
He's definitely not sweating it as much as everyone else is, the people with their one shot. You got 3. There's probably one lineup that he's got in that's kind of like, you know what? We'll see how this goes. And then focused on the other 2.
If you've got one lineup, why not throw Vasquez or Lou Williams or... Even a guy like DeMar DeRozan, if you're going like kind of with a balanced lineup, he's might not be a bad play if you're going balanced at 7,700, even if Lowry does play.
Well, I kind of like a Toronto and then one Knick player, like all value guy from the standpoint of I think they're going to blow them out. And if you believe that, take those guys and throw in your high
And that brings up, this will be kind of the last thing we talk about before we the game's lock. Mm-hmm. Again, if you're not in, we got over 2,000 people already in this free roll. Make sure you're going. You can get a last-second team in and go to DraftKings, our Twitter account, and we can definitely go it. Okay, so we got news. The Cavs going with normal starters, no one resting. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, game stacks. Do you think anyone's going to do a game stack? Like 6 guys. Like I have 4 guys right now from New Orleans and the Clippers. If that game goes into overtime, I'm sitting pretty.
Yeah, you do look good.
Do you think that anyone's going to go for a game stack? We've got Oklahoma City and Miami. That could be another game stack. I did a game stack the other night with Oklahoma City. Who were they playing on Friday? Oklahoma City, and I forget who it was. Maybe it was.
I wasn't paying attention on Friday.
The Knicks.
I was here.
The Knicks.
The
Knicks.
I think that if you're gonna stack a game, or if you're gonna
Hawks.
you're
It
either
was
gonna,
the Hawks. All right. So
I think if you're gonna stack a game, you should either stack the Miami Oklahoma City game, and I'm telling you because I'm predicting it now. Toronto is going to destroy New York. I think you take some of those Toronto backups, one of the Knick backups, kind of like Jason Smith.
okay.
And then load up. Then you can get a LeBron. You can get Russell Westbrook. You can get Wall. You could probably put Westbrook, Wall, and Anthony Davis, since you don't like LeBron, and then throw in the cheapies from Toronto and a cheapie from New York, and then just punt with like a Pondexter or whatever. And I think that's a team. You know what? I might take a second.
Okay.
And change my whole lineup to that.
Well, I think what we're going to do is go to break because lineups have officially locked. We're going to go to break. We're going to look at the guy we just talked about, David Epstein. He has multiple injuries in this. He was also I'm not going to lie, he tanked last night. He tanked last night at the hockey championship. He was a little down. I said, you know what? If you finish good tonight, all that is eliminated. So one of the best tournament players, David Epstein. We're going to watch the interview right now, and we'll be back after the break with some of the lineup analysis.
See you soon.
What's up, everybody? This is David Kitchen, Soccer Dave, our latest interview, and this is with a guy that needs no introduction as far as live finals goes. I was fortunate enough to hang out with him in Atlantis as he qualified for 3 entries in the baseball tournament, and now he has 2 entries, one for basketball and one for hockey. The championship's going on in Vegas in March. Welcome to the interview series, David Epstein, a.k.a. BW5126. David, how's it going today?
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Going great. How about you?
Can I just say that you're looking good? Maybe it's the David thing going on. I don't know, but you're looking good, man.
Well, I'm sitting really close to hide my belly. So.
Samesies. All right, let's talk about basically you being double qualified. As people may not know, there are 2 different events going on in the same Vegas week. One is the hockey championship. One is the basketball championship. I didn't know you were a hockey guy, but I guess it makes sense if you're based out of New York.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not a hockey guy, and I think like most people, I took the NBA All-Star break to play a couple qualifiers, and luckily I played Tuesday and Thursday, and luckily I won on Thursday, so I really couldn't believe it. But,
yeah, well, I guess it was a good All-Star break for you. You didn't really take a break. You just went on to the other sports. Is there a sport on DraftKings that you do not play?
I don't play soccer or MMA.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
These 3 I play.
I'm sure once they get championships up, you will start playing those. So as far as like your strategy goes, like obviously you did well in Atlantis and had a top 10 finish. Again, qualified 3 different times, which is very hard to do. Now the hockey championship and the basketball championship. As far as the strategy goes, do you have like a specific GPP strategy? You don't have to share what that is, but like, do you have a kind of contrarian mindset? Do you feel?
I think it's my mindset, and I wouldn't say it's specifically for GPP because I actually think it limits me sometimes in GPP because I'll take risks in my cash games also, and I'm just trying to come up with the best team possible, and if that's taking a risky guy, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. Do you think though that those like past tournament experiences are going to help you in Vegas as far as like you've kind of been there, done that? You have a strategy of what you're going to do while there.
Maybe it'll help me with the preparation day of knowing when to make the team, how to make the team, how much research to do in advance or not do in advance. But in terms of strategy for being in a live event, I think it's just similar to every day, except with tougher competition. So I'm going to try not to psych myself out of it. Try to be like, I'm going to have to take this crazy player because everyone's going to be taking James Harden or Russell Westbrook. Like, no, you should probably still take James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Right. Understandable. As far as like, I mean, with basketball, yeah, like you have a pretty good grip on what's going on. You just said you're not a hockey guy.
So does that mean you're kind of just going to go, just say, kind of, let's let it ride, and let's just make a lineup that could really just win it all?
I think with hockey, very strong possibility I try to do something like this. I mean, I see the other guys in hockey. I mean, there's a guy that won like 3 of the first like 6 qualifiers. Like, that guy's a hockey guy. I'm gonna have to somehow come up with a lineup that's gonna beat him. So I think that's what I'm gonna have to do in hockey.
Are you a college basketball guy? Like, are you looking forward to kind of watching the March Madness games in Vegas?
Yeah, very much so looking forward to that. I used to be a huge college basketball guy when I lived in New York. And before Daily Fantasy existed, I used to have ESPN on and ESPN2, and I used to watch all the games and get very into it. But now I'm pretty much watching NBA and NHL every night. So I'm not as into it as I used to be.
All right. I mean, and that makes sense. So let's talk about basically call your shot. First for hockey, call your shot. Where do you think you're going to finish?
That's a tough call.
Where would you like to finish? Like, what would be a successful hockey venture for you?
Top 10 would probably be successful.
All right.
Hockey for me, it's like all about basketball. Hockey for me is like, it's like just playing with house money. Like,
right.
Whatever happens, like I didn't put that much money into the hockey tournament, so for the qualifiers. So it's just really it's going to be a nice pregame for Sunday.
Fair enough. Now call your shot for Sunday. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to finish? What would be successful for you in basketball?
Sunday, I'm shooting for a top 5 finish.
Okay.
I think there are guys very good in basketball that are better than me, but on any given night, I think I'm okay with my shot against them.
Yeah. Stop.
Okay.
You're too kind. Thank you, David. All right. So very nice. I don't know if you can see behind me, but there is here. Maybe I can tilt up the camera. There are 4 Post-it notes behind me. Those 4 Post-it notes. It's a new contest for the interview series. There's 2 cash prizes, and there are 2 semi-embarrassing things, depending on what you are. So there is an orange, a yellow, a pink, or a blue. What would you like to choose?
I'm going to go pink because, like, I don't think you're going to put the embarrassing thing on the pink. You're going to assume people aren't going to pick that one. So,
all right, let me snag that pink, and you're right. It is a $50 certificate. The other one was a cash prize. The 2 embarrassing things. One was your favorite, or to do a touchdown dance, and the other was to sing a line from the Enrique song of I forget what the Enrique song was. I think it's I Can Be Your Hero, Baby, I'll Kiss the World.
Oh, okay, I know that song.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I got $50. I don't have to do it.
Of course you do. Final lightning round. Who is your least favorite player for Daily Fantasy?
Gordon Hayward.
Oh, man.
That guy. Can't get him right.
I'm right there with you.
Won't be on my team ever, though. Last night it worked for me.
Yes. If you became a millionaire on DraftKings, your first purchase would be...
I want to say go to the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight, but I saw the tickets for that are going for, and I think you need to be more than a millionaire for that.
Fair enough. If you had one superpower, what would it be?
I think to teleport. I think teleporting seems pretty cool. I could be wherever I want, whenever I want. Any
hidden talents?
Not really. Not really. Not that I could think of off the top of my head. Improv.
Yes, there you go. I mean, you just used it. If you could have DraftKings add any DFS sport, what would it be?
Any DFS sport?
WNBA, college baseball, indoor football, minor league.
Probably MLS.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and maybe they will. So very nice. That would do it for the lightning round. David, you have been an awesome person to interview, and I knew you would be. Best of luck as you go to Vegas. I will see you out there. We'll hang out, I'm sure.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Oh, very nice. Well, I appreciate you coming on the show, and we'll talk to you.
So he was under 25.
And we are back. That was the interview for David Epstein. We'll be taking a look at David's lineups and some others. First, though, big news. Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, big, maybe terrible news. I haven't looked yet to see.
Kyle Lowry is out. I guarantee you no one played Kyle Lowry. I hope so, at least. I can't guarantee it. But we'll have to see if anyone played Vasquez.
Put it this way: the person that comes in here hears that news and then walks out. They took Kyle Lowry.
So no, Vasquez starting in his place. So that is definitely important. Tim Duncan, 55%.
I mean, you said you liked Tim Duncan. You said you liked Tim Duncan.
I did.
You know what you are? You're like the Nostradamus for DFS.
Tim Duncan, 55%, and our boy LeBron James, 17.5%.
Well, I'm telling you.
So this is like one of those things where you might not have found the small forward might be the key to tonight's game.
Mm-hmm.
So 17.5% for LeBron. Giannis, 17.5% as well. We got Paul Millsap at 25% in that game. So checking over some of the other. Danny Green, 12.5%. That's kind of surprising. That means that 5 teams are on Danny Green.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely surprising. Cantor, who's starting, is at 10%. Goran Dragic, we talked about that game is going to be a high-scoring game, the highest-scoring game of the night. He is at 25%, and Russell Westbrook, 17.5%. I mean, you're talking about, if you take the math, then that is 7.
Oh, we're going to do math on the spot? Well,
7?
2.5 times 2 is 5.
I think
4 is 10.
I think it's 7. I'm going to go with 7. Final answer.
I think 7 is correct.
Okay. 7. 7 teams with Russell Westbrook. You guys, I think that's a mistake.
I said it here. I got violent. I threw a highlighter, and when I throw highlighters, things happen.
You know what's crazy is that Kobe for MVP does not have Westbrook.
I like it,
and I know that he's a big Westbrook fan.
So what? You know what? Maybe I'm smarter than I think.
His name used to be Westbrook for MVP.
He's won $1 million before, and he's not on Westbrook.
Yeah.
And you said he loves Westbrook, which means that his logic, being a pro, is Westbrook's too expensive.
Yeah.
See, look I'm as smart as Kobe.
Pretty sure his draft straight name was Westbrook for MVP.
Oh.
So,
not today.
It's not. So
not
he's fading him. Westbrook already has a turnover. Wow.
See, that's it.
Wow.
He's a bust.
Call it in.
Mic drop.
I'm surprised that they're playing already. 12 minutes over. But
Epic
yeah,
fail.
so we'll
Epic
see.
fail.
You've got Mark Gino Rex, who looks like he's doing a little bit of a game stack. He has Westbrook, Waiters, Dang, and Dragic, all from that game. Waiters, I thought, was an interesting choice at shooting guard.
Mm-hmm.
He had an amazing night the other night. They have to use him for scoring. Highest over-under of the night, so I can definitely see where that
the last time he went against Atlanta, he went for 39.75 points. And at 4,100, I mean, that's almost 10 times value. That's an incredible game.
Yeah, looking at my buddy Makasupa's lineup, he has Dragic, Ilyasova, Parker, and Duncan. I'm looking at these lineups, and I can't really find anyone that's like kind of crazy. Like, I don't see anyone that I'm like, what are you doing? Everything looks kind of what we talked about. I guess the only surprising thing is Danny Green at 12.5%.
I wouldn't have expected
maybe
that.
Anthony Morrow at 7.5%. Kind of crazy for the shooting guard spot. I don't see. I guess we'll find out in a second who rolled the dice on Vasquez, because that news broke right after lineups locked.
Like moments.
Right.
Moments after.
It's going to be like basketball overload in here. We're going to have all the NBA games still have some college basketball games as well.
And this room is really starting to fill up
Yeah,
because everyone's coming from their hotel rooms now and coming in here to the wonderful watch room at the Aria.
Oh, yeah.
And they're coming in droves, sitting down, getting ready, grabbing their drinks over at the bar. It's gonna be a fun night because hockey was great last night. Love hockey. It was a wonderful tournament. But hockey is kind of an event-based game. This is scoring. So leads are gonna come up and down, and things are gonna jump around, and people are gonna be screaming and going nuts. And so I'm really looking forward to today's allotment of games. I mean, someone's gonna walk out here with $1 million.
Yeah.
$1 million.
$1 million. The field is loaded.
$1 million.
Zaza Pachulia. He was 12.5% owned.
Milwaukee.
He already has 7.75 points.
He's off to a good start. He's got 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 3 points.
In less than 3 minutes. He had an amazing night the other night, too.
That's strong.
He's up to 9.25. This guy is just continuing to be on a hot streak. Vernon Wells actually has him. Vernon Wells, of MLB fame. He'll be with us. I met him upstairs.
I have not yet.
He was like, Soccer Dave. I'm like, what's up, man? He's like,
oh, he knew who you were?
Kind of, not really.
Hey, good enough. He doesn't know who I am.
Maybe it was me saying Vernon Wells. But anyways.
You're remembering it in reverse.
Yeah, it was
That'll happen.
Something along those lines. So basically, he's going to be joining us for his DFS debut.
It's exciting.
Yeah, he's been playing DFS for a while. Obviously, people know him from. They probably play. I played him.
It'll be interesting on some level, I think, because when you're a famous athlete, I mean, he probably knows personally some of these players, in theory. So I wonder how that could maybe somehow factor in and help him.
Yeah.
For all we know, he could have called one of these guys. How you feeling today? LeBron?
Yeah.
LeBron said, I'm good. I'm gonna go nuts. Like, who's on his team? He's got LeBron.
Yeah, he does have.
Maybe he knows something. Maybe he got on the bat phone, called him up.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Keep in mind with Russell Westbrook though, he's a guy that could easily get a triple-double tonight.
Yeah.
Easily.
I mean, no one else shoots the ball because everyone's out. Ibaka, for that stint of time where Russell Westbrook was on the court and Ibaka was on the court, I would always play them together when his price was on the way up because they were both hitting 40 points. Ibaka was coming in for anywhere between, seems like 40 and 48 a night for a period of time, and then Westbrook's having his 60, 70, and 80-point games. So I would have them every single week. Now that Ibaka's out, it's like, who else shoots the ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Deion Waiters.
Well, yeah, but if they're not going in.
Right. No, it's Westbrook.
He'll score you 10
it's pretty
points.
much Westbrook.
He's got a 10-point floor.
Deion's not passing, so Westbrook gets all his rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
So Steven Adams. Steven Adams, 12.5% owned. Our buddy CSU Ram has him, so he's definitely a guy. If you take a look at Ajinka against, if you take a look at Ajinka against Steven Adams, then maybe it's like 700. So you can hear everybody behind us. We've got John Aguiar behind us.
Smizzle just walked by me.
People are getting amped up. Everybody's getting loud.
Grabbing their food.
Yeah, that means that we have to get louder.
Well, you can get louder. I can put the mic closer to my face.
Yes.
To my face mouth.
Do it. Eat the microphone.
Just put it.
All right. So talking about some of these games, we're going to be hopefully getting some games in. But Mark Gino Rex, with his first entry, took Michael Carter Williams, the only person Chris
MCW.
Middleton, Giannis Ersan, Zaza.
And so he's also got Kevin Love.
He went a 5. Yes, he did. He's the only person on Kevin Love.
See?
So he went a 5-person stack for this Milwaukee team.
Mm-hmm.
5 player stack, 5 out of 8. And it seems like it's paying off.
Well, if this works out, obviously he's going to look like a genius. But it's one of those things where if you want to take a chance, I mean, the spread on the game was Cleveland -8. So the situation is, if you don't think that Cleveland is going to blow them out and get that big, I mean, getting on Milwaukee if they can keep it competitive. And right now they're winning.
Right.
And they're not going to blow.
And this
Cleveland
game is
out.
in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and they're not going to blow Cleveland out. So worst case scenario, Cleveland will come back. It looks like, based solely on the fact that they're up by 8 points currently, that it'll be a close game throughout.
Yeah. So you look at all his players. I mean, MCW, Middleton, Giannis, or Giannis, I guess, as the correct pronunciation. I always call him Giannis.
Giannis
Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
Just say it fast. And Ersan Ilyasova and Zaza, all of them having a pretty good night. So he's hoping for, again, if that thing goes into overtime,
Yep.
he's going to have a good night. And if they play a lot of minutes, it is as well. So he is head and shoulders above the rest. But again, what I'm curious about
his
is
whole team's going right
Anthony
now, pretty much.
Davis,
Anthony
the Hornets,
Davis. What's gonna
and
happen?
the Raptors. That's what's gonna determine this game.
110%.
Is the Raptor situation and the Hornets. Who is going to gamble on Anthony Davis?
Well,
Yes.
you would have.
Yes. I think
Wait,
if it
now-
came down to Anthony Davis versus Westbrook, I would have chose Anthony Davis.
Now, we didn't have a lot of time to put in our free roll, our free low lineup. We were doing this. But
Right.
here's my question. Look inside yourself
Okay.
and try to ask yourself, honestly, that lineup that you put in, is that the line? Because it's a little bit, if you're actually playing for $1 million, it's a little bit different. You got to factor in, you might not have put that exact lineup and you didn't
can
have much
say
time.
that it is.
But, like, in theory, is that the lineup you would have put in?
Listen, you can say it is, and that's what people play. They play the what if game all the
Right.
time. Like, I would have done this, I would have done that.
Right.
But until you're like in that situation, I've been in some live tournaments. I've never been in a live tournament where the winner gets $1 million before. But until you're in that situation, you don't know what you're going to do.
Right.
I once played Nick Markakis in a live baseball event because I had him in my dream the night before.
Okay.
So
What was he doing in your dream, Dave?
he was hitting, unlike the night after.
Oh, okay.
And then I figured out later it wasn't really a dream. It was actually Jason Sudeikis. There was a promo for a video, and I realized later that like I was hearing the TV. Sudeikis, Markakis. Yeah, it was bad.
There you go.
So yeah, if I had to choose between Anthony Davis though and Russell Westbrook, if I was like caught there, so you saw like when I was trying to debate what team to use, it was hard picking a small forward. And you can't
Small forwards is a position that if you don't go with one of the big names, you might get, the discrepancy between the big names and then the mid-tier guys
Right.
is so big that you don't want to miss the bus, so to speak.
Yeah.
Or the boat or whatever mode of transportation, the helicopter. Okay. The last helicopter out of Saigon.
And also, someone just mentioned that I keep on saying the Hornets instead of the Pelicans.
You do, and I can't believe I hadn't picked up on that until just now, but I didn't want to correct
It's my
you.
bad.
It's your bad.
my
Pelicans. Fly, pelican, fly.
It's that whole name confusion. I reverted
do
to
that,
last year.
I do that with the I'll remember it in a second, but there's a team that I always think is a different team. It's like Minnesota and Milwaukee. I always get them confused. I look at the abbreviation, it's like
Yeah.
MIL, and I'm always...
Well, me, it's coming from those. So my bad. I will not have that happen again. So yes, the Pelicans.
The Pelicans.
Horrible name, but I will remember that they are the team that I am focused on. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. All right. So we're getting people coming in. Hopefully, we can get an interview with some of these people that have just submitted their lineups that are now waiting around. So I think Lynn or Ethan are getting people lined up for interviews. We're also going to do another interview with Kobe for MVP. So I think he's going to be the guy.
It says here that the crowd is picking Kobe for MVP.
Yeah.
That's who they're saying they think is going to take it down. That's the vote.
Yes. So I think we have the interview with him right now. He is the pick to win, and he with good cause. He is a great NBA player, and he won the NBA or he won the NFL championship, $1 million.
So he's trying to go two sports now. He's trying to be
basketball is his main sport.
He's trying to be Bo.
So we'll see.
Bo Jackson.
we're gonna go with the People's Champ. We have an interview already recorded with him. We'll talk to him.
Is that what they
and
call
then
him, the People's Champ? Or are you just saying that because the people picked him?
The people picked him.
People picked him?
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank you.
That's what my screen name is, the Brahma Bull.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the Rock.
Yeah. There you go. All right. So
If you smack, I can't do it.
yeah. Don't even try. All right. So we're going to watch this interview. We'll be right back.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance, and I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. It's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a second $1 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
And we are back. We've got some interest. I mean, this free roll, I'm looking at the free roll right now. There's a ton of teams in this free roll, so it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top, because there's a lot of people. Again, free jersey for whoever comes out first. We also have some scores in. You've got the Spurs that are just crushing the Hawks. So kind of a surprise in Atlanta. They're getting in playoff mode, though. 16-4 with 6.5 minutes left in the first quarter. We've got this Miami game, 19-17 OKC over Miami in OKC, or Oklahoma City, as some people would like to say.
Oklahoma City.
So you've got Westbrook, kind of a slow start. Enes Kanter, though, 11 points already. So he's the guy that is shooting for this Oklahoma team. I think there was 4 teams on Enes Kanter. So we'll take a look at some of those teams. Steven Adams has checked out of the game. No one really in foul trouble right now that I can see. So that's good. If you have someone and they get in foul trouble, it's not great.
That's a terrible situation, because the minute that happens, that can change the entire usefulness of that player almost immediately.
Yeah, so basically, no one's in foul trouble yet, and the game, that's odd, with the games being already at the end of the first quarter. So that's good.
The thing that you had mentioned it before. The thing that I'm the most surprised about is that I mean, you said San Antonio is beating Atlanta, but I don't think you said that Atlanta has scored 4 points. Atlanta scored 4 points in 6 minutes of basketball.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's very not good.
Yeah, so, we'll see.
I would not be happy if I had Atlanta players at this particular moment in time.
Yeah, so, and we've got this, I'm looking at some of the scores. The other scores, this Cleveland-Milwaukee game. It's a tight game, so that means that Mark Rex team is doing pretty good. Enes Kanter, though, 13 points, 1 rebound. Russell Westbrook, 2 points, 7 assists, though, and a block. So he's already racking up the points.
Kyrie's got 14 points. Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, he's got 14 points.
Not like 14 draft
fantasy
points.
points.
Yeah, fantasy points, not actual points. He's got 6 actual NBA points, 1 rebound, 4 assists, 1 steal, 2 turnovers for 14.25 points.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, you've got people coming in. I'm looking forward to, in a minute, I think we should have a team. In a minute, we'll have the Pelicans and the Clippers lineup. So we'll see what that's all about, and we'll also have Al Smizzle on
Smith,
deck.
my pick, my hopeful pick to win.
Yes.
I also think Al will probably buy me a drink or two if he wins.
You think so?
Al and I go. Were you not here yesterday?
Yeah,
Al and I go way back.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Like moments. We go back moments.
Yeah, maybe he would buy you a drink because I know he does not drink.
Well, then he can have a water, and I'll toast him with a libation and toast his win.
All right, so let's take a look at. It's now 12:30 Pacific time. Drum roll, please. If I can pull up this lineup. Okay, forget the drum roll. Are you looking at it right now? Can you check the Anthony Davis percentage to see
the Anthony
Davis percentage?
I gotta find somebody with him first. Do. This is fun. We love dead air. All right, Anthony Davis is. I'm doing that thing where you try to elongate, where you're trying to find something, so you just say the words longer.
Yeah.
So it would appear to me.
We'll have. So there's Anthony Davis. There's all these other Pelicans players, and hopefully we can get those percentages. What's happening right now? Because people are starting to come in. We'll have the leaderboard, the DraftKings leaderboard in. As you see, the room is already more packed than yesterday at any time. So
yeah, for sure, because everyone's bringing in their families and their friends. This is a really, really big day. Really big day for everyone. Actually, I just turned around. It is so swamped in here with people. Good food, good drinks, good basketball, and a good chance at winning $1 million. I got it. Check this out. This is going to blow your mind.
He's 2.5%.
One person has Anthony Davis.
Ganondorf. Well, Ganondorf is my favorite now. He's the only person on Anthony Davis.
With the three, because he was able to take that chance.
And look who else is in his lineup.
Russell Westbrook.
Me and Ganondorf of like mind.
And Michael Beasley. I believe I said Beasley.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be. You did say Beasley.
I did say Beasley.
This is like our combined lineup.
If we put our brains together, we might have been in it.
So, man, that'll be interesting to see who else he has.
Yeah, I wonder he's going to have.
Left.
The rest of them have got to be scrubs.
Norris Cole, 32.5%. So he said 25 to 35%. He's 32.5%. We'll have some other ownership percentages when we come back, like Alex Ajinka, 17.5%. We'll try to get Quincy Pondexter as well, see if he is owned by anybody. We'll be back, though. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Al Smizzle, Al Zeidenfeld. We're going to talk about the pressure that he felt with the Lowry news, the pressure building a lineup with no late swap, how that was different, and what he thinks his chances are for tonight.
All right. I can't wait.
So stay tuned. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game, of course.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, you know, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. All right, and we're back. We've got Al Zeidenfeld. We've got Christopher Colosi. I'm David Kitchen. Al, like, you can feel the excitement in the room, and maybe it's just like a collective calm sigh of relief. Like,
yeah.
I want to know, though, how crazy was it before lineups locked?
This was actually a very calm NBA lineups lock. I mean, you're a veteran at this. You know that, like,
you had Lowry, though. Like, that was like a big piece of news.
I had already settled on Cole. Like, if Lowry and Evans were out, I was happier with Cole than I was with Vasquez.
You already had your contingency in.
So, yeah, so I was on Vasquez. When I found out that Evans was out, I said, okay, Cole's the better play on my sheet. So I'm good with Cole, and I didn't need to know about the Vasquez news or not.
Right.
So that had made my decision already. So that was really easy. So that came, 30, 40 minutes before lock time. And, like, you know, from basketball, some crazy stuff can go down in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And we had all the news that I think we needed to have today to make the right decision. There's still a couple of things up in the air, obviously, that could come down later. I'm knock wood. I hope that there's no late scratches today. I hope we have a really clean tournament in terms of that, and no quintuple overtime games, no craziness. So there's just, these are the 40 guys. They made their lineups, and we're going to have the champion based on just what we thought was going to happen today, as opposed to some random craziness that selects a winner.
Are you at all surprised that Anthony Davis was taken by one person?
Mildly, yes. I mean, the salaries were such today that it kind of guided you away from taking the really high-priced guys, the five-figure guys. Anthony Davis, who coming off of an injury, and he's owned by Ganondorf, right? Mm-hmm. He had 3 lineups. So that's a chance that he can take with one of his 3 lineups. If you wanted to reach up for somebody like Westbrook, and I went through my lineup after I was happy with my lineup, and then I said, okay, I have to see what I have to do to get Westbrook into this lineup. So I did a 3v3 swap, getting Westbrook in, and I had to take a couple other guys out. And on my projections, it added up to being like 25 points less with Westbrook than the lineup that I had. So for me and my lineup, it really didn't make sense. So I ended up with kind of a balanced lineup.
You did. I'm looking at it right now. The one guy that is kind of 7.5% owned, so you and 2 other people have him, Anthony Morrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be a high-scoring game.
It is.
You're counting on him to get hot from outside.
I mean, he's been shooting, 6 to 9 3-pointers every single game. We get the extra half point if he makes them. He's been making 3 a game each of the last 6 or 7. And that game has the highest total on the day. So I'm expecting to be involved with both centers back, with Cantor in, who's a good passer out of the post, and with Adams in. There should be some doubling inside, which is going to move the ball outside, or Westbrook penetrates and kicks. He should get an awful lot of open looks from the outside today. I'm hoping that they drop.
Now, I want to go ahead and say that you probably weren't watching the coverage because you were making your lineup, but I went out on the line and I said that you're my pick. You're the guy I'm pulling for.
Well, I hope I don't let you down. Somebody,
and I know even more than the $1 million, the last thing you would want to do is let me down.
Well, somebody tweeted at me as well that he said, I got you in the DraftKings, the DKTV tournament.
Oh, that's right. Because they're giving away
if you win, I get a ticket. I said, wow, I really hope you win, buddy.
It's a lot of,
I'm pulling for you.
A lot of pressure.
Exactly. And you have to feel good about Kawhi Leonard right now. In one quarter of play, he's got 21.75 fantasy points.
Yeah.
Currently the highest scoring player right now.
What was his percentage owned? I really haven't even taken a look at it.
15% owned.
Wow.
So, yeah, you're talking about 6.
A little nervous, though, for that game because the Spurs did jump out to like a 20-point lead. I'm going to need Atlanta to go on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, Atlanta only scored 13 points in the first quarter.
It's no bueno.
They had 4 points in almost 6 minutes of basketball.
They still haven't scored a ton.
Just need him to keep it close so Pop doesn't rest the guys. 34 minutes out of Kawhi and 34 out of Duncan.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I was scared about San Antonio players because you never know what he's going to do. He loves to put guys on the bench.
If this game was close, and we all projected it to be close, it's got a really, 2.5 point spread or a 2 point spread. We thought this game was going to be close, and if you look at his history in these games, they still have to win games.
And what I told our dear friend Christopher is that with this game being close, there's 3 guys I look at: Kawhi, Duncan, and Millsap. And those are the 3 guys that you used.
Those are the 3 that I had. I really liked Danny Green as well. With Manu out, he's been really performing well. His minutes have gone up. He's been around 30 points, which still would pay off his salary today. I just couldn't fit him, so I had to go down and find a cheap shooting guard, and that's how I ended up on Morrow.
He was actually shocked about Danny Green's ownership.
Yeah, 5 teams on him. I just thought with I was a little shocked given some of the other shooting guard options.
He's a dangerous player usually. With Manu out, his minutes have been a little more stabilized. He's got a 10-15% bump on his minutes. He's been performing as well.
Yeah, I mean, his upside's like 30 points, 35 points.
Maybe with Korver back in the lineup, he's got a little bit easier go of it on the offensive end as well. I mean, I understand the play.
Okay. And you have Norris Cole and Ajinka, so you went with 2 Pelicans in this game. Did you have any thoughts about using more?
No. I needed to reach and find value today. The
like
salaries
Pondexter against was that an issue with you, Pondexter versus Morrow?
No, not at all. Pondexter, I mean, he could go off. Typically speaking, he just kind of rolls around on the floor, and he's not really involved in the offense. Where Morrow, with all the injuries that they've had, they need some scoring from the wing. It can't all come from Westbrook. And his shots have been pretty consistent, double-digit shots, up to 15 shots a game for the last 6-7 games. So I feel like he was more involved in the offense, where Pondexter gets a lot of minutes, but he does a lot of nothing in those minutes. Yeah,
waits to.
It's the Joe Ingles approach. You know, he's going to stand in the corner, and if they happen to throw the ball to him, maybe he gets a shot if he doesn't keep rotating it. So
you're describing my YMCA game right now.
Yeah, but you're hot fire from the outside, and Quincy Pondexter is not. But you do get the nickname, though. He is the coupon.
Yeah.
So there was that EV situation to be able to refer to him as the coupon.
Get it? Q. Pon. For Pondexter.
I get it. I'm very quick. As we said, I'm here because I'm the clever one.
Yes.
Not because it's actually really cool listening to you guys talk about all this, statistics and basketball. Now, I mean, I see why you guys are as good as you are. Because I'm sitting there going, that makes sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, as long as you have a reason for what you're doing, as long as you can explain your process, I'm okay with it.
All right. You have a guard and a utility left.
Yes.
You can't change.
I can't change.
So can you share?
I posted it up on Twitter, actually.
Okay.
I have Ty Lawson, who I really think is going to be extremely highly owned, but I couldn't afford the guy I wanted to get to, so it's kind of a consolation prize for me. I really wanted Elfrid Payton, but I couldn't get there, so I settled on Lawson, who I had projected very close. I think Payton has more upside.
Right.
But he was 600 more than Lawson. And I have John Wall, who's the number 2 guy on my sheet today.
John Wall. I was talking some trash about John Wall. He doesn't play well on the road, and
he doesn't. No, he does have some home road splits. This it's the game with the second highest total. It's a very close spread. I'm assuming that Boogie and Gay are both going to play.
Yeah.
Now, if either of them doesn't, this could turn into a blowout and it could blow up right in my face. But if both of them play, I think that game's going to stay competitive. It's going to be really high paced. I faded Beal, even though they're really bad against shooting guards. He's another guy that's really high variance between his floor and his ceiling. And Wall has been back to the John Wall he was in the first 2 months of the season, averaging 46, 47 points over his last few games.
Yeah. We have There's people screaming behind me.
Yeah, sometimes we get a little distracted with the background
big
noise.
bubble hockey game.
Okay, it's bubble hockey. Good.
Yeah.
All I heard was "Daddy, help me! Daddy, help me!" And
Bubble
I'm like,
hockey is the most exciting thing going on in this room right now.
I just
apparently,
pictured like some kid hanging from the rafters or something.
climbed the DraftKings set.
All right, so in my original lineup,
Can I do that?
I didn't really get to change.
Okay.
I had Wall.
Okay.
And I had Lawson.
Well,
So hey, I'm on the same page.
Okay.
Although I probably would have changed some stuff with the Pelicans news, but I don't know. I would have kept. I told him 3 point guards. I would have kept 3 point guards.
Yeah, there were 6, 7 point guards I really wanted to roster today.
Right. So that's why I'm interested in the whole Anthony Davis thing, because I feel like for me I struggle between small forward and power forward, so he would immediately have filled the power forward spot. Yeah. Did you struggle at all with the forward spot today?
Forward was just a dumpster fire today.
Yeah. You picked Kawhi and you picked Duncan.
I went Kawhi. I really wanted LeBron, but again, to get to LeBron would have taken Wall out of my lineup. But it wouldn't have allowed me to get to one of those other point guards that I wanted. All three of them were 7K with Alexei Shved and Jackson and Goran Dragic as well. We're all 7K, so I come up 100 short if I went with LeBron. So I stayed on Kawhi and Wall, and I said, okay, I'm just going to roll with that. They're solid guys. I believe that they would have a floor of somewhere around 30 to 35 points with the possibility of getting me into the 40s, and maybe one of them touches 50. And so that was the route that I chose.
Okay. I mean, I think that makes sense. You fulfilled your forward spots with that one game, and hopefully it stays close.
Yeah.
But all those guys are skilled players. Mm-hmm. All those guys have high upside. You already see what Kawhi has done in the first quarter, and he's going to get minutes no matter what. So it sounds good. You're playing kind of the waiting game with a lot of your players starting early.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I have enough late players. There's so much value on the slate late today.
Right.
A lot of the cheaper players, great situations, high-paced games, are all coming later in the day. And I tweeted out right at Lineups Lock, this is going to be one of those days where it's not going to be settled early.
Right.
This is going to be one of those that could come down to right at the last minute. If you remember a couple of seasons ago, it was the bank shot. Remember that one?
Yeah.
And I believe it was Napster Man that took that one down.
Overhead chopper.
Literally a last-second steal and bucket by Steph Curry. We could be in store for something like that today with as many players, and PMR is going to be left late in the slate today. This is going to get really exciting for you two up here.
Yeah. The one thing I remember from that bank shot on DraftKings, like one of the first big NBA tournaments, the one thing I remember is that Chop, our good buddy Chop, was in first place. He didn't even know that he was in first place. He was asleep. It's like the legend. That's like when I first started to realize
the legend of Head Chopper.
What a legend!
Biggest sweat in the history of NBA DFS on DraftKings.
He ended up winning.
And he said, "You know what? I'm gonna turn in early tonight, fellas."
Yeah. And Napster Man passed him at the last second with Steph Curry.
He was down 3 points, and Steph Curry stole an inbound pass and laid it up, and 4 points right there. Boom, boom, moves into first place and wins it in the last 30 seconds of the night.
All right. Do you have a favorite if you don't win, like who you would like to see win?
Yes, after you,
well,
of course.
If I'm not going to win,
right,
then, I mean, Peter Jennings has been so solid all year. Maki Supa, Andrew Wiggins, been an outstanding player all year. You have a couple guys that have won $1 million in the player pool today. There's a lot of seasoned vets that have been really consistent all year, including Max Dallert and Mark Genorex. There's a lot of players in this field that could take it down. I'll go with our fellow DK Pro, Peter Jennings.
Okay, fair enough.
I like Pete.
We both said you.
Well,
because
I appreciate that.
Peter already won his mill.
Yeah.
Drew already had his mill, so
I'll take this one, and then you get the baseball one, right, Dave?
Hey, you said it, not me. All right, so Al Smizzle, Al Zeidenfeld, appreciate you coming on. We'll let you get back to this San Antonio game. It looks like the score is 41-25.
Get it closer, boys.
So they have to get it close by halftime so that Pop doesn't pull any Pop stuff, any shenanigans. So we're going to get Ganondorf coming in. We're going to take a short break. But again, Al Zeidenfeld, fellow DK Pro, at Al Zeidenfeld on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Al Smizzle, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Dave.
I'm pulling for you, man.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, we'll be right back after this with Ganondorf, the only guy that has Anthony Davis.
Bye, everybody.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees, beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
We just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
And we are back. We are joined by a guy that has been on DKTV before, Dre Alvarez, also known as Ganondorf.
Currently in first place.
Don't do that, man. Don't need that.
Okay, never mind.
I'm in a room full of TVs
We don't know where
and
he is.
scores everywhere. I'm going to do my best to not look all day.
You got 3. So Ganondorf has 3 entries, and you're going to be in here with 3 entries, with TVs, with people all around you, and you're going to try not to get leaderboard.
I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try and go up to people and say no spoilers. See if that works out. I don't think it will, but
yeah,
I'll do my best.
Good luck with that.
Right.
There's no chance that you get away with that. But you have 3 entries. Describe your mindset with 3 entries coming into tonight, knowing that you had probably an edge with no late swap, about constructing maybe a couple contrarian lineups.
So this was the roughest ever because of that 3. Because just for the record, there's so many good players in here. I mean, the fact, I'm going to suck up to you a little, Dave. The fact that you're not in this contest should say about the caliber of the contest, because I consider you up there, And the first qualifier I got was right on the tails of Troll for MVP, CSU Ram. I'm not even the only one with multiple entries. I'm the only one with 3, which is nice. So when I was constructing my lineups today, it was actually a lot more paralyzing than normal. People are used to seeing me multi-enter a lot.
Right.
And I have no problem doing that. And with 3 today, it was almost paralyzing. But, what I tried to do is, like you said, a little contrarian. I guess the major contrarian thing I did was I went with Anthony Davis, because in about the span of 15 minutes before game time, he went from probable to questionable to in. And you can't go against Anthony Davis, or at least I thought you couldn't. So I went out of my way to get him in, and then I got greedy and put him in with Westbrook, and I'm really hoping that works out.
Now, do you think if you had just the 1 entry that you would have gone after Anthony Davis? I know hindsight's 20/20, but look inside yourself. What do you think?
I do not envy. I guess it's 2-part, right? If you've got 1 entry, what I would say I would do is probably go most value plays that most people like Tim Duncan. I had some of him. Everybody likes him. It's a little harder. Westbrook is so pricey, but he has been good. I think with one, you kind of pick one contrarian player, and I don't know if I'd have gone with Davis. I'll lie and say yes because I don't want to go against Anthony Davis today.
Right.
He's just too good.
So you put Westbrook though in 2 of 3 lineups.
I did.
Seems like it's currently paying off right now. We're not going to jinx him.
Okay.
Would you like to know though Anthony Davis's line currently?
Isn't he? Is he in yet?
Yeah.
He's in.
He's in.
Okay.
Can I tell you?
All right, let's go.
I want to tell you. There's 5 minutes left in the first quarter, and he has 6 points, 1 steal, 1 block, 1 assist, and 4 rebounds for 16.5 points. So he's got off to a good start.
It's a very strong
Anthony
start.
Davis, if he doesn't get a quadruple double, it might be a disappointment.
Right.
that might be a little greedy there.
So we were kind of trying to construct this lineup in the pregame show because I said I would like to go with Anthony Davis and Westbrook, which is what you're the only.
Which is why I'm glad you're not in the tournament.
Well, my hang-up though was small forward. You went with Beasley at small forward.
Go with Beasley.
Was he like the last piece of the puzzle?
It was. I mean, obvious. It actually, Anthony Davis and Westbrook made life a lot easier as soon as I picked those two. I didn't think it was going to because, the nice thing on DraftKings is they've got you have this much remaining per player, and you put in Anthony Davis and Westbrook, and you're like, oh, you're out of money.
Yeah.
And so, all of us, when we're constructing, we have a list of players we like and values and da-da-da-da.
Right.
And, the minute you're like, well, you're not allowed to spend more than $5,000 on any of them, you just cut it, and you're like, oh, well, Beasley's the top. Yep. So it actually, that lineup was easy up until I got into the util positions, which is then I was just trying to get what I could get in.
All of a sudden, those people that you might not look at become, I gotta take this guy because, like you said, you're out of money.
How did the Kyle Lowry news affect you, if at all?
That was, I don't want to jinx myself. We keep saying that over and over again.
Oh, I got you.
But that was a consideration there because I believe I picked Vasquez, and part of that was I was like, there is high upside here if Lowry doesn't play. Now, by the way, as you mentioned, there was no late swap, so lineup's locked, and about, I think, 2 or 3 minutes after, while I'm cooling down and watching Twitter, I saw Lowry declared out, and, that's the fist bump. Mm-hmm. But, all of us have seen days where you have good news, you have good players, and something happens, so I'm not ready to be – I'm relieved, but until that game goes,
Right. You're not counting your chickens before it hatch, but it seems like it was – I mean, that's a pretty big gamble. When you're talking about – only 40 entries, and you did not have lineups. The fact that you had 3 lineups probably gave you a little more confidence to take that risk. But Vasquez was a pretty big gamble, and it looks that at least how you wanted it to be, it's going to
like
be.
I want to right now, yeah.
Right.
I mean, when it comes down to these big events, like you were saying, it's 1 or 2 – like. This is much nicer than the super, super huge fields. I have so much respect for the peoples that can win, when football comes back and it's $1 million every week and there are thousands and thousands of people. I have so much respect for those. In the 40-person, 1 or 2 contrarian picks can pick it, and it's like I weighed the two. I was like, to get Davis, I take this, and there's upside there, and that was the end decision there.
All right. You said that you didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
I woke up so I got to bed at about midnight. I woke up at 3 afraid I'd overslept. And that happened to me like 3 or 4 times. I kept jolting myself awake, thinking I'd overslept. And then I had a dream at one point. She couldn't be here. She just saw family and was traveling as well. But I had like a dream that my wife and I had to drive to the gas station, and I needed to get home to set lineups. And she didn't want to drive me home, and so I didn't get home until 5 minutes, and then I couldn't set all of my lineups. And so I did not sleep well at all.
Well, that's like a scary dream. That's a nightmare.
But once you realized you were having this kind of stress and worrying about not waking up, did you make sure to put in 3 lineups before you went to sleep? God forbid you didn't wake up.
Well, I mean, when I set my proxy, so first off, you always make sure to set a proxy because if you don't have them, I thought they were okay, but I think any grinder will just candidly say, if you set your lineup the night before and don't check it the day of, it's worse than gambling. Right. And this isn't gambling; this is a game of skill. So that's the point there.
Right. All right. So with your 3 lineups, we can't see everybody, but you didn't have anybody that was 100% owned. You decided not to go all in on one person.
I think with 3, and I mean, I'm willing to. I don't want to share too much strategy, but I'm willing to share this. If you ever have multiple entries into a big event like this, I don't think you can go all in on a player. And today, luckily, so much of the value was in expensive players. That made it really easy. There wasn't like a 3 players scratched and a player starting that you had to play. And, I've been burned by that in events in the past where there was a must-play player that then underperformed. So,
last question. Talk about your decision to fade Norris Cole.
Well, I put him in 1, I believe. So
Okay.
I don't think, fade
Not a
is
full fade, partial fade.
Yeah, fade is relative, and I think here I'm in a normal big multi-entry tournament. What you're talking about, right, is you want to play at least the same percentage of the field so that you get the upside. With this, because so much is top heavy, I basically consider if you have a player that's high owned in one lineup, you've got him covered. That's kind of my thing.
I'm going to break some bad news to you.
What do we got?
You don't have Norris Cole.
I don't. Oh, did I take Norris Cole out?
Yeah, you took him out.
Okay, so by the way, you are now. Okay, so I'll just shatter all your illusions, but you're actually reminding me here. So that Anthony Davis, that lineup was the one I spent the most time tinkering, and I know for a fact that Norris Cole and Paul Millsap hit the chopping block then. So
Okay.
I thought I had Norris Cole 1 of 3. We'll see how that works out.
You're not going to mind losing Norris Cole if Anthony Davis goes for 70 points today.
I hope Anthony Davis goes for 70. That'd be nice.
Yeah, he does. That's the thing with Westbrook and Anthony Davis. They both have 80-point upside any given night, especially with both their situations, with Durant being out, with Tyreek being out.
They're both fighting for that playoff spot.
Yes. So they're both in really good spots. But I said, when I saw that you were the only person with Anthony Davis, I said, I'm not gonna jinx it. But I said, if I could be anybody in this tournament, I would want to be, because just we're talking pregame show, I'd want to be the only guy on Anthony Davis.
I honestly can't believe there's only one.
I can't either, because the news broke so early. So, Ganondorf, as usual, you've been a pleasure to talk to. Very insightful. It's always fun to get inside of your mind because you're not going to say this, but I'll say it for you. You're the best. You're the best tournament player that there is. Yes.
What I'll say, man, and by the way, this is if you look at NBA end of the year, there's one champion, right? There's one LeBron, whatever. In this, you can be, and I won't jinx myself here. I do think I'm top 5. I have no problem saying I'm not going to say who the other 4 are, but I do think I'm top 5. You can be top 5. You can be a top 10 tournament player and have no regrets. It's not like there's only one ring. Although, I wouldn't mind taking it home today. Right.
You've had such a successful season, and even you've only been playing for a year, a little over a year now.
Yeah, I started NBA last year.
Right. So it's been amazing to see just how far you've come, and best of luck to you tonight. And I think you probably need more luck not finding out what your scores are or the leaderboard. I think that's what you need the most luck with.
If you see the guy walking around with the hands over his ears and that'll be me.
I won't be the one to do it to you. If
So
I see
we'll have some DFS earmuffs for Ganondorf, but we'll be right back with B. Fineberg. He's in 2nd and 4th right now, so we're going to take a quick break.
Holy cow, nice.
We'll be back with B. Fineberg right after this, but thanks to Dre, a.k.a. Ganondorf. You can find him on Twitter at GanondorfDFS.
That's correct.
Hey, at GanondorfDFS. We'll be right back after this.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance. And I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. It's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a second $1 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
And we are back. Had a fun little interview with Ganondorf, and we're here with a guy who I had the pleasure with talking with at the welcome reception at the Bank nightclub. Brad, who's currently in first and fifth place. You have 2 entries. B. Fineberg. First of all, congratulations for being here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
We talked the other day, and you were talking about how you're fairly new to the industry.
Definitely. I've done fantasy since I was in college. Always enjoyed it, like probably everyone else here has. And recently, I was about in November. One of my friends is like, you know what, you really should try the fantasy. I always have done well in the season-long leagues, and it's like, I think it'd be something, you have a talent for. I think you could be good at it. And I kind of fought it for a little bit, and I'm like, I'm not so sure if this is something I would like. I know the season, and he's like, just try it. He's like, and I think you'll do well. Started doing it, and the first day I did it, to me, it blows away the season-long leagues. Not even a comparison.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I think that we've all kind of discovered that. Yeah. Talk about how you qualified. Like, did you see this event and think, I need to be there? Did you you started with football?
Yes, I started with football. Was really one of my good friends, again, introduced me to it, and was like, you know what, we saw like the, these like the Atlantis, and like, oh, this sounds amazing. Definitely really wanted to get to it. I think I had a second or something like that, and I gave it a ride, but not quite enough to win. And then I started doing the basketball, and I was fortunate. I think I really just tried twice and got in both times, which is pretty lucky.
Now, the friend that turned you onto it, was that the guy that I met yesterday, John?
No, that's actually not. That's a different guy. But John's a guy, which I'm sure a lot of the players in this realize. There's probably a select few people you can kind of really trust and talk to and really bounce ideas off of, where you feel comfortable that they know it kind of the way you know it. They have the same ideas, the same thoughts or whatnot. And John is a guy that been in all my season-long leagues forever and a day, and he's always done well just like I have, and we have similar thoughts, similar ideas, and he's a guy I just always bounce stuff off of. He's a guy I always bounce stuff off of, and we have a pretty good rapport, and we work well together.
I had a really good time talking with him last night. A really nice guy. So
very nice guy.
I thought maybe he was the guy that turned you on to it. In which case, you owe him a big.
Either way, absolutely. But a guy who, again, I've done my leagues with, turned me on to it, and ever since now there's no stopping it.
I love it. Kickback.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
So let's talk about your experience, and we'll get into your lineup in a second. But
sure.
Your experience here, you brought your wife and family?
We bought. It's funny. What I kind of decided to do was I kind of split the trip up into 2 parts, so to speak. First part was, I'm here with my friend John, who was kind of my de facto partner, who we go over everything with and get our lineups and kind of just really get everything set. But I got here Wednesday with him, and then Friday night, my wife and my 2 kids were able to fly in, which is great. Bad weather in Philadelphia, so I was excited they were able to get in. And look, then I wanted to spend some family time with them, because DraftKings does a great job. They pull you up in a nice room. Everything's first class, which not surprised, obviously. And I wanted my kids and my wife to experience like a mini vacation, because hopefully I'll be back here, but there's no guarantee. It's hard.
Yeah.
And I wanted everyone to have fun and enjoy it. And it's Las Vegas, and you go see some shows, you get good dinners, you're going to have a good time.
Word on the street is that...
word on the street. You've been polling
the
street.
Your daughter said that...
That's all you can believe.
If you win, you have to buy the whole school Peeps.
Yeah, I just found that
The
out.
marshmallow
Peeps. Yes,
bunny.
Yes.
I don't like Peeps.
Yeah, well, I hope I get to learn to like Peeps by having to
Do
buy
you
everyone Peeps.
currently not like Peeps?
Peeps are awesome.
You like Peeps?
They're great, except like you can't have too many of them.
That's a can we call it a candy? I guess it's a candy.
Yeah, it's a marshmallow
I feel
candy.
like it's somewhere in between candy and garbage. Like I don't like Peeps. I just don't like Peeps. I never understood how they're still things.
I'm very new to Peeps, so,
Okay.
but I hope
He's new to the Peeps.
Well, you're our Peep.
Yeah, exactly.
So, how big is your daughter's school, though? How many Peeps exactly are you going to have to buy?
I think it may be upwards around 500 or so.
Okay, so
what's the going rate on Peeps?
Yeah, I hope to find out.
I
hope to find out.
have to go to Costco.
But my daughter likes to, she likes to cash checks for me, so to speak. So she's 10 going on 20.
At
so.
least she didn't ask for a pony.
Oh no, she asked for a unicorn.
Oh,
I mean, she
didn't go pony. She went with impossible mythical creature.
She skipped a step. She skipped a step.
That's good.
It's awesome that they can be here with you. You're in first and fourth place. You had 2 lineups.
Yeah.
Talk about like the what was going on with right before lineup lock. You had the Tyreek Evans being out. You had Kyle Lowry news. How did those 2 instances affect you at all?
Good questions. Basically, last night I got back from, went with my kids to a show and wife to the show, and discussed with my friend John, like, okay, who are guys we think that we more or less kind of have a pretty good idea what the salaries are going to be, more or less, and you try to come up with the guys that you think could be in good spots or whatnot. And the Tyreek Evans one was and I'm not exactly sure what Norris Cole is doing right now. I'm curious how many points you tell me he does have, but
he's got 11.5 after 1 quarter. So
okay, well
not
that's
bad.
obviously a nice beginning.
He's on pace to meet value.
Yeah. Like Norris Cole was today. There's certain days where there's a quote unquote cheap player that you can kind of feel like, okay, I can get away with a cheap player, which lets me get the more expensive players. Today, we both kind of found Norris Cole was the only guy that we thought maybe kind of fit that bill because no Tyreek Evans. Maybe we can sneak in a 30-point game for 4,000. And we double dipped on him. We took him in both lineups.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you. You've got 3 players that are in both lineups: Kawhi, Norris Cole, and Shved.
Yes, Kawhi. I felt if you look at Kawhi the last, probably a month or so, he's been playing terrific. I actually think the $7,900 price is low. I think he's worth more like probably in the high 8s right now. And I thought for a guy who has a chance to explode.
Yeah. Well, he's got 33.5 at halftime.
So he's already exploded.
Yeah. That's one I'm not going to say was lucky. That one we really that was a player I wanted. He was my Moneyball player.
Yeah.
Like,
So
Kawhi Leonard was him and Norris Cole were 2 guys I wanted to go with.
So 5 other guys on Kawhi, 7 total entries. You've got 2 of those, so you got to feel good about that first half. Shved, though, 10% owned, meaning that other than you, only 2 people have him.
Well, it's funny. Shved, again, why is Shved not owned? I'll tell you exactly why he's not that highly owned. It's Alexei Shved. Oh, I don't want to take Alexei Shved. Give me, Russell Westbrook. Give me, John
Anybody
Wall.
else.
Give me any
other name.
And you remember the Pistons game where he shot the ball on the 88th row? I think he has a little bit of a stigma to him. But you know what? Kind of like if you remember about a month ago or 3 weeks ago before Kemba Walker came back, Mo Williams went through a similar stretch where every night you were getting him, first 5,000, 5,500, 6,000, 6,200.
He was playing 38 minutes, lots.
And he was scoring 40 points a night. You're like, oh, it's Mo Williams. Well, who cares it's Mo Williams? It's
He's
like
performing.
Yeah, if you're going to the supermarket, instead of cornflakes are paying $5, you could buy the store brand for, at $3. It more or less stays the same.
That's a great analogy.
I don't need to be a hero. Alexei Shved's been playing well. Will he play well today? Obviously, you always worry about the blowout potential. Any Knick game, you always get and we were really between Shved, is Reggie Jackson, Elfrid Payton's a guy I've had a lot recently, but that extra $400, I just wasn't able to quite get him, and he's been playing terrific, obviously.
Yeah.
But I've ridden Shved pretty hard. I've had him probably almost every night, and I know his salary's going up, but
we had someone else on that talked about Elfrid Payton. So seems like people are on him, but his price was just a little too high. 2 straight triple doubles, though. Obviously, what
I'm not even going to say it was too high. One of the things with him, and today the lineups locked early. They locked at 12 o'clock Pacific time, as opposed to the normal thing where you get a chance before every single game. And Tobias Harris, I kind of found has affected Peyton in terms of his usage rate. And if Tobias Harris was going to play, I didn't want Peyton, and it was a little, it was scary enough to maybe make me not go that route. But I do like him, and he was a guy I came close to playing.
Okay.
For sure.
So it kind of sum up.
Yes.
You got 2 entries.
Yes.
Did you have like a goal coming into today, what you wanted to do?
Well,
probably win $1 million.
Yeah, well,
right.
It's funny. Well, you know what's interesting? I always say, like, you know, in life, you know, you can't choose, you know, when you're going to get lucky or not, and that's kind of just up to the randomness of the, you know, of the roto god, so to speak. And yeah, again, I said I'd love to be back here for every freaking tournament. It would be terrific, but there's no guarantee. So I'm like, okay, maybe today if I could get lucky in one day and I just kind of hit it, it would be great.
I mean, I feel like every single player has had a lineup, obviously, that wins a thing.
Yeah.
Is that going to happen today?
Exactly. And you know what? It's funny. And no matter how you could take whoever you consider to be the best fantasy player in the world, it's still hard. No matter, and you analyze over the same combinations, the same things, and you just try to give the best odds, so to speak, and you hope it goes your way that day. And that's really all you can do.
Yeah.
You know?
You've got 117.25. With still a bunch of minutes left. You absolutely nailed your centers with Zaza Pachulia and Enes Kanter.
Enes Kanter was a guy, again, I've taken him a bunch recently. I thought the reason I liked him a lot today was $7,000, not cheap, thought it would scare people away. Injury factor, thought it would scare people away. I was almost tempted to play him twice, but I like Jaja also at the $4,700 price point. But Kanter's been playing incredible. If you look at his minutes, have now gone way up. $7,000. I really thought I was going to get like a 50-point game from him today. I don't know what he has now, but
well, I mean, he's well on his way.
Yeah.
He's on your 4th place team, but he does have 27.25, so he is on pace for over 50. Also, Chaved just got his first bucket, so everything's good. Brad, one of the perks of being a host is I get to meet people before, and I can also say talking to you was refreshing, and just like picking your brain as a new player and vice versa was great the other night. Wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And congratulations again on qualifying.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here with us.
Thank you both.
We'll be right back after this. Chris and I will be talking about the games. We'll be updating the leaderboard and talking about percentage owned, because everything, I think, is complete now as far as percentage owned goes, or close to it. So we'll have that when we come back. We're going to take a short break, so stay tuned. Make sure you're subscribing to DraftKings TV on YouTube, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
We've also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV for more coverage throughout the week.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees, beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
We just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, you know, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the 2 finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and you know, I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, you know, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance and I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. It's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a $2 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
And we are back. We just had the CEO, Jason Robbins. Welcome, everybody, to the championship. So things are currently basically we're in the second quarter, third quarter of some of these games.
Now,
We've got all the ownership percentages right now. We've got Tobias Harris being out, which doesn't really surprise anybody, but like Brad was saying, it helps those people that put in Elfrid Payton. So
Oladipo's on 5 teams. You got that information.
Yeah, Oladipo is on 5 teams. So we'll see.
Do you want to give a quick update on our free roll situation?
Yeah, update the people, the
All right.
peeps.
Well, my free roll is not as good as I would have otherwise hoped. I have 57. I have 57 points. I have 280 player minutes remaining, though, so I won't end up with 57 points. I'll have more. I might end up with 58 points, but not going so well. The leader in that tournament right now is Maine King right now. So he's either the king of Maine or he's like the main.
He's the
one
main
king of the kings.
Yeah. He has 171.75. Boris Diaw is going to be his Achilles heel. He's got. Do you have a GPS in your pocket?
Do I have a
or are you just
GPS in my
happy to
pocket?
see me?
I have so many things in my pocket. I got all the sepulchres and we talked about that.
Somebody was talking to me.
I've got so much stuff. Remember the 5 honeys?
Yeah.
I got 5 honeys in my
I think
pocket.
Siri was talking to me. She was like, "Hello."
Oh yeah. You're right. That was
okay.
my bad.
No, I knew that she was saying something to me.
It's your animal magnetism. That's why we couldn't let you talk to the girls yesterday.
Yeah. I was like, "Calm down,
Even
Siri."
my phone cannot control itself around you. It knows that Soccer Dave's around. Soccer Dave, you smell delicious. You smell like roses. Stop it, Siri. Stop it. If you were a phone.
All right. So yeah, we're taking a look. Main King M Gately 1511.
How are you doing? Are you doing better than me?
I've only got one player right now because I never got a chance to put in my
right.
Anthony Davis lineup.
So basically, right now, I can
Tim
feel
Duncan.
good that I'm beating you.
Yeah, I've got Tim Duncan.
You have one player that scored 28 points.
He does have 26.
He's got half my entire team score. So I'm not going to end up beating you. But right now, I can say confidently that you are behind me.
All right. The other guy I talked about originally when I talked about Lawson, Turner, and Wall. Turner, 32.5% owned. Wall, 32.5% owned. Norris Cole, 32.5% owned. So those guys and Tim Duncan. are the top 4 players. Then you got Jay Crowder, who's on my team. Bradley Bill, all these players are on my team. Dragic, not on my team. Millsap, not on my team. But Millsap,
I have Fareed on one of my teams.
Dragic, 25%. Fareed, 25%. Reggie Jackson, 25%. He's like one of these boomer bust guys.
Right.
And so it's going to be kind of interesting to see if he's Reggie Jackson of late. Is he Reggie Jackson?
Or Reggie Jerkson.
Reggie, there you go. Mark it down.
Put it on the board.
This guy.
Ruh-roh.
So, yeah.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Andre Drummond at 17.5% is kind of cray.
Kind of cray. Oh, we're going street lingo.
Yeah, we're going cray.
All right.
He was, but he is like he's a guy that has a lot of upside. The thing with Andre Drummond is foul trouble. Like, that would scare the daylights out of me. First 5 minutes, if he can avoid that foul trouble, he's golden.
Andre Drummond reminds me of the White Man Can't Jump, Sidney Dean, when he's like, your hand is part of the ball. The ball is part of the hand. The rest is part of the... He is always getting in foul trouble.
Yes, he just needs to control himself. Alfred Payton, 15% owned. Tyler Zeller, a center, at 15% owned. And then you kind of take a look at the...
It was like your single owned or your double owned.
We'll take a look. Grievous Vasquez.
One person?
One person, and
Is
that's
it the
Dre.
same?
So Dre has
He's
the
got
only
that
Grievous.
sneaky lineup.
He has the only Anthony Davis.
Only Anthony Davis and the only Grievous.
Something about the Vis.
Vis, yeah, he's got a Vis lineup.
He does.
Davis, Grievous. Who else is on his team?
Mavis.
Kufus. Is there a Kufus? Isn't there a Kufus?
Yeah, but he's not. It's not a Vis.
But when you say it, you don't say Kufos.
Vucevic.
If you have a lisp. Vucevic.
All right, let's take a look at some other kind of crazy guys that are the only these players are the only players that are owned by one team. Channing Frye, DJ Augustine, Henry Walker, Randy Foye, Langston Galloway, Eric Gordon, which I kind of like, Kevin Love, which you kind of like.
I love Kevin Love.
Chris Middleton and Michael Carter-Williams, both owned by that top team with Mark Gino Rex stacking the Bucks. Brandon Bass, KCP. We talked about Grievous and Davis. Yes,
about that Bass.
Jerebko, Jonas, Tayshaun Prince, Nurkic, and that's it. But
this is my favorite time.
Some of those names, like, you wonder, were those the last pieces of the puzzle?
I mean, well, obviously, people were building their lineups around the higher dollar players, and you look at the prices. All these guys that are one team owned, they're all 53, 44, 42, 34. Anthony Davis is the only person over the it absolutely is that last little piece that fits. I'm sure that thought went into it. They didn't just go dung. But yeah, you're cheap guy because you got to round out the lineup.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it comes down to that last piece of the puzzle, the piece that fits with the 7 guys that you love. There's got to be one guy that you put in, and sometimes it depends on that guy's performance who wins. So talks like Al, Anthony Morrow.
How is Schmizzle doing?
That sort of. So yeah, let's take a look at the leaderboard right now.
So Schmizzle, I like it. Schmizzle's in 4th right now.
Schmizzle is
and
in 4th.
He's got a significant amount of PMR.
Yeah,
than 1 and 2, and slightly more than 3.
So Norris Cole, 32%.
And he just went into 3rd place.
Yeah, Norris Cole, 32% owned, didn't do anything the second quarter. Had 11.5, actually went back. He went backwards.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Has 10.5 points heading into halftime, so they need him to pick it up. Anthony Morrow, 10.25, not too bad. He's got Millsap at 30. Tim Duncan at 28 and Kawhi Leonard at 35. So we talked about how forward was a hot mess today.
Yep.
He put forwards the forwards in that Atlanta San Antonio game, and it appears for right now that it's paid off. The one thing you have to look at is that the score is 71-51.
Yeah, there's a 20-point discrepancy there, and it's only a matter of time before you don't see those guys in the fourth quarter.
So there's still 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Still a ton of time, but they definitely need to whittle that down.
If Atlanta can get it back within 13.
Yeah, they need to whittle it down in the teens before that fourth quarter starts, and maybe even get some bench production to make it a game and make sure everybody's playing the minutes that they're supposed to. B. Fineberg still up at the top.
B. Fineberg could take down first and second in theory.
Yeah, he's going to need Shved to go off. Has 10 and a quarter in the first quarter, so not bad. Mark Generex, B. Fineberg again in third, and then Al Smizzle and our buddy Ganondorf. Both Smizzle and Ganondorf need Ajinka to do something. Started off kind of slow, 7 rebounds, 5 points, 13.75. But if you double that, he's going to get 27. He'll get almost 30 points.
Take your fee, cut it in half, and double it.
Yeah. Well, I also added the double bonus because if he gets 5 more points and 3 more rebounds, he gets a double bonus.
An extra 1 fiver.
He'll get 30, and so anything above 27 or 28 is going to be value for Ajinka. I still think he is on pace for that. I still think he'll do it. Zaza, crushing it. 28.75 points as they head into the third. And speaking of that game, you've got Mark Generex in second. That game is 71-67. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about potential OT where he's got all 5 Bucks players.
That's going to be a very, very, very advantageous position for him to be in.
You know what?
You can't predict that.
You know what his Achilles heel is going to be, though, as you can
Who's
see. Kevin Love.
Kevin Love. Listen, I never claimed to know everything about everything.
I'm not making accusations.
About a little. Well, I feel judged.
I'm not judging. I'm saying I just said his Achilles heel is going to be Kevin Love.
For all you know, Kevin Love is going to explode in the overtime period.
Yeah.
He could drain 4 3-pointers.
Yeah.
He's going to monster mode.
Sure.
You don't know.
Sure.
You don't know.
Listen,
it's not over until it's over. Nothing is over.
Don't get offended.
You see Rambo? It's not over for you. It's not over for me.
Hockey 8812, which is crazy because I don't think he was in last night's tournament. It was in tonight's tournament. Hockey 8812 is in 6th place. Comox Warrior.
I would love for Hockey 8812 to win the NBA championship.
That would be kind of crazy.
And then Kobe for MVP to have taken down NHL.
His
and
team,
then Football Fanatic can win baseball. It'll be great.
He's got 4 guys. He just needs Norris Cole. Tim, I'm getting my producer in my ear saying that Tim Duncan has just went nuts. He's up to 30.75 points. So we'll see.
And more. Every time I look at Tim Duncan's name, it goes green. More points.
32.
More points.
So that 55% owned. They're going to want him. The only thing, again,
you call Duncan. I never said you didn't know what you were talking about. You're killing it.
Hey, we'll
You're killing
see.
it. You are killing it right now.
We'll see. Some of these guys that have a lot of minutes remaining. BW 5126. He stacked Millsap and Horford and Blake Griffin. So not looking good for his second team. Escott 4. He also went with Mauro Giannis, as they say.
Giannis Akatempo.
How many times am I going to mispronounce that?
Giannis Akatempo.
Antetokounmpo. Anthony Davis, 30.25 at the half. Not bad. Westbrook, 38.5. Both those guys, though, need to step up. Grievous Vasquez did absolutely nothing in that first quarter.
And there's something that's so disheartening about that is that making that call was such a key call once Lowry's out. And now...
So he put, in that lineup, he put Lou Williams, Grievous Vasquez, and Amir Johnson, and Michael Beasley. And combined, those guys have 15.75 points.
Yeah, but Lou probably just hit the court. I mean, the first quarter just ended. He probably hit the court 2 minutes ago.
But
I bet he's been on the court.
Grievous and Beasley. I mean, Beasley, it's 5.5 minutes left in the third. So
yeah, that's not okay. Well, I didn't see that portion.
So,
but here's the thing: is it possible that because of the low ownership of Anthony Davis, if he continues to go nuts and scores 70 points, it might not matter.
Right.
It's slim, but it might not matter. You can have one player kind of go bust and still at least make top 3.
Yeah.
You say, and that's nothing to shake a stick at.
So yeah, we have just looking at some of these players. I'm looking at Vernon Wells' team right now.
It's kind of common here right now.
He's got Waiters, James, Zaza, and Chris Paul. Chris Paul at 24.5 in the second quarter, so pretty good.
Did we mention anything yet about the fact that Vernon Wells? Have we even told them that Vernon Wells is in this field?
We did.
Maybe I must have blacked out for that portion.
Yeah, I guess so.
I wasn't paying attention.
So yeah, Vernon Wells in the field, former baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
I think we mentioned it in the pregame.
I was probably off in my own.
It's okay.
I was doing my own thing.
So Vernon Wells
very
is
self-absorbed
in the field,
Dave.
and something that someone I have played in DFS in the past. So
how'd you do?
I played him. Like, he
Right.
was the guy that I put in my roster.
Oh, I thought you played him.
No.
Okay, I got you. You're saying you have used him as a player on your team.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought you meant you played him as a DFS player on. Of course, you may have done that too. He's probably been in a tournament that you've been in.
Yeah, like we played in some high-stakes tournaments together. Kawhi Leonard up to 40 points, so big.
So is right now Kawhi Leonard the big dog of the day?
Yes, he is definitely the big dog of the day.
Big man on campus.
Taking a look at the scores, Cleveland, Milwaukee now tied. 28 seconds left in the third quarter. Miami and Oklahoma City, 59-50. Oklahoma City over Miami with 5 minutes left in the third.
And Cleveland tied it up.
A 17-point game with the Spurs and the Hawks. So the Hawks, again, need to make some room there. Pelicans up by 3 at halftime on the Clippers.
That's right where you want to be. Close game. Keeps Anthony Davis out there.
Yeah, you've got the Raptors and the Knicks at 27-23. And you've got one more game, or three more games. 3 more games?
The slate's a little kooky because of.
No, we got 3 more games. We got Washington, Sacramento. We've got Boston and Detroit.
And Denver, Orlando.
So after those, we'll have all 3 ownership percentages. Still a lot of basketball left.
And that's when things are really going to start kicking up in here. Because right now, it's quiet. But it's quiet because you really don't know what's going to happen. It's hard to look through all the lineups and look at everything and start trying to calculate, well, if this guy does this, if this guy does that. You got to wait until you get to that last game, last few games to kind of start figuring that out where you're at. And then you're going to start hearing this room go crazy. Every single shot is then going to be that, could be that $1 million shot, that $1 million steal, that $1 million block, that $1 million assist.
You're on fire.
I am on fire.
Going crazy with $1 million.
Because I can. This is the part where I have fun. Because, like I said, I'm a stand-up comic. You guys start talking statistics and going back and forth, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, yeah, sure, yep. But when I can just kind of free flow and just do my thing, so to speak.
Yeah.
Since we're using street lingo now. You had said cray before.
Right.
Thang. When I can roll and throw down my lyrical comedic skills, if you will, that's when I get happy.
We got Goulet. Goulet?
Sure, it's not Goulet.
Goulet. It's
Goulet.
Goulet.
Goulet. That's French.
He has Westbrook, Quincy Pondexter, Duncan, and Ajinka. One of those guys that, with a lot of players left. He still has 4 players left.
Goulet is French for sexy ghost.
Is it really?
No, but Goulet.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, 55% on Duncan. They have got to keep it close. The Hawks have got to keep it close.
Yeah, and
Millsap, a lot of heavy ownership percentage. That 15% on Kawhi Leonard. Like, that game has got to keep close for those people to want to stay in it.
Well, I wish I could see. When you're doing this, you can't watch the games and see exactly what the tempo is and how things are going.
Right.
But I wonder why they're doing so poorly.
It's now down to 14 points with 2 minutes. So
okay, so the benches can maybe get it done.
And both teams have pretty strong benches, but if you're the Hawks, you definitely hope that your second team can make it to where as close to where they're coming down to the wire and that everybody's playing at the end.
That actually doesn't bother me anymore as far as like Smiddle's chances or anyone that has San Antonio, only because it was just 20, and you're right, now it's 14, and Atlanta's one of those teams that can jump on you, so they'll probably play their starters. As long as it stays like right around there, they'll continue to play their starters.
And Kawhi Leonard is going to be fine. Like, he's going to get minutes regardless. Tim Duncan's the guy that you have to worry about being rested. But
what is he, 100 years old now?
If you look at his salary, he needed 35 points, and right now he's at 36.75.
Mm-hmm.
So he's already kind of above value.
Everything he gets now is just adding to the tick, tick, tick.
Right.
But here's the thing, and maybe you can better expound on this, because I'm new to daily fantasy sports in general. I started during MLB season last year. When you see that you have a player that's 50% owned, do you kind of not care what he does? On some level, you know what I mean? It's kind of like 50% of the field's got him, so...
And I have that player?
And yeah, you have that player.
Okay,
here... It's kind of like, I'm with all those people. He's going to do well, he's going to do not well, it's kind of
But here's the thing. Here's what some people don't really understand, especially like in cash games. I'm more of a cash game player. I play a lot of double-ups, a lot of 50-50s. If a guy is 80% owned...
forget about him.
No, you don't.
Really?
Because there's 20% of the people that do not have him. And so, like, there is definitely, so if you've got one guy left that's 80% owned, if you're even close to cashing, there are certain people that does not have that guy.
Right.
So the guy goes off, like, you're still good. So, like, each percentage point helps.
Right.
And even the guys that are high owned. So, like, Duncan being 55% owned, if I'm part of the 55%, I'm wanting as many Duncan points as possible.
Right.
And then those other guys I want to also come up. So, yeah, but as far as percentage owned, even if a guy is 75, 80% owned, in cash games, you still want that guy to go off. And it is going to matter somewhat because 20%, 25% will not have him.
Well, okay, how about this? Once that guy goes off like a Tim Duncan and has reached his value and is going to exceed it, at that point, do you kind of stop looking at him? Because everyone that's up there has that guy.
Right.
You got to start paying attention to your other guys. That's where the differential is going to be. Tim Duncan goes for 50 points. Someone that has Tim Duncan on their team is going to win the thing.
Right.
So at that point, I'm going, okay, well, Tim Duncan's done. I don't have to pay attention to really what he's doing anymore. Let's go look at what Beasley's doing and if he can get me a couple of little last-minute threes to separate me from the other people that have Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
So... look at LeBron.
I know. I was about to say, LeBron James is up to 38.75 on his way past 50, and 7 people have him. So 7 people are doing this dance that you're doing now.
I'm busy right now. Just give me a sec.
Is this the Ric Flair?
Yep.
Okay.
It is the Ric Flair.
You want to do it?
I'm done.
You want to do it?
Do I want to do the rest of the Ric Flair? I don't want to get hit in the chin. No, I definitely want to get in the chest. Although it might help my throat.
I was offering you to do it to me.
It might loosen. I can't hit you, Dave. You're lovable.
We always did it in college. There's a thing we did. Like when someone wasn't paying attention, we would just go.
Yeah, that hurts.
Woo!
That hurts. I don't like that at all. The knife edge chop.
Yes. Oh, Ric Flair. It's crazy how Ric Flair's now like a motivational speaker. And he talks to teams.
I'll tell you this much: he's very motivational in the light of that he doesn't give up. He definitely doesn't give up.
LeBron is not giving up. They're up by 4 now. He's got almost 40
They've
fantasy
come back.
points.
They started out that game down a ton.
Yeah.
And now they're coming back. And you know what? All those points are probably going to go through LeBron. He's obviously heating up. He's going to keep hucking them.
Yeah, you've got 25% of the people on Steven Adams. He's got 18 points. Also, Jay Crowder is starting. We talked. I think he's 25% owned. But as a guy, we talked about how messy that option was. Jay Crowder's starting for the Celtics, and his percentage owned, he's the 4th or 5th highest guy at 30% owned. So 30% that took him with him starting. We've got a lot of basketball left.
I've got a this is completely, it's not off topic at all, but this is just a very strange hypothetical, break the monotony of this question. Okay, so when a team, let's say that, Boston's been really hot lately, or, Miami's been really hot lately, or so, and, so on and so forth. Do you think that geographically, where it is you're from season to season, factors in to how well you do that season. Meaning, people from Cleveland that they're Cleveland fans. They're going to play LeBron more so than anyone else is going to. And if he has those seasons where he's scoring many points consistently, they're going to win lots of things.
I don't think it matters except for one sport.
Which one?
Football.
Football?
With your quarterback, guys that you don't really think are good. But maybe, like I've noticed in the past, there have been times where even in college football, like local guys will play their quarterback, and their quarterback just keeps on going off. One of the guys that keeps going off. So other than that, I don't think that geographically it comes into play.
Well, I tend to not play a lot of West Coast guys, and it seems like the West Coast guys, or usually come an East Coast guy, are usually the guys that score the most points, which is foolish, and I know it shouldn't matter. But when you hear the names more, those are the people that if you're a novice and trying to get to know during that learning curve, you end up picking the names that you recognize. Now, granted, no one here's a novice, but in theory, I do think if you're sitting there, even as a professional, and you're on the fence between two guys, I think the guy closest to your hometown sometimes, even though you might not realize it, makes it in that lineup.
Yeah.
All things being equal.
I can see it. So if you're just now tuning in, this is DraftKings TV here at the DraftKings World Championship.
At the Aria in Las Vegas.
And at the Aria in Las Vegas. We're live in location where someone's going to be winning $1 million. We're talking to a lot of guests. I'm sure we're going to have an interview up here soon. After we break, we're going to show you a guy that's got 3 entries. I saw one of his entries not doing too well, so hopefully his other 2 entries are doing good. But our buddy David Epstein, it was a fun interview. I interviewed him. We'll break. We'll show that interview. We'll be back after this. We'll get some more interviews live on here. So stick around. We're kind of at halftime.
Yeah, everything's really at a low right now, but that'll give us a chance to recharge our batteries.
Yeah.
Grab some food or something, and then get right back into it.
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Let's do it. Awesome.
We'll see you in a sec, guys.
What's up, everybody? This is David Kitchen, Soccer Dave, our latest interview, and this is with a guy that needs no introduction as far as live finals goes. I was fortunate enough to hang out with him in Atlantis as he qualified for 3 entries in the baseball tournament, and now he has 2 entries, one for basketball and one for hockey. The championship's going on in Vegas in March. Welcome to the interview series, David Epstein, a.k.a. BW5126. David, how's it going today?
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Going great. How about you?
Can I just say that you're looking good? Maybe it's the David thing going on. I don't know, but you're looking good, man.
Well, I'm sitting really close to hide my belly. So.
Samesies. All right, let's talk about basically you being double qualified. As people may not know, there are 2 different events going on in the same Vegas week. One is the hockey championship. One is the basketball championship. I didn't know you were a hockey guy, but I guess it makes sense if you're based out of New York.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not a hockey guy, and I think like most people, I took the NBA All-Star break to play a couple qualifiers, and luckily I played Tuesday and Thursday, and luckily I won on Thursday, so I really couldn't believe it. But,
yeah, well, I guess it was a good All-Star break for you. You didn't really take a break. You just went on to the other sports. Is there a sport on DraftKings that you do not play?
I don't play soccer or MMA.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
These 3 I play.
I'm sure once they get championships up, you will start playing those. So as far as like your strategy goes, like obviously you did well in Atlantis and had a top 10 finish. Again, qualified 3 different times, which is very hard to do. Now the hockey championship and the basketball championship. As far as the strategy goes, do you have like a specific GPP strategy? You don't have to share what that is, but like, do you have a kind of contrarian mindset, do you feel?
I think it's my mindset, and I wouldn't say it's specifically for GPP because I actually think it limits me sometimes in GPP because I'll take risks in my cash games also, and I'm just trying to come up with the best team possible, and if that's taking a risky guy, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. Do you think though that those like past tournament experiences are going to help you in Vegas as far as like you've kind of been there, done that? You have a strategy of what you're going to do while there.
Maybe it'll help me with the preparation day of, knowing when to make the team, how to make the team, how much research to do in advance or not do in advance. But in terms of strategy for being in a live event, I think it's just similar to every day, except with tougher competition. So I'm going to try not to psych myself out of it. Try to be like, I'm going to have to take this crazy player because everyone's going to be taking James Harden or Russell Westbrook. Like, no, you should probably still take James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Right. Understandable. As far as like, I mean, with basketball, yeah, like you have a pretty good grip on what's going on. You just said you're not a hockey guy. So does that mean you're kind of just going to go just say, kind of, let's let it ride and let's just make a lineup that could really just win it all?
I think with hockey, very strong possibility I try to do something like this. I mean, I see the other guys in hockey. I mean, there's a guy that won like 3 of the first like 6 qualifiers. Like, that guy's a hockey guy. I'm going to have to somehow come up with a lineup that's going to beat him. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do in hockey.
Are you a college basketball guy? Like, are you looking forward to kind of watching the March Madness games in Vegas?
Yeah, very much so looking forward to that. I used to be a huge college basketball guy when I lived in New York. And before Daily Fantasy existed, I used to have ESPN on and ESPN2, and I used to watch all the games and get very into it. But now I'm pretty much watching NBA and NHL every night. So I'm not as into it as I used to be.
All right. I mean, and that makes sense. So let's talk about basically call your shot. First for hockey, call your shot. Where do you think you're going to finish?
That's a tough call.
Where would you like to finish? Like, what would be a successful hockey venture for you?
Top 10 would probably be successful.
All right.
Hockey for me, it's like all about basketball. Hockey for me is like, it's like just playing with house money. Like,
right.
Whatever happens, like I didn't put that much money into the hockey tournament, so for the qualifiers. So it's just really it's going to be a nice pregame for Sunday.
Fair enough. Now call your shot for Sunday. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to finish? What would be successful for you in basketball?
Sunday, I'm shooting for a top 5 finish.
Okay.
I think there are guys very good in basketball that are better than me, but on any given night, I think I'm okay with my shot against them.
Yeah, stop.
Okay.
You're too kind. Thank you, David. All right. So very nice. I don't know if you can see behind me, but there is here. Maybe I can tilt up the camera. There are 4 Post-it notes behind me. Those 4 Post-it notes. It's a new contest for the interview series. There's 2 cash prizes, and there are 2 semi-embarrassing things, depending on what you are. So there is an orange, a yellow, a pink, or a blue. What would you like to choose?
I'm going to go pink because, like, I don't think you're going to put the embarrassing thing on the pink. You're going to assume people aren't going to pick that one. So,
all right, let me snag that pink, and you're right. It is a $50 certificate. The other one was a cash prize. The 2 embarrassing things. One was your favorite, or to do a touchdown dance, and the other was to sing a line from the Enrique song of I forget what the Enrique song was. I think it's I Can Be Your Hero, Baby, I'll Kiss the World.
Oh, okay, I know that song.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I got $50. I don't have to do it.
Of course you do. Final lightning round. Who is your least favorite player for Daily Fantasy?
Gordon Hayward.
Oh man,
that guy. Can't get him right.
I'm right there with you.
Won't be on my team ever, though. Last night it worked for me.
Yes. If you became a millionaire on DraftKings, your first purchase would be...
I want to say go to the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight, but I still have the tickets for that are going for, and I think you need to be more than a millionaire for that.
Fair enough. If you had one superpower, what would it be?
I think to teleport. I think Teleporting seems pretty cool. I could be wherever I want, whenever I want.
Any hidden talents?
Not really. Not really. Not that I could think of off the top of my head. Improv.
Yes, there you go. I mean, you just used it. If you could have DraftKings add any DFS sport, what would it be?
Any DFS sport?
WNBA, college baseball, indoor football, minor league.
Probably MLS.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and maybe they will. So very nice. That will do it for the lightning round. David, you have been an awesome person to interview, and I knew you would be. Best of luck as you go to Vegas. I will see you out there. We'll hang out, I'm sure.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Oh, very nice. Well, I appreciate you coming on the show, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort. And this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was arrival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow, we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here. Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
We just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, you know, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, And I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance. And I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. That's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a $2 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
Just make sure it's on your mouth.
What's up? We're back. We had a little bit of a break, coming back, checking the scores. But before that, we've got a very special guest on.
Very special guest.
Not you.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Max Dallert. You might recognize Max as the guy who wins everything. Max,
sick run
welcome.
You've been on.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so this is like people's, as far as like the community. This is probably like one of the first interviews that you've given.
Yes.
So appreciate you being on with us.
No,
Thank you.
I feel like I had a hell of a run, but normally I kind of keep on the down low.
Keep it on the DL.
Yeah.
You have had quite the run.
Yes.
And you are very hot right now, I guess
Yes.
will
Well,
say.
hopefully it'll continue through
yes.
next 4 hours or so.
Is this your first like live final, like being at the event?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been here since Wednesday?
Yes, Wednesday.
And this,
the mic closer.
describe like how you have, like your experience so far, as far as the live event, all of this stuff. You're a all sports type of guy, so I'm sure that you had some interest in the college basketball games.
Yes. No, it's been amazing. Vegas during March Madness is fun, and everything that DraftKings put up. It's been sick. The setup is amazing.
Yeah.
And
we this is definitely a pretty cool setup. definitely upgrading from where we have been. As far as like creating your team, did you feel like any sort of pressure? I mean, you've been really hot right now. Did you feel any sort of pressure creating your team today?
No, I mean, I try to keep the same process that's been working for me recently. So pretty much did the same thing, and hopefully it works out for the best.
Now, I had asked you before what your best sport was, and obviously now you're going with NBA because you've had such a hot run.
Yeah.
But what's your favorite sport? What did you start playing? When you started playing DFS?
I played college football. That's one of my favorite sports to watch.
Okay.
Played some football. Now basketball is really kind of
But now
taken off for me.
Yeah. Now you're the biggest NBA fan on the face of the planet.
Yes. It's always more fun when you're winning. So.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, I told Max that 2 years ago during college football season, he was like my arch nemesis because he was so good in football. Same as CSU Ram was my arch nemesis when I first started with college basketball. But hey, we're all friends here. I want to talk though about your lineup. Chris, stop. I want to talk about your lineup. You've got Duncan going. And that's it.
Yeah.
So you're playing like the waiting game.
Yep.
Yes.
You, the news with the Pelicans, the Raptors news with Lowry.
Yeah.
Did that ever come into play as far as your lineup goes?
A little bit. I mean, I try to keep the same. So I guess with the no late swap, I think the Lowry news came out right after
like
lock.
a minute after, yeah.
So, I mean, that would have affected things if I had known that. But
yeah.
I mean, you're sitting in a
I'm just kind of waiting out. Hopefully the Nuggets don't rest anyone.
I mean, you've got 40. How many points does you got? 40 points out of Tim Duncan, and nobody else has taken the court yet. So you've gotten more than enough value out of him.
Yeah,
so you're one of those people that can come from. You're in 39th because you only got one player going. Next thing you know, boom, all the way up to the top.
39th second. This is
Right, you only got one guy.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, I think that team is in a good position.
I mean, there are people that might be like, "Oh, we got this," and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, from the depths.
Listen, I've finished second to last in a live final before. It's not fun. But you've got lots of minutes left. And in fact,
got all the minutes
I
left.
think the Lowry news might have saved some people. Only one person, Ganondorf, is on Lowry. He's also the only person on Anthony Davis. Lowry has 4 points at the half, 4 fantasy points. Not Lowry. Grievous Vasquez has 4 fantasy points at the half.
Yeah.
So one of those things where that no late swap probably saved a lot of people because I feel like a lot of people would have got on to Vasquez if that was the case.
Yeah, no.
Which would have been an epic fail. Yeah, that would have been terrible.
So with these late games, what's the game that you're cheering for the most?
I'm on the Nuggets and Celtics. So those two.
Yeah.
I think they'll be relatively low owned. I think Lawson will be pretty popular.
Yeah, we have ownership percentages actually.
Yeah, sorry.
So
I didn't even look at them fully.
No,
So what is Lawson at?
This is from the DraftKings people. They've given me Lawson is at 20%.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so only 8 teams have him.
And I have him on both of my teams. So
so that's 2 of the 8. I think Al has him.
Al has Lawson
as well.
Smizzle.
I think Peter.
Yeah, big on Lawson too. So Lawson is at 20%. You've got Jay Crowder at 30%.
Yeah.
Fareed at 25%. Pressey at 22.5%. Reggie Jackson at 25%. Avery Bradley at 22.5%.
Hey, look at me.
Your boy Avery.
By the way, can we just take a quick second to say how well LeBron James is doing? If I said nothing else correct this entire time, LeBron James is crushing it.
I know that my team though has Teague with LeBron, so that's kind of
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
One's doing great, one's doing not so great.
All right, so you've had just an unbelievable, really season, especially last month.
That weekend.
Yeah. You love baseball though.
I love baseball. I mean, I go from an analytical perspective.
Right.
So baseball.
Are you going
those tools?
Are you going to try to qualify for the baseball live event?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, I'll try to play the same amount. If it happens, it doesn't happen. But I'm not going to kind of double down or put more entries than I normally would if I haven't qualified.
I don't think a live event would be the same without Max Dallert.
Hey, I mean, he's kind of spoiled us.
I mean, from what I've heard, once again, I'm new to it, so I'm learning, a little bit about you. But from what I've heard about just your success over all the sports, especially during this NBA season, I mean, when you're locked in, you're locked in. So,
Well, and this is a star-studded event. So you already know Peter, but like talking to these other guys.
Yeah, it's great to meet.
Yeah, Wiggins, Kobe for MVP, all these guys that you're in games with. Is it like, describe your experiences as far as meeting these people?
No, it's been great. Everyone's been really nice, and kind of all keep our own secrets to each other, that process. And I think
can't talk too much to the enemy.
Yeah, that's expected, but you can kind of share. I mean, it's all been interesting, and these people all successful, so it's good to kind of meet them, put the faces behind you see.
And also similar backgrounds as far as like, this is what most of those guys you're talking about do for a living, and kind of what they do, so you can kind of relate as far as how you can do, or the process that you go through. And stuff like
exactly.
That. Yeah,
especially like the mental aspect of it's kind of tough.
Yes.
And years can be a hell of a swing between.
It can take years off your life or put many years on it.
Yes.
The stress.
But
again, Max Dallert joining us. Max, one of the more profitable players, to say the least.
Understatement of the season.
Just a crazy star-studded event here. When you looked at your team, when did you like realize that you were going to be like sweating at the end and like catching up?
Well, like at this to right now?
Yeah.
When Duncan does on both teams now that and no one's really gone off. Dragic was pretty high owned. Westbrook is putting up a Westbrook game, but he's not. I think 65 is what you kind of expect. If he was above that, you'd kind of feel. And I was surprised it's actually that low owned. LeBron going off. But it's not.
But you kind of braced yourself from playing from behind, kind of.
Yeah. The no late swap though is kind of because I play mostly on DraftKings, and you always kind of take advantage of the late swap.
Was that part of the strategy? And I mean, obviously you're going to play who you think has the best opportunity to score points and get you to the top. But considering the late news, no late swap, I feel like a lot of people probably did go with the early games they had information about. Was that part of your strategy too? Get into the late
not
games?
Really. I mean,
really?
I kind of things like Evan Turner versus Avery Bradley. I probably would have played Evan Turner in both, unless I needed differentiation. But now you kind of have to. You don't want to be on both players. But I mean, both my teams are kind of looking decent. So one on the other, I guess, was good strategy. To see.
Well, it could be fun playing catch up. I mean, if you had to choose like being in front or playing catch up, what do you think is more fun as far as an emotional standpoint?
I think playing catch up. I think when you see the money there and then you start losing it, it's a lot different than. But you kind of keep that out of your thought process because you don't want to do what I guess is exciting when you're playing for, and you want to kind of do what you think is going to win, regardless of.
When I play that way, I prefer to root for my players to score to get there, as opposed to rooting for every other player to not do things. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm rooting for now.
Right. Yeah. You're like, you're on the front end of it, but after that, then it's just ding, 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 ding up the. I think you're going to be dangerous. I think you're going to be really dangerous.
Well, Max, I'm glad I got you, or we got you on for this interview before.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to do it now rather than
leave you alone
before the craziness starts, and it should be an interesting last 2 hours.
That's hopefully.
Everybody's going to be people are going to be up top. People are going to be playing catch up. So it's going to be a fun last 2 hours for us. Hopefully, it's a fun 2 hours for you too, playing catch up. So Max Dallert. He is on Twitter. Do you want to give your Twitter handle?
I mean, it is my username.
Okay.
I don't really tweet, so
he's got like one accidental tweet on there, but go ahead and follow him, because maybe one day he will tweet something else. And if Love's Bases is a regular Twitterer, you can be a regular Twitterer.
Well, maybe you have to keep in touch with some of these guys I've met here. Might be a tool. So.
Awesome. And that's what's great about the events, and it's what's great about having you on here is everyone kind of got to meet you. So appreciate you coming on. I know you got a lot going on.
Yeah, thank you. Because we know you don't like to be on the limelight, so thank you very much.
So kind of very nice. We're going to take a quick break. After this, John Aguiar going to be on with us. So quick break. Thanks to Max Dallert. Stay tuned. DraftKings TV. We'll be right back after this. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. And we're back just off a quick break. Got done interviewing Max Dallert.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The king.
You have to follow that up.
By what, like winning millions of dollars, or?
Let's just focus on the interview portion now. We'll worry about that portion next.
All right.
So Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here.
Christopher Colosi.
That's
and me.
John Aguiar, and I said off camera, John, you were looking look at the
Sunday best.
Dapper.
The Sunday best.
You're looking
buttons,
dapper.
The patch, you're like the DFS Don Draper right now.
I like it.
I'm going to start using that one on Twitter. That's going to be my new description.
If Tommy can call himself the Wolf of DFS, you can call yourself the Don Draper of DFS.
That has some other implications around the office that I don't know if I'm ready for, but,
Yeah.
I'm going to need a drawer full of alcohol and disappear for a month at a time.
Yes. You're a Mad Men fan. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
I never got into that show.
You never got into Mad Men?
No, I never got into Mad Men. I like Walking Dead and
I'm trying to think of who.
It's too realistic. Not enough zombies.
I like a lot of. I can't say the word I was going to say. I like a lot of nonsense. Put it that way. I had to censor myself mentally in my series.
I'm trying to figure out who you would be on Mad Men. I can't figure
out. Well, I don't know. I can't offer.
I got my Don Draper drink with me.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You're looking nice. All right.
Is there a character that doesn't want to be on Mad Men? Like a character doesn't like it?
You're me. You're like in the stomach of one of the characters.
That's perfect. That's me.
You're a baby. So, John, moving
on.
John, this is a pretty incredible setup that we have. You were there in Atlantis when it was just me and my laptop, and Peter's friends bring champagne and beer all over my laptop as he won. But we've come a long way in a short time as far as events go. Talk about just how these events kind of shape the DFS industry.
I mean, we've come a long way from the $5,000 MLB Clash. So I still can't believe we're here, and this is just early 2015. I really never thought the industry would be here at this point. I saw big things for fantasy when I got involved early on, but this is absolutely incredible. We're awarding $1 million in NBA now. In my life in the gaming industry, I've seen a lot of incredible events, and I saw the poker world, really burst at the seams and blow up. But this is something completely different. I feel like this is accessible to everybody. And we've been seeing a lot of messages on Twitter and stuff, and people have been writing in how do I get out here next year?
Yeah.
or people that have been in Vegas, like DraftKings customers that just stopped by and seen the room, and they're just in complete awe of what this is. Like March Madness is the greatest sporting weekend of the year.
And what a great weekend to do this too.
And just for a lot of people that are here, they're not going to win $1 million. For the guys that were here for hockey yesterday, like only one guy got 100,000. But pretty much everybody I've talked to has said they've had such a great time out here. It doesn't matter. You get to be out here, make new friends, race Lamborghinis, go golfing. You're staying at a beautiful hotel. You're in the middle of the action in Vegas during March Madness. When it all comes to shove at the end, if you don't win, you still get a great story to go home and talk about. You still get some money. You still made some new friends and did something you would have never otherwise done. So that's really, really cool. And I think it's going to be even more cool to see where this is at in 1, 2, 3 years now. At the rate this industry is growing, when these prize pools start hitting 8 figures, we're making multiple millionaires at a time. And I'm in awe of it, basically. Tori and Corey and the staff here at the Aria, and everybody at DraftKings who's
Chris Colosi.
Chris Colosi.
Don't forget him. He's vital.
Everybody here from soup to nuts. All the people that are back at the DraftKings office or watching at home, the developers that put together our site and make it run the way it does, and our creative team and our UX people, our marketing guys who get all these customers to play these events, our product operations team that puts together this grueling series of contests every day, puts them up on the site, sizes them, makes it work. There's 150 people that make this happen, not just the dozen or so of us that are here, and I think that's really important to remember.
All right, so I have some questions about the tournaments in the future. Like, DraftKings has continued to just push the envelope, and really, that's why DK is here and in the position that it is in. And you take a look at this, and no one has even thought about doing this before. DraftKings did, and we also had the Atlantis tournament in the Bahamas. Talk about the tournaments, though, as far as the future of tournaments. I'm talking about how many contestants do you see these like topping out at? Kind of like, do you think a live event could handle like 100 people?
We've talked about that, and 100 maybe, but personally, I don't know if we ever want to go above that. We may. This may be a ballroom someday with 400 people. Who knows where this industry is going? But I think in the near term, I think it's important to have a small-ish field. So you recognize all the faces, so everybody gets to have their personalized experience. Maybe it's 60, maybe it's 80, maybe it does get to 100 at some point with a bigger sport like football or a sport like baseball where you have a longer season. But I think we've received a lot of input that these 25, 50, 40 person events are really in the sweet spot. So I think you'll see us continue to operate in that general area.
What about the individual sports? Obviously, doing a hockey and a basketball championship, not one of the two big sports as far as baseball or football goes, but you also have college football now starting to take off. You guys did a lot for the college football stuff, and soccer. You guys are doing soccer, MMA. You're doing all these different events. So my question is, do you think that a live event is going to be standard for all these sports that you're offering?
We're continuing to expand. It's the fastest growing arm of DraftKings is our live experience group, and that goes far beyond just these championship events. You look at things like the Kentucky Derby, the UFC stuff we're putting together, our growing list of team and league partnerships. Like you said, the recent UFC partnership. There's just more and more of this stuff coming down the line. We just did the Tiger Woods Foundation partnership. We're going to be back here in 2 months at Tiger Jam with a bunch of customers having a great time.
Yeah.
People are going to meet Tiger Woods, play in a huge charity poker tournament.
And that's going to benefit his foundation.
Absolutely. It's for a fantastic foundation that puts kids through school that otherwise never would have been able to get into great programs.
Right.
It's something Tiger's very proud of himself. I've seen some of the work that they've done, and it's absolutely incredible. Those are great partners, and the Tiger Jam event that they put together in May is amazing, and you'll see satellites for that up on the site, I think, in a matter of weeks. We're moving. obviously there's going to be championship events for the other sports. I'm not going to promise you that we're going to have the college football event next year. We'd love to. We'd love to do something for golf. We'd love to do something for UFC, for soccer. Ideally, we're just running stuff like this every few weeks.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity to meet our customers. It's a great experience. It's a money can't buy, like, once in a lifetime experience for a lot of these people, and it really spreads the good word of DraftKings out to a lot of their friends and family back home. Actually, my favorite part about these is meeting the girlfriends and wives.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Seeing how they cope
they'll
with
be
it.
like, I didn't need, first of all, I thought this was a distraction. I hated this. I didn't think this was real. And it turns into, I'm going to let him have more time every day to work on his teams. This is great. I hope we can come back. So
one guy, Slewfoot, who was in the hockey tournament last night, he said, I'm thinking of taking a few weeks of MLB off. And his fiance goes, no, you're not.
No chance.
It came from being somewhat skeptical to really saying whatever you need for this. I agree, though. It's been awesome meeting the families and seeing like the unique situations and how life-changing this is. We got a question on Twitter. What's been the highlight of your week so far? That question for all three of us. So, Chris, I'll start with you.
For me, it has been honestly being given the opportunity to host this. Like, I've been saying that I'm a stand-up comic, and DraftKings took a chance on me and said, you know what, we like this guy, and we think that he can maybe offer something entertaining for the viewers, and it's a big opportunity. I'm in at the ground floor with an amazing company that does amazing things, and they didn't have to do that. Matt Kalish in particular, he's the one that contacted me, and I don't have to go into all the specifics of how we met, but the fact that they put me on a plane and got me here and are allowing me to hold a microphone and talk to you guys is the best part for me.
Yeah. John?
I'm very honored.
There's been so much that's happened this week. I really think it's just seeing what we can do as a team, really, to put something like this together. Like I was saying earlier, just from top to bottom, all the people that had to come together to make this. This was like a 9.9 out of 10. I'm going to give us some room to improve for the next one. But, this went so smoothly from day one to where we are now, to a few hours from now, handing out $1 million check and a belt to our last finalist and flying home tomorrow. And, we're all going to be tired. It's been 14, 15-hour days for some of us. Some of us been here since Monday making this happen. I think it's just we're all gonna go home with a big smile on our face, knowing that we did the best we could do and really took a big step up as a company in terms of putting on world-class events and growing the footprint of fantasy sports.
Yeah, definitely. You guys have just the bar and raised it. For me, it always was on my bucket list to come to Vegas for March Madness weekend because I've always been a college basketball fan. And I always took the day off of work, and I think it'd be awesome to come to Vegas for March Madness weekend. So that would have been the highlight until
you met me.
Yes, and Dr. J playing that's not the highlight of my weekend. That'll be a highlight of my life. Like every time I see Dr. J commercials, I can always say I played horse with that guy. And that's one of the things that DFS provides. John, no, you're a caring guy, humanitarian, philanthropy, all that stuff with the Tiger Woods Foundation. I love that stuff. And I love that also DFS can now make experiences like bucket list dreams come true.
It's more about just money,
Right.
And I think that's the direction this is all going in. It's just
right.
Yeah, you can win $1 million, you can win $100,000, you can turn $2 into $10,000. But I think the real future of this is a community where people can do things that they would have never done with their lives and remember it for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
And
very well said.
Yeah. I'm hoping that we can do even more of that as time goes on.
Last question. As far as you talked about a potential $10 million winner as far as these big tournaments. Do you see us getting to $10 million winner, or do you see it becoming maybe a flatter payout structure as these pools become larger?
Yeah, I think it's going to get flatter. I don't think that there's really much of a pressure for us to move to $2 million for first. What's the difference between $1 million and $2 million bucks, right?
$1 million.
Exactly.
Yeah. Your life's changed regardless of that. as these prize pools get bigger, I think you're going to see them get flatter. I think if this was $5 million, it would still be $1 million for first. Maybe maybe $1.5 million. I don't. But
that way, all the finalists, get a good chunk of change.
Right. Yeah,
Everyone gets life-changing amounts of money on different levels.
Yeah, exactly. It's like for some people, 25, 50, 75,000. That's a big difference.
College tuition. It's all kinds of things.
This guy. I wouldn't hate it.
Just qualify for one of these, Dave. Maybe you can get that life-changing money.
Then who's gonna host?
No, but that would be cool to see. The lower place monies be the same kind of money as some of the high dollar tournaments. Like the perfect game is like 20 grand. If 40th place could ever get to being 20 grand, and then it went up from there, that'd be incredible.
I think we're getting there as far as the flatter payout structures, and it's like you said, the industry is going to keep growing, and you guys have been really the industry leader as far as breaking new grounds and doing new stuff. And John Aguiar with us has been a catalyst for that. So next to the co-founders, John, you've been just an incredible guy to put all this stuff out. And I know you're shaking your head because you agree with me. So thanks to John Aguiar for joining us. John, appreciate you being on with us.
Thanks a lot, man. It's been great. You guys have been doing a great job with this.
So you're only saying it because it's true. We'll be right back after this. We're going to be taking a short little break, but don't you worry, because Ethan Haskell and Lynn Don Diego will be doing the halftime show. They'll be updating you with some news, including one team has someone that was scratched. And we'll let you know who that was after we come back after the break. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
What's up, everybody? We're back here at the DraftKings World Championships. A little halftime show break. The hosts are off at lunch. I'm back with Ethan Haskell here, and you may have seen us on the college basketball show, and I know a lot of our fans wanted us to come back and do a little bit more. So, Ethan, welcome back.
It's a dedicated audience, the fans that we have. It's small, but they're powerful. I like to think they're the most loyal of the fans, even if they're probably a little messed up in the head just for rooting for us. But how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. We had a nice little dessert spread for lunch, and to update on what's going on in the room, the finalists, not only are they watching the games and playing bubble hockey, they have had a lot of good food, and I know us in the DFS world, we like to eat, some of us. So we started with an omelet bar in the morning, that moved on to kind of a Chinese food sampler platter.
You skipped the sandwich making.
Sorry, excuse me. We had a pastrami sandwich bar, then the Chinese food, then the dessert, some cannolis, some brownies, things like that. So everyone's having a good time. We're kind of in the middle of the game slate. So what do you think of the action so far?
I think it's going to be really close. It's got all the makings of a really good finish. I mean, you got some guys on top that really don't have a dud in their lineup quite yet, which is going to make for an interesting finish because those guys are probably going to hold pretty strong. And then you have guys, they just talked with Dallert, 20 minutes ago or so on the show, and he only has one guy going in these first 5 games.
Right.
Got 3 games about to tip off. I'm really interested to see how it plays out because I think this could be one of the better finishes at a live final in recent memory.
So let's walk through the leaderboard. Why don't you walk us through who's on top? Who do you like right now to come make a late run maybe?
Yeah, so I mean you got Ganondorf on top, and he's sitting there. He's got a trio of entries in this thing, and he paired up Russell Westbrook and LeBron James, so he really had to save at the other positions. But he got those 2 in his lineup, and it paid off. He got 125 points out of the pair of them. That's a really good starting point for your team. And the downside is right now he's got Patrick Patterson in there, who about halfway through the third has only 4 fantasy points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. He's going to really need probably about 15-ish minimum from Patterson there. Just obviously a cheap play, but still going to need a little bit more value out of that.
So, like you said, this could be one of the closest finishes in history at a live final. We're here at the Aria in Las Vegas, but if you had to pick one place, a dream location for a live final, and this is a question from Twitter, where would that World Championship be hosted?
Ooh, a dream location. That's tough for me because, as you know, I hadn't traveled outside of the country until we went to the
parents' house.
That's can't be the basement.
No.
Can it be like the second floor? Like they finally let me out of the basement, and then that's my dream location. I get to spend a night in the second floor.
It has to be at a location that you don't currently live at.
Okay, so can't be my parents' house, and I'm not a world traveler because, as you know, I had not left the United States before the King of the Beach down in the Bahamas. That's tough. I don't know. I enjoy Vegas a lot. I've been here a few times now. I don't know if I could put that as my dream location though, because I've been here so many times. Maybe somewhere international. I'm thinking maybe like Ireland or something like that. That'd be a bad live final place, but it'd be a really cool place to visit. Somewhere I haven't been. So maybe I'm being selfish and saying I'd like to go down there for a little bit.
Fair enough. So we've been here for a couple days now.
Yep.
Walk us through kind of some of the first few days. I know we've talked a little bit about the excursions. Talk about how that went and what you were doing during all of that.
So yeah, excursions. I'm sure you guys have heard a little bit about that. There were some awesome events put on by Tori, Corey, the whole event staff here. Lamborghini driving, zombie paintball, golf. Pretty much the coolest things you can do in Las Vegas, not at a craps table. And I had the misfortune of getting the flu. So I spent 2 days lying in bed watching college basketball by myself, drinking water and not doing anything else. So that was a blast. And then when I came back and I finally started to feel better, my coworkers, such as Lendon over here, were too scared to go near me, so I had to go back to my room and hang out with some more.
Yeah, well, for those of us who weren't sick, the excursions and the other events were great, and they kind of built into this, and it's really felt like a vacation and made the finalists, relax, I think, a little bit before taking the stage today. And I'm referring to the stage because it's a lot of pressure to participate in a live final. I've been in a live final before, and I had a player scratched, and it wasn't a good feeling. But the events are still fun. And we just heard Randy Foy's out. Dave previewed that. So what have you heard about Randy Foy?
Yeah, so that's going to be on BW 5126. He's got Randy Foy in his lineup. That's a tough break. I mean, it's tough because, as we talked about earlier, the late scratches with the late swap in this situation, it's really hard to gauge the importance of the late swap versus people worrying about looking over your shoulders when you're making changes on your lineups and worrying about not coming down to the party and relaxing and enjoying this atmosphere rather than sitting up in your room and vigorously late swapping to get to improve your position or to fix out a player that's injured. So it's really a tough position and it's a tough break for him, and I definitely feel for him on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We have one more question from Twitter, and I'll throw this to you. So 82.5% of the participants failed to abide by apparently the number one rule in NBA DFS, and that's don't fade Russell Westbrook. Would you have faded Russell Westbrook if you were competing today?
So this is tough, right? So he's at 13,000 or a little over 13,000. He puts up 64, which is right around value for him. 13 is, Probably want closer to 70, but you'll take it, right? 64 points out of one player. It's so much money, and it's such a high percentage of your overall cap that I think I probably would have avoided him. And I think the biggest reason being the value at the point guard position tonight. You look at the point guards.
Norris Cole for you?
Norris Cole. You got Pressey, who's going to be a late option that's pretty popular. And then even just the next sort of tier where you got Lawson, and even just right below Westbrook and significantly cheaper is the John Walls, the Chris Pauls, guys that can put up 50, 55 on their own. And then you're 9 points back at Westbrook, and you saved yourself $3,000, and you're in a good shape to sort of spend up at other positions. I think, as hard as it is, because he's been unbelievable this season, I think fading Westbrook was probably the right call, even given the 64 points he's put up so far.
I would have had a hard time personally not taking Westbrook. I don't know if I could have trusted Norris Cole with this much pressure. It's easy for us to say it now. It's a lot easier to make the decision when we're looking at $1 million first prize. One guy I want to talk about, Vernon Wells. We saw he took Phil Pressey. I know you're a Celtics guy. I'm not sure Phil Pressey's very good at basketball. Can you talk Phil Pressey up a little bit? Sell me on Phil Pressey.
Okay, so I'm going to sell you on Phil Pressey by starting with Phil Pressey is not very good at basketball. He's not. It's a fact. But plays really, really, really hard because he's a small guy. He's got the Nate Robinson vibe. So, well, it might not really matter in terms of helping the Celtics win games or being on a winning team. Like if the Celtics were any good, he would not be on an NBA roster. But when he gets minutes, he works his butt off. He's going to get a ton of sort of those garbage points where he's fighting for loose balls, getting rebounds, steals, assists, and every once in a while he gets in and gets some scoring. So you look at the Celtics point guard situation, he's probably going to play 25 minutes tonight, min price. That's the sell on Phil Pressey right there. 25 minutes, min price. I could go out there and probably put up 18 fantasy points. Okay, maybe not me, but at least I could dunk on the rim the other night. If we want to talk about, if anyone's seen the Vine, Len tried to dunk on an 8-foot rim and got blocked by the rim.
Yeah, you can check it out on the DraftKings Twitter. There's been a few Vines taking advantage of my goodwill so far on this trip. We before the room was set up, and actually in the first few days, the finalists got a chance to play some basketball with Dr. J. There was a hoop set up in the room. It's not here today. And the hoop was not exactly 10 feet. There was some dunking going on. I threw down a couple vicious dunks, some really impressive dunks. I happened to sell a dunk and a fall for the camera. I got a little embarrassed. I may or may not have then lost a basketball game following it. But, I think the point we want to take away here is that there was a lot of fun things for the finalists to do. This is the first time I've ever seen a basketball hoop that you can dunk on at a live final. So for me, that's the takeaway. We're just going to forget about everything else that happened.
Yeah, so ignoring all of Len's embarrassing moments, it really was a lot of fun. This is before I got sick, so I had a blast. I was down here playing basketball with everyone. And it was that was even the night before, right? When we were doing the setup, it was before even anyone was able to get in here. We sort of got that backstage pass into looking into how this whole thing came together. And this is what you're seeing behind you in the shot is a conference room that we have turned into sort of a lounge of sorts, right? And it's amazing how we've gone from an area which I'm imagining is usually just tables and business people with, I don't want to say boring jobs, but less exciting than what we're doing here, into this. I mean, this is incredible. We got a bar, bubble hockey. The other day we had Pop-A-Shot in here, darts. Pretty much any fun childhood game you can imagine was here.
Do you have Pop-A-Shot and bubble hockey in the basement at your parents' house?
No, my parents don't let me have games. I'm only allowed to sort of do the crosswords by myself. I get a Sudoku book once a year, so I have to sort of bide my time with that. I get it's about 30 pages long, so I get a couple a month.
Yeah, if anyone out there wants to start a GoFundMe to get Ethan some games so he can have some fun in his parents' basement, feel free to start it. I'll contribute. So let's go back to our first tweet that I at Spetty asked that question about Westbrook. We're going to go into another tweet here at SBuchanan24. Who will be today's Marcus Colston? Now, Marcus Colston, a Hofstra guy, right? East Coast guy.
Today's Marcus Colston. I mean, so we're talking about, if I remember correctly, was he undrafted?
Going back to the King of the Beach.
Did he go undrafted?
He did go undrafted.
So if we're going with that, I think maybe we look at Phil Pressey as being that guy, right? The sort of under-the-radar, cheap value option that went undrafted. I believe Pressey went undrafted, and if he did get drafted, what a foolish pick by the Celtics. But I digress. But yeah, I mean that's the connection right there. We already talked about him. Undrafted, stud.
If you think about Marcus Colston, I believe he put up a dud 0 game at the King of the Beach. So we're looking at maybe potential. who's the landmine that hasn't yet played potentially for some of these finalists?
So you got blocked by the rim, and now I've had my embarrassing moment where I completely forgot what Marcus Colston did at the King of the Beach. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the guy who's the landmine, I mean, you look at a couple of guys. Norris Cole's really in that zone, in that range right now. He was struggling to begin with. He's in the fourth quarter. He had some foul trouble. He's coming around a little bit, but he's probably the closest thing we have to that right now as far as high-owned guys go. I mean, the really high-owned guys have done well, like Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan got off to a slow start, picked it up. Just quick run through the leaderboard again. We have Ganondorf sitting in first at 218. B. Fineberg right behind him. We have another Ganondorf entry in third place. Al Smizzle in fourth. BW, you've seen his interview. He's sitting in fifth. So I think we're going to have a good race. Let's talk a little bit about what to look for going forward. Victor Oladipo, what do you think there with Tobias Harris being out?
I mean, if you look at his production without Harris, it's been unbelievable all season. You can say the same about Elfrid Payton as well. But Payton's also a little more with Fournier and Green being out has been a little bit better. But yeah, Oladipo seems like a really good play that if you took that risk, and obviously Harris was questionable earlier, if you took that risk and sort of rolled the dice on Harris being out, Oladipo should pay off big for you.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about, now that we have you here and we're before the professionals get back, let's talk a little bit about DraftKings TV and the playbook. You've been editing the playbook on DraftKings. How's that been? What do you think the playbook can learn from the players out there? And if you haven't checked out the DraftKings playbook, go check that out now. There's tons of fresh articles every day. And Ethan, what do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, I think what it offers is a sort of insight into getting some quick ideas about who to play in your DraftKings contest every day, obviously. But beyond that, something we're really working out to build is more of an entertainment section where you can get some interesting takes on things that are happening around sports, and not just a straight sports article, but something that actually gives you a spin and a mindset that someone takes on that specific story, as well as a series of other things where we're going to be trying to get some stuff along the lines of teaching you how to play too, not just giving you a pick, but we want you guys and we want our players to know, like, what's the right thing to do here, what's the best approach, how do I best create a lineup. You know, there's some really basic questions out there that I think a lot of players have that need to be answered in a really simplistic way. And so we've put together a lot of really good writers, and we've been working on some big stuff that's probably coming in the next 2 or 3 weeks that I'm really excited about.
Yep, good to see. I think you can utilize, if you've been following along, follow the playbook. Some of the guys that are participating today are contributors to the playbook. So I think it's a great resource for everyone. Let's talk about the atmosphere in the room a little bit here. You know, I think some people are kind of going to make a late run at it with the late games. You have some people that are sitting on top that their games might be ending. What's your feeling right now? What is the vibe of the room? What are people thinking?
So the room has gotten surprisingly more like jam-packed in the last, even since we sat up here, right? So when about half an hour ago, and I mean, you can hear it, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but Al Smizzle just threw a little bit of a fit. I don't know what happened, but maybe a Jinsa missed something.
It looks like the Clippers Hornets game is potential for overtime. It's a 6-point game in the last minute. You know, a lot of people we thought would have Anthony Davis. Turns out he's only on one entry.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I mean, I know Dave and Chris talked a lot about Anthony Davis. I know Dave was behind Anthony Davis. Do you think that people playing for $1 million were a little bit hesitant to take someone like Davis?
So Davis is tough, right? Because he's been banged up all season, and there's been a couple times where he's been cleared to come back, and he's come back and played about 8 minutes and then gone back to the bench. So I think that's a big fear with people, is that, you know, he was going to get out there and he could play, and yeah, it's great that he was confirmed starting, but how many minutes is he really going to get? Is he going to be healthy the entire game? Because he hasn't really done that for a consistent stretch all season. So anytime you see an injury with him, for me, it's a jump off and just ignore as long as he's somewhat injured, and then once he's 100% back to doing Anthony Davis things, you get back on the Anthony Davis train.
Yeah. And do you think basketball more than anything kind of lends itself to being biased as a player? I know, you know, it's easy to get burned by a guy and say, hey, he's on my never play again list, or like you just pick people on the Celtics, and that never really works. So how do you approach going into a live final, an NBA final like this? How did the finalists kind of clear their head? Is it possible to clear your head and make a roster independent of your bias?
I mean, I'm still a firm believer that if you want to clear your head and make a roster independent of your bias, you're going to lose. biases, whether you realize they're there or not, are always there. I personally tend to let mine shine through a little bit more. Like you said, the Celtics, love playing the Celtics, even though it's just idiotic play every night. I could convince myself that Kelly Olynyk is going to have a big game against literally any opponent, and he might not have a big game for the next 2 months. So, I am very bad when it comes to biases and writing guys off forever. There are more guys on my blacklist than I have in my phone, and well, that's not saying much. I don't have too many friends. My parents got me one of those phones that only has the 3 numbers. It's 911 home, and I get one extra, and I use it for work. Call the work landline to let anyone know if I'm lost. So, but yeah, I let biases run my life, so I can't really contribute too much on that one.
Well said. So let's take a look at the guy in first place, Ganondorf. He was on earlier. He's had an amazing run this year playing on DraftKings in the tournaments. Let's take a look at his lineup. We know Russell Westbrook kind of hit value. He's one of the people to take Westbrook. Here's the thing here. He took Patrick Patterson, 2.2% owned.
Yep.
Is Patrick Patterson going to cost him $1 million?
That's the question right now, because that game is getting closer, and he's the guy that does play a little bit down the stretch there in replacement of Amir. So he could see maybe 7 more minutes out of the last 11, and you got to hope he gets you another 10 fantasy points. Otherwise, it could be the guy you're looking at cost you the $1 million, because under 10 and you're in trouble.
Yeah. I think if you're following along, the most interesting thing now to look at with Ganondorf in first, who has a nice position, is Patrick Patterson, because I'm not sure under 10 points is going to cut it. I think we might see someone come from behind there. So that's something interesting to look at. Now we're moving down to BW's in fifth, who has a bunch of player minutes remaining. He took Terrence Ross, who only has 13 points, so the Raptors struggling. What do you think of BW's entry, sitting in fifth now, but within striking distance?
Yeah, so he has the pair of entries, right? And we noted earlier that he's the one that has Randy Foye. So for his sake, I got my fingers crossed that this is not the Randy Foye team, because he does have the shooting guard locked there. I don't know. I can't really. If that's the Randy Foye team, that's really going to hurt. I got to feel for him. But Horford there at the bottom at 21 fantasy points, that could be the killer as well.
Yeah, he took Chris Paul, 7.5% owned. Nice game there.
Yep.
Some nice picks. But I think actually, like you said earlier, this is going to come down to a late run towards the top.
Yep.
So stay tuned. Things are going to start changing rapidly once we hit the late games. And I think the energy in the room right now, it's kind of the lull before the storm, I would say. I think we're going to see a lot of cheering and yelling as things are kind of happening, one by one as baskets are scored.
Yep.
So let's talk through it. Have you ever sweated out a big tournament? Like, what are you thinking? Are you just, if you're in first, are you just hoping every time down the court, like people are missing shots?
If I'm in first, I'm probably hiding. I'll go fetal position. I'll lock myself in the bathroom. I'll do something reckless. Maybe get into the vodka Red Bulls a little bit. Something dangerous, just because there's no way I could mentally handle it. But I think a lot of these guys, and something I saw earlier, was over half of the finalists here have been in this position before in a live final. So there's a lot of guys here who this is not their first dance. This is something they've done before. This is something they've seen before. So they probably know, you can't get too high, you can't get too low. Just sort of let it play out, and then we get to the last hour, you'll start to get a pretty decent feel of where everything's going to shake out, especially in NBA, a sport that moves so quickly where points just come, really fast.
Yep. So to update everyone, we have 3 games left to tip: Detroit, Boston, Denver, Orlando, Washington, Sacramento. So clearly there's going to be some movement there. Which game are you looking forward to kind of impact the live final the most here?
That's tough. Obviously I'm going to say the Celtics game because, it's the Celtics, but I think the Denver-Orlando game is probably the game that has the best chance of impacting this. You look at Oladipo, you look at, with Harris being out, there's some potential value there. I know no one took Maurice Harkless, but that was an interesting value play option as well. And then Elfrid Payton is a really popular play. Ty Lawson's going to be a pretty popular guy. I think Fareed is going to be on a few teams as well. So you're looking at maybe 5-ish higher owned guys in one game, so that's definitely going to shift the landscape a lot. And then biased, but the Celtics are going to be an intriguing team just based on all the injuries they have with Smart and Thomas being out. How do people, how does the situation with that play out? Is it Smart? Is it Bradley? Is it Turner? Which one is going to end up having the big game? Because I do think one of those 3 should put up a big number.
Yeah, I think the Celtics will probably be under-owned due to their kind of inability to be consistent.
To be good would be.
That's probably the word. So, a lot more to come. We're going to have Chris and Dave back on in just a few minutes.
So I got to cut you off, though, because I have one question for you. Our wonderfully good-looking producer, Robert Hansen, not related to Chris, but kind of related to Chris Hansen. He's been asking us in the years here if we could discuss a little one-on-one game that happened in this watch room at the aforementioned basketball hoops. So I'm going to walk you through what really happened, and then I'm going to let Len take you through the sort of warped version of what happened in his head. So first off, Len gets out to a 5-0 lead by just bulldozing Rob, who's a little bit smaller than Len. He then falls apart because of what I'm going to describe friendly, just a little fatigue. That's being nice. He got a little tired. Rob starts draining threes, quickly catches up, then passes him, beats him 7-5. Len, here's your version. Warp it as much as you can.
There are no versions here. There's only the truth. And, being on a news broadcast, I don't want to go all Brian Williams here, but I'm just going to stick to the facts. I got challenged to a one-on-one game, and being a daily fantasy player, my sports days may be behind me, but I still feel like I can contribute out on the court. Rushed out to a 5-0 lead, and mind you, we had consumed some pizza, some dessert, some appetizers. It was all very good. I had an iced tea. I had also pulled my hamstring because the seats at the table were very close together. Was feeling a little bit uncomfortable. I was playing in jeans and a flannel shirt. Jumped out to a 5-0 lead. We were actually playing on a rim that wasn't regulation size, so it benefited jump shooters.
Okay.
There were a couple other factors in play. I also had a cavity.
I was waiting for that one to come up because that's my favorite.
I got to tell you that the cavity started bothering me a few days ago, and it impacted my play. And at the end of the day, I wanted to let Rob win. It's sometimes nice to do things for people that are less fortunate to you, and I think that gets lost. And we're playing for $1 million, charity, things like that. I'm a good person. I deserve good things to happen to me, and that's the motto I think that I'm going to take out of this game. I lost the one-on-one game, but I felt like
you gained Rob's spirit. He's a happier person because of it. He's got a little bit to brag about.
Exactly, and if the rim was regulation size and I didn't have the cavity, I'd probably win the game. It's neither here nor there. So we're going to move on from that and pretend like it didn't happen. So we're getting down to these last 3 games tipping. We're going to have the host back. So get your questions in. Subscribe to DKTV on YouTube. Make sure you stick with us. It's going to be really exciting. Ethan's already called it the best finish in live final history. So any kind of closing thoughts for our halftime show? Was this better than the Katy Perry halftime show?
Definitely better than the Katy Perry. Probably not better than the Janet Jackson. But, if you want, we can make it better. But Ben might actually jump on the stage here and tackle me. Thanks for joining us. Hope you liked us. And if you ever play Len in basketball, don't forget to bring your dentist to check if he has any cavities.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. This is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the 2 finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio. Talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort, and this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception, so people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKings TV for more coverage throughout the week.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here. Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
We just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
We've also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, you know, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the 2 finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio. Talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. What's up, everybody? Did you miss us? Because we're back, baby. It is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen, joined by
Christopher Colosi. At Choke on Funny on Twitter.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a break. We brought in some of the bench players.
We did bring in some of the bench players. Did you happen to hear Len's whole story about his cavity and that he lost to Rob at the game of basketball because he had a cavity?
Len told a cavity story?
He told a cavity story.
Oh, gosh.
He told a cavity story. I would like to say that I actually am undefeated against Rob at things. I beat him in sumo wrestling, and I'm a better indoor skydiver than him. So I don't know what Len's excuse is, but I'm 2-0 against Rob at stuff. So,
All right, well,
just saying.
So you know what I did?
What'd you do?
There's been a guy, he's like kind of in charge of the room. He's like, you've got to, oh, there he is over there. He said, you've got to get a massage. I'm like, I can't, don't have any breaks. But he saw that I was on a decent break, and he said, okay, we're going to get you a massage.
You got in there and got massage.
I did. It was the first massage that I have received since a honeymoon almost 5 years ago. I did a couples massage.
Do you not like, I don't like my back being touched. I got to think about that. You can touch it to touch me, but to have my back rubbed. I don't know what, I don't like it.
Yeah,
I'm Italian, so I think I'm hairy and I feel insecure. That's some information, for everyone at home.
I am the exact
about my back
opposite.
hair.
I will wake up my wife and say, scratch my back.
Oh, the chick that I'm seeing likes to have her back scratched. But the thing about the back scratch is she's kind of like a dog with food, not in how she looks. She's beautiful, but when a dog is eating food and then the food's gone and the dog's like, "Where's the food?"
Right.
She can never have enough.
Yeah.
So it's hours of just this.
Yeah. Okay. So and I can relate. I have my back scratched, but I did have a couples massage. Pro tip: you don't take off your clothes in front of the masseuse at a couples massage.
Okay.
They actually walk out the door and wait for you to.
They tell you undress to your comfort. Right. And that's when I put on a sweater.
Right. So they stop me right before I really embarrass myself. But anyways, back to this massage. That lady hurt me.
See, I also, in addition to not liking my back touched because of the weird whatever, I don't like my back touched, I'm very fragile.
Yeah.
I'm a fragile person, and they always want to get in there and and I don't want that. I don't need that.
Maybe it'll feel good. It'll feel better later, but that lady...
So you're on injury reserve now.
She hurt me.
You went to go relax, and now you're back and you're in pain.
Yeah, but I do feel a little bit more relaxed. The guy next to me, though, Ganondorf, is in first place.
Okay. So he's real relaxed right now.
First place and third place. So he's currently sweating a little bit with first place. This is one of the Westbrook teams, Westbrook and LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Green with 31.25 points. Patrick Patterson, kind of a sexy play, just got another assist. He's got 15 points, so he needs some more love out of Patrick Patterson. And then he has Phil Pressey, who's Mensal, going to be the point guard option for the Celtics with Marcus Smart being out. And Jay Crowder, who's going to be a pretty popular option. Zaza came out on fire
and then
did nothing the second half.
And you have no idea how many times I've seen that happen. You have a player and you just assume they're going to keep going and going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, but see, that's not that uncommon. I've noticed that a lot in NBA for some reason. A player will start off real strong, and then I guess they give him more of a rest, or they switch up who's going to be taking the shots, because then they start guarding that player, more so because they're getting so hot and they're putting up so many shots. And so it's unfortunate. But another thing that's unfortunate is Alexei Shved.
Yeah.
Got hurt.
Yeah.
He left. So anyone that had him.
Yes. That definitely that stung. We talked about Brad, the guy. He definitely had him in both of his lineups. And
that's part of the game.
Only four teams had him. He had two of those four teams.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got the Washington, Sacramento. Washington off to a hot start.
There we go.
But things are going to get crazy over the next 2 hours. Are you ready for this?
I'm very ready for this. We've got, Al Smizzle has John Wall. He's also got Lawson. He is in 5th place. He was my pick today. So he's got a chance to bump up the leaderboard. As we talk to Max Dallert, he's got everyone.
Right.
He's got 7 positions that haven't gone yet. So it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. And Ganondorf, he doesn't have, the high dollar guys because he spent up on them in the early games, but he does have 2 players going. He's got Jay Crowder and Phil Pressey.
Yeah.
So, anything can happen at this point.
And John Wall is
John Wall,
and 32.5% on him, 30% on Crowder. Like, people are going to be sneaking up from the bottom and playing catch up, and then now it's going to be like a culmination of everybody trying to hold their lead, people chasing. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a lot of people going, yes, score, get it in, and other guys going, no, miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So we'll have some more interviews for people, and we're going to be talking. A guy that I'm looking at, though, Vernon Wells in 13th, but he has a lot of minutes left. Like, if you look at everybody around him, he definitely has the most minutes left with 187. He went with Chris Paul, who got 56.75 points. Also had LeBron, Waiters, and Zaza. So he has Pressey. He has Anthony Tolliver, who 5 teams are on. And he's got Crowder and Wall. So he's looking good. Also, Big Apple, 2, 3, 4, 5. Had Westbrook and Morrow, who our buddy Al Smizzle has. So he's sweating Reggie Jackson, Jay Crowder, and Fareed. So that was a pretty interesting lineup. And then looking at some of these other teams, Goulet, a guy that I talked to. Goulet. Yeah. He's going to be on with us later, hopefully. He went with Karan Butler. He went with Karan Butler, and so that is definitely something that's going to be interesting. Let's take a look at some more of the bottom teams. Kobe for MVP had Denny Green, who went off, had Millsap that went off, and now he's hoping at the other guys. Like, even Terrence Ross for 17.25 did pretty well.
So I said the blowout game. They get extra minutes, and there you go.
It did pretty well. So now he's got Reggie Jackson. He's got Nene, Andre Drummond, Evan Turner, and John Wall. So he is one of these teams that is going to be coming up from the bottom. And I think we're going to have him up here for an interview here soon. Am I right? Okay, so he'll be up here soon. So we'll be talking... we'll be talking with him soon. Someone just tweeted me.
This is called vamping.
Someone just tweeted me. When did DK hire Rafi?
Rafi, you know what? I'm not. Let me tell you something. That's not an insult. That guy's hysterical, and I will take it. I will absolutely take it.
He is funny from the league. Rafi said, "I'll have to make sure that." Let me find.
I've gotten some very interesting takes on my presence here, and I love it.
Matthias Peters-Kroll said, when did DK hire Rafi from the league as Soccer Dave's sidekick?
That would be week 10 of NFL football season last year. That's when they hired me. I wish I was Rafi from the league. Guy makes a great living. He's hysterical. I've worked with that guy a couple times. He's a comic as well.
Really?
People don't believe. Like, someone actually said something to me. They were like, does Chris actually get paid to Shogun Funny actually get paid to be a comic? And I don't know if that was a knock at my comedy, going like, why would anyone pay this guy to be a comic? Or if it was an actual question,
Right.
Sometimes you get the haters out there. No, yeah, guys, I'm a stand-up. This is a little out of my element, so to speak, but I get paid to do stand-up, and I've worked with some great people. I keep name dropping, but
are you the Dennis Miller of DFS?
No, he's way smarter than me. All my jokes are about like dumb stuff. I couldn't talk politics to save my life.
Make sure you're using the hashtag DKWC. We'll read some of your questions, hopefully respond to them, and we'll see. One of the questions, does DraftKings have a statistical analysis of how efficient stacking is in tournament and GPP play? I don't think that there is that analysis as far as...
Are they saying in general, or are they talking about NBA?
I think they're talking about NBA, yeah. So it really depends on kind of what you get. We've had no overtime games yet.
Which is kind of shocking.
Yeah,
I feel like every night at least one game goes into overtime.
So those would be the game stacks that you would want. We do have some high-scoring games. We got John Wall, who just nailed a 3.
John Wall,
so
4-3.
with every shot that John Wall hits, you're going to hear people like
Smizzle.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to break for a second. We're going to show the Kobe for MVP interview, and then we'll be back with him live.
So we got back-to-back Kobe.
In person.
I like it.
Yeah, we got, like, he is the real MVP.
He is the real MVP.
Yeah, so we'll show this video or this interview of Kobe for MVP, and then we'll be back with the real MVP.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance. And I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. It's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a second $1 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
So that was the interview with Kobe for MVP, and we're back with the man, the myth, the legend.
Kobe for MVP.
You, the real MVP. Aton, also known as the people's favorite to win this tournament.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that, so yeah, I'll take it. I mean, it doesn't mean much in the end, but hopefully it means I'm going to win.
Right. So we're here with Kobe for MVP. He's the guy that won the NFL championship, and you were taken a little bit off guard as far as all the publicity, cameras in your face, everything. Like, you weren't ready for it.
Sure.
You feel like you're like a veteran now to these live events now, where you.
I don't know if I'd call myself a veteran, but at least I'm like a little more aware of what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, football, I think especially because it's not my main sport, I just wasn't really expecting to do that well, and so I wasn't really ready for what would happen if I did well, which was cameras all over the place, and yeah, it was definitely a crazy experience.
So talk about like life since that moment of winning that $1 million. Has anything changed?
Nothing real crazy has happened for me. Basketball is my main sport, so basically once I won football, I was really focused on finishing out basketball strong, and I've just kind of been focusing on betting more for basketball. Once basketball season ends, then I'll probably try to relax and take some time off, maybe do some traveling. But right now, it's basically just basketball full throttle.
Yeah. As far as traveling goes, because we talked about like you taking a break, you and the other guy, your team, Chedabisk.
Yeah.
And so, have you created kind of a bucket list of places that you want to go?
I don't have any real specific plans in mind. I have a couple weddings to attend, so I'll be going back east. I have family in the D.C., Maryland area.
Hit me up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm excited to go back home. Vegas, that's where I live. It's a nice place, but it gets a little tiring after a while. So yeah, we'll see. Mainly just focused on getting out of town and relaxing.
I'm talking about Fiji. You need to go to Fiji for a couple
there
weeks.
might be something like that down the road, but no set plans yet. And just seeing how basketball goes, and then I'll make my plans accordingly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You have any questions for me?
So your best sport is basketball, as you said.
Yeah, for sure.
When you won the football tournament, he was talking about the cameras and all that stuff. But to win, I mean, we have yet to talk to, because Pete hasn't been up here, and who's the other guy that won the $1 million before? Has he been up here for an interview yet? Remember there
no.
too?
Ray
So you're the only DK millionaire that we've talked to.
Sure.
So what's it like all of a sudden to see that influx of cash just pop up and I mean
it's incredible. And for me, basically I started playing DFS last basketball season. And I did okay, but football was really obviously with that big score where I had the huge bankroll growth. And yeah, it definitely, for DFS especially, it made a huge difference for me, because how much you bet every night is kind of a function of your bankroll and how much you feel comfortable losing and winning. And it definitely helps to have that huge prize. I can kind of handle the downswings a little better, and it gives me a lot more flexibility with the games that I choose to play.
Talk about the lineup construction, going through that process this morning. Obviously, you're later on your games, you're playing catch up now to these earlier games. You have the Kyle Lowry news, the Pelicans news. So, were you stressed at all creating your lineup?
I mean, there was a little bit of stress at the end. I think there was some news about the Pelicans, about Anthony Davis. He early on was probable, and then they said it was a game-time decision, and there was a little bit of uncertainty what they would do there. And, of course, Tyreek Evans was out. So, yeah, I kind of looked at that. I had a couple different lineups I was considering. Ultimately, I don't think it made a huge difference in my decision-making. And I think I've kind of had crazier NBA last-minute news than what happened today. All in all, nothing incredible happened. So yeah, I guess given the experience I go through every day with NBA, today wasn't like anything out of the ordinary. Just kind of another day.
Yeah, I mean, and you have Andre Drummond, who you picked as your center. He has 14.5 points with 3.5 minutes left in the first, so he's doing good.
I'm happy with that for sure. I wasn't sure. I knew Drummond wasn't great last game. I kind of figured he wouldn't be super popular, but I think with Greg Monroe out, there's an opportunity for him, and Boston's not a bad matchup. So yeah, I'm hopeful he'll put together a big game. Definitely need it.
He's definitely a boom or bust guy. You have to look out for foul trouble.
For sure, and I think Detroit's the team right now. They don't have a lot to play for, so you're always concerned. If the game gets a little out of control, he might be more likely to come out than some other guys. But yeah, if things stay close, I'm hoping he'll put up some big numbers.
Danny Green put up a pretty solid performance.
Yeah, how'd you land on him?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Spurs have kind of been shorthanded recently. There was an injury to Ginobili, and so Green, he's had some decent playing time recently, and I figured against Atlanta, that's kind of a premier matchup. If the games stay close, I was expecting him to play a lot. It actually didn't really stay that close, but he still, had decent minutes, and I'm happy with the line that he put together.
Yeah, I mean, he did good, and even Terrence Ross, was he the last piece of the puzzle for you?
Yeah, Ross is definitely not someone I was originally figuring I would have. We spoke about this a little bit earlier. I think there's kind of not a lot of depth at that position right now for making selections. And he was just kind of a guy that we stumbled on. I was constructing a lineup, and I was kind of looking for that one missing piece. And, I realized that Ross, with Lowry potentially out, had some upside in terms of minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think it really worked out that way, but he ended up, putting together an okay line. It's certainly not something I'm dead as a result of.
Yeah, he didn't hurt you.
Right.
And he allowed for these other plays. So you've got Nene also, Nene and Wall.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this game, and it's a high-scoring game, 23-21.
Nene's at the free throw line right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of
impressed lately with how Wall's been playing. I think there was some concern at some point after the All-Star break about him being banged up. But, you look at what he's done recently, you look at the minutes he's been playing, and I felt like at the price it was worth taking him. And I was kind of hoping it would be a close, competitive, high-scoring game.
Talk about the decision to fade Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook. Very high price guys.
Sure. Yeah, so Westbrook, obviously, his production these past couple weeks has been insane, and I think it's always worth considering Westbrook, and I think it was a fine pick today depending on the rest of the lineup that was constructed with him. It just didn't really work out with the players I was targeting, and I decided, to basically get some lower salary guys at that position and kind of buy up at other positions. And Davis, I think he certainly had the upside today. I was just a little concerned with him coming off of the injury, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like every time Davis is coming off, because there's been a couple times where he's come back after injury and he puts up a huge
right,
line.
and I think that's what makes him like a legitimate pick in these situations. I think there's always a little bit of risk in the situation, but yeah, New Orleans is a team that has to win, and so it's reasonable, I think, to say he's going to play a lot. And obviously, we all know, what Anthony Davis is capable of.
The ball's
when
going
he's
to go through him.
100%. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and both those guys did good as far as I think that both of them met value.
Right.
As
yeah.
far as like GPP tournament, like that 80-point upside that you would like to see, they didn't really hit it.
Right. I kind of feel like, I haven't seen everybody's totals, but I think that's kind of the way it's gone so far. A lot of guys have kind of had good, solid games, but no one's really had like a crazy performance. And I think as a result, there's a lot of people who are still in the running, depending on how these last games go.
You've got Kawhi at 51, probably the guy
that's what was his ownership?
15%.
15, yeah.
So you got 7 guys, or yes.
Yeah, that's obviously a big one. And you've got to be happy if you had Kawhi in your lineup.
Yeah, so 6 guys on Kawhi. Alice Mizzle currently has him in 4th. Ganondorf in 1st and 3rd. And now you get to play the fun game of catch-up.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think it's much more stressful to kind of be at the top with no one left because, you see the points increasing for your opponents, and it's just a horrible sweat. Yeah. It's kind of like betting the under in a basketball game and trying to sweat that. Nobody wants to do that.
It's terrible.
It's incredibly painful. I did it a couple of times, and yeah, it's not good.
You and I actually had a situation like this a couple weeks ago, that Thursday night game.
Yeah.
We had Kawhi versus Parker different, and we were winning in the All-Star game, and then all of a sudden Kyrie Irving went nuts, it went into overtime, and we went from like 2nd and 3rd to not even cashing.
Yeah, and that was kind of like a shorter slate too, so there was kind of a lot of overlap. And like Kyrie was a pretty popular pick. That's kind of the good and bad about NBA. You can feel pretty solid where you are, and then a couple minutes later, one guy can just do some incredible things, and it could either get you back into the running or knock you out.
Yeah, it's when
part of the swings.
It's when the My Contest page is like, oh, just get this off of here,
right?
Because you see how much you're originally winning, and then not. But you've actually have been in the position where you've seen 2 commas in the currently winning box.
That was pretty unreal.
we haven't yet, but you've got a nice little sweat coming up. And you and a bunch of other people. So we're kind of like, I don't know, I feel like the second team's in. We're waiting for the 4th quarter to start.
You can't really project anything at this exact moment in time because there's not. But once we get
the room's pretty calm. But like once we get to the second half of some of these later games,
I'm saying 3 minutes in the 3rd quarter is where I'm thinking it's really going to start to.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a lot louder.
I think, like every 20, 30 minutes, the picture gets progressively clearer. And, right now I'm not particularly happy or sad. I imagine I'll be one of those, in a short amount of time. We'll see.
Last question. You and your partner, Chet Abisk, have, he's had an incredible NBA season as well. I saw you talking, though, to Ray of Hope and Sal Caps. And they also have an incredible team. We talked to a guy, B. Fineberg. He has a partner that also comes up. But you were talking with Ray of Hope and Sal Caps. How two guys knowing like kind of what they've been through and you do. How'd that conversation go?
Yeah, well, we never really talked before, so it was, just kind of like introductory stuff. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for Ray of Hope and Sal Caps, and I think they, it's clear there's a benefit, not necessarily to having like a full-time partner, but just having a group of guys you can talk to about with DFS, because a lot of times there's not clear decisions. A lot of times it's kind of gray as to what the best play is, and just kind of getting another perspective on that can, help shed some light for sure.
Awesome. I would have. I took a picture just because I thought like these are the two duos. These are the two best duos that there are. Widely respected.
Batman and Robin.
That both of you have won $1 million. So I know that you got a sweat coming up. So maybe we'll see you up there again.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how things go. I've kind of got low expectations, so I won't be too disappointed if it doesn't go my way.
Is your goal top 5 though?
Well, when you look at the payout structure for these events, it certainly is pretty top heavy. So yeah, you kind of feel like it's not a huge victory if you don't get a high finish. But realistically, I'll be kind of happy with something in the better top half of the field, just because it's a great field. And there's a lot of good competition.
Yeah.
And in NBA, good or bad swings happen a lot. Things just kind of have to break your way on one particular day to really, have a shot at winning.
Awesome. Well, Aton, you've been you're like a pro now at this.
Yeah, it gets so much easier.
Yeah,
every
so
time.
it's you're so natural now with that. I appreciate you joining us, and I'm sure we'll see you again later. If not here, another tournament that you'll be qualifying.
Or in DC when you come home.
Definitely, man.
Or
yeah.
Come home. Come where my home.
So congrats on a good NBA season.
Thank you.
And my only request is if you go to some of these places like Fiji, that you tweet out some pictures.
Oh yeah.
Just let us know the life you're living.
I think the tweet is like a necessity.
Yes.
If I'm gonna do it, I got to tweet it out to my followers. So we'll see.
You definitely have to. So that's
see what I have planned.
and your troll for MVP on
Troll
Twitter.
for MVP on Twitter. Yeah.
All right. And you were what was your Draft Street username?
Rudy22 for MVP.
Okay, that's what it was. Rudy for him.
Yeah, Rudy Gay.
I thought it was Westbrook. That
my
was
idol.
something else. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're breaking. We'll be back with Sal from Vice. So from one legend to another. We'll be right back after this. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game, of course.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Big players in third place. All right.
Yeah.
And we're back with Sal Mascalo from Vice.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here with us.
No worries, man. It's my pleasure. I'm having a blast today.
You have like a nice voice. Has anyone ever told you that?
I do a little bit of voice work on the side. So thank you. And this is my work voice with a little bit of hangover, which actually gives it more oomph.
It's very soothing. It really is. Like, we've been up here a long time.
I wish I felt as good as I sound.
Just close my eye. I can listen to y'all. Just close my eyes.
Vegas will do it to you. But man, I'm having an amazing time at this event. It's cool.
So first of all, let's kind of backtrack. What is Vice for people that are watching that might not know?
Vice is a news organization that does all different types of content in many different directions: music, pop culture, investigative news. There's a show called Vice HBO, and this is what I'm here for. We're doing basically a 15-minute segment documentary about the legalization of sports gambling in America and the conversation that's come up. And of course, when people talk about sports gambling these days, you know, it naturally all the fantasy becomes a part of the conversation. Not that it is gambling, but that it takes advantage of the skill loophole, and people are making lots of money, you know, in competing in fantasy with sports. So we've been going down the road with professional, you know, traditional sports gamblers as well as fantasy players, and sort of seeing the similarities, the differences in how they approach what they do. And it's been very interesting for me because as far as gambling is concerned, I'm, you know, as green of a gambler that they could ever be, and I've never played fantasy outside of just with my friends.
Yeah.
So to get involved in this sort of end and learn about it from that people are making money at it is crazy.
And one of the guys you're following around is a fellow DraftKings Pro guy. He won $1 million in baseball last year.
Yeah.
And is just doing well.
Peter Jennings,
CSU Ram.
No relation. That's how I introduced it. This is Peter Jennings, no relation to the actual Peter Jennings.
He is the second most famous Peter Jennings
in the world. Yeah, I went to headquarters but I went to the office in New York and hung out with those guys, which was an amazing experience. And then I went to Denver on my way home back to Los Angeles, and I hung out with Peter at his house and saw how he works and his whole setup and his screens and what have you. And it was fascinating. And listening to him talk, it's like listening to my broker. Like, he's so about the business. He's a fan, but he talks about the market and, you know, what it's given him. And
that's his background.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see how it easily just layers on what he does.
Yeah, and as far as like seeing kind of how players go through things and maybe being a lot more skill-based than what you might have even thought to begin with, when you talk about like just lineup construction.
Oh, it's crazy. I sat for 2 hours this morning figuring out a lineup today. They gave me like position 41 so to see how I would go up against the best.
Right. So basically they set up a league with Sal being the 41st guy and the other 40 being the 40 entries in tonight. And why don't you tell people where you would currently be sitting?
So presently I'm in third place.
Okay.
So you're good at this, and you didn't know.
So you might be doing more of this, basically.
No, I dropped
career change.
I dropped like $1,000 in my account yesterday, and I'm super all in.
Okay.
This is fun.
Awesome.
This is about as much fun.
You're a convert.
I'm an instant convert.
All right, so good. That's what we like to see. Why don't you tell people though what your team is? I want to hear who you picked.
I took Dwayne Wade, who kind of crapped the bed for me this morning. I forgot that he was an old man playing on Sunday morning. And LeBron James, who just was a champ in the second half. Tim Duncan, champ.
There's a theme here.
Ajinça, champ.
Okay, he's a younger guy.
But I did take a lot of old dudes. And then who else did I take? I took Norris Cole. Got into foul trouble, but he was decent. Emotional pick because I'm a Clippers fan. I took Matt Barnes.
He didn't do bad though.
He didn't do bad. He came back around for me in the second half, and I took Waiters.
Okay.
Who's
a gunner?
He's a gunner. Waiters is like that dog that you don't know if you should pet or not. on like one day it's like, it's the nicest dog ever.
Yeah.
And then he bites your hand off.
Absolutely.
See, this is what I'm telling you. We talked a little bit about lineup construction, and typically, I'm more of a cash game player, but I'll only use one shooting guard and one small forward. But for these tournaments, you never know what's going to happen. So you use two shooting guards and two small forwards.
I went just guns.
Contrarian.
Guns. I went guard
High
heavy.
upside, and that's what you are.
Newbie.
And now, so
Just a newbie.
So we got you've joined at the craziest time of NBA. We got all these late scratches and everything else, but we're about to start MLB, and we've already seen some MLB commercials on ESPN. Do you think that you would get into baseball at all?
I only pay attention to baseball, generally speaking, in the fall. But I could see myself.
DFS is fall baseball year round.
This will change that.
I could see that changing. I could see myself all of a sudden seeing the value of pitchers in a different way, and I think I would like it for sports that it's hard for me to pay attention to outside of playoff time. Like hockey and baseball are two of those sports that for me, it's hard for me to get invested in.
162 games. It's a lot of games.
Long ass season. I like to go to games. I'm a Dodgers fan, but this is probably gonna
change things.
That.
And the good thing about daily fantasy baseball is that you can do it whenever you want.
Right.
You don't. It's not like season long. Where it's just a season long grind. You can do it whenever you want.
Yeah.
What was your perception, because you had you came into this naked, so to speak,
Yeah.
of what you thought daily fantasy sports was coming in, and then after you've hung out with Pete, you've done a little bit of research, you've been in it. What did you think before, and how has it changed?
I think I thought before that it was pretty geeky.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
and it still is, but
it is geeky. But I thought that for myself, I'm a real emotional sports fan, so I just didn't think that I had the brain power to compete against people who just nerd out all day. And I'm from learning and meeting a bunch of different guys outside of just Peter, and Al and other guys. There's a mix between gut fandom and your analytics, and I think that part I didn't really realize that there was true fandom in it. And I mean, it's everyone in here that are super sports fans who also happen to enjoy the science of the games and how they're played, and that's pretty fascinating to me.
And we've seen how sports analytics have come such a long way, and now it's coming into the daily fantasy circle, and people with financial backgrounds are getting into it, realizing kind of the money involved. But it also is a thing where bucket list type stuff is concerned. So you got all this. Peter and I got to play horse with Dr. J.
I saw that.
And
that was wild.
That's crazy.
Did you see him draining threes from
yeah,
downtown?
I saw the video.
So this is something, and we talked to John Aguiar a second ago about really it's becoming not just about the money, but also about the experience that customers can obtain through daily fantasy. It's awesome to kind of see that, and I know that we're looking forward to seeing our other DK pros, Al and Peter, on this documentary. So I really appreciate you kind of taking the time to.
Oh,
to
no
be on
worries,
with us.
man. I always joke that I have one of the best jobs in the world. I've always gotten to be around sports for most of my career. I used to be the host of the X Games on ESPN for 13 years. I was a sideline reporter for the Western Conference of the NBA. I've gotten to go to the World Cup and work. I went to the Olympics this year. So last year in Russia for 6 weeks. So to be able to dive into this world is such a cool other angle of sports that I'm stoked on. My eyes have definitely been open.
Awesome. Tell everybody, when can we expect the
So we're in the third season right now. It just started airing 2 weeks ago. Vice on HBO. Set your DVRs or get HBO Go. I think we're going to be on the 8th or 9th episode, which should be right around May.
Okay.
Third week of May.
Very nice. We'll definitely be looking.
But these guys will know, and I'm sure they'll be blasting it all over DraftKings for sure.
So we'll be tweeting it out for sure.
Yeah.
Sal Muscala from Vice. He's doing a documentary on DFS.
Who knew?
Kind of. Yeah. So great. Good publicity. Really
Thanks.
Appreciate you being
and
with us.
And look out for me. My screen name is Alakazam, and I will be taking your money on a regular basis. A star is born.
Alec is.
I love it. That's it.
He just dropped his mic.
Sexual chocolate.
So we're gonna have Jason. We're gonna have Jason Robbins, CEO, up next. Tough act to follow for Jason, but I have a feeling Jason's gonna be
AKA
up to
the smartest guy I've ever met in my life.
He's smart.
Casual killer.
Yes.
That's what I call him.
He's so cool, calm, and relaxed. So we'll be with Jason, CEO of DraftKings, right after this. Stay tuned to DraftKings TV.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees. Beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
Just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort. And this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's gonna be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow, we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV for more coverage throughout the week. And we are back. I feel like this is a treat, but like Jason, I've interviewed you multiple times. This is Jason Robbins, CEO of DraftKings. I've interviewed multiple times. Like, I'm going to ask you to step your game up as far as this interview goes.
You're asking me to step my game up? All right.
Yeah, we've had Sal, we've had Max Dallert, we just had Kobe for MVP, Ganondorf.
You stuck me between Sal and Vernon Wells. Thank you. Way to really make me look great.
Well, you would like to know that Sal called you the smartest guy he's ever met.
Sal is a nice man, but that was a very unwarranted compliment. He's been great. Really cool getting to know him. I watched him for so long, hosting the X Games, and like, just a cool guy, man. Like, you can tell why people like him. He's just fun to be around. He's a good guy.
Yeah, and definitely seems like he is like all in on daily fantasy. Talked about dropping $1,000 into his account yesterday. Going to take people's money. He's all in. Even talked about like playing baseball. He said he's only interested in fall baseball in the past, but now it's definitely got him in. And that's kind of the target consumer that you want to go after and show people that sports fans, when you mix daily fantasy into it, it can become something pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? Is that every sport, every play, every single moment of every game matters. That's what daily fantasy is all about. And I think a guy like Sal is a perfect example, like you said, of what we want to happen. He gets introduced to the game, starts to get curious about it, plays around with a few things, and now he's hooked. He loves it. And, we just see more stories like that. It's great.
Yeah. Talk about the live experience. I mean, this is something, you were there in the Bahamas when it was just me and we're in a club, and like Pete's friend was spraying beer all over my laptop.
I remember that.
So yeah,
I remember some other things with just you in a club as well. Some videos maybe that involved you dancing with poles.
No,
that didn't happen.
No.
No. All right. Well, I'll forget I mentioned that.
Okay. But like, we're talking about bucket list stuff for the sports fan. March Madness weekend in Vegas. Horse with Dr. J, Lamborghini racing, everything else. I know that you weren't like the person like with all the ideas, but when you kind of heard when they came to you like kind of with these ideas, what was like your initial feeling? Did you know it was going to be as amazing as it is?
I knew that it would be amazing. I am not only not the person with all the ideas, I am the person with none of the ideas, and they don't come to me and ask me for every little thing. We have a great team, so I didn't even know everything that was going to be happening here really until I got here. I mean, I knew at a high level what we were trying to do and the experience we were trying to create, and you talked about the past ones, and I think like we've done with everything, whether it's been the product, whether it's been the events, no matter what aspect of the customer experience, we want people to see progress. We want people to see that we're never satisfied, and we want to make the experience better and better every time. And you know, if people say something's great, we ask them, well, what could have been better? And I think that having that attitude and just constantly saying, let's talk about the celebration, let's celebrate and talk about all the things that went great, and let's be happy about that, but let's not forget that we are still very early on in this thing. We're not anywhere near where we want to be and what we can achieve, and if we don't keep pushing and keep that hunger, then we're never going to get there. So, you know, I think just kind of keeping that attitude as a company and just constantly, the thing I love most about this is being able to get the direct feedback from the customers. They're here, and you can ask them, and they'll tell you. You can say, like, what did you like? What didn't you? What do you think could have been better? What would have made you go back and tell your friends this is the thing that you need? And a lot of them say, everything's good, but if you press, then you always get something out of them. There's always something that could be better, and I honestly don't know what that is this time. I've looked around, and I think Tori and the whole team really nailed it. I mean, this is pretty awesome. This is as good as it gets, but I do know that attitude is what's helped us continue to kind of make improvement each time, and hopefully, even though it seems like this is as good as it gets, the next one that everybody goes to, be like, wow, that one actually, you guys outdid yourselves again. It's even better. And the best part of it is I don't get involved in this stuff. We have a great common vision for what the company's trying to achieve. Everyone cares deeply about DraftKings, deeply about the players, deeply about making an experience that is memorable and that will last forever and stay with you forever. And as long as everyone's operating on those principles, we're going to create good stuff.
Speaking of creating good stuff, you guys are creating just amazing customer experiences. One of the things we've talked about, it's not just about money, it's about like the experience that we're creating, bucket list type stuff. And you're also creating partnerships that allow these experiences to happen. So we're talking about like the Sixers taking a team trip with a road trip with the Sixers. And also even the WWE. Talk about how that has transpired.
Well, we first look at what are the places that our fans want to go. Obviously, there's the obvious stuff, like if they're playing fantasy baseball, they probably like baseball. That doesn't take a rocket scientist. But we did some research, and we found that we had a good number of fans that were fans of WWE, and they really liked it. And the funniest part about all this is when we announced it, I had someone email me and say, wait a minute, you guys are doing fantasy wrestling? How can you do fantasy on a game that's got an outcome that's predetermined? And I just wrote him back, wait, you're telling me wrestling's not real? You just ruined all our plans. And then I wrote, just kidding, P.S., like, we're not actually doing fantasy wrestling. We're just trying to create an opportunity for fans of wrestling or also fans of DraftKings to win cool trips and experiences that they couldn't otherwise get. But, I think that it's really all about just, coming back to what I said before, figuring out where our customers want to be. And, most of the games they play are just the normal cash or tournament games. And I think we want to always keep it interesting and throw something new in. You never know what people are going to really get excited about. But if you throw enough cool stuff out there, it's going to have something that appeals to everybody.
Did you ever watch wrestling growing up?
Oh, yeah. I watched wrestling.
Who was your favorite? I gotta ask.
I'm gonna date myself if you tell me that.
Date yourself.
So my favorite, and it was because he was my favorite in the wrestling video games, was The Undertaker. He was really like his moves.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't like originally my favorite. My
like a
original favorite
villain.
was Hulk Hogan, but then when I started, because he was the good guy and like the all-American guy, and I still always liked Hogan, but then Hogan went bad later, right?
did.
So, you know, he's part of the NWO and all that, but I remember when I first got the original WrestleMania Super Nintendo game, or even Sega Genesis, it was one of those two, and the Undertaker just had the sickest moves in that game. It was just, you could beat all your friends if you knew how to use the Undertaker the right way. So I started becoming a fan of the Undertaker because of that. That's actually how I got into a lot of the different players and stuff, was from video games or fantasy.
Yeah.
My first hockey fanship came from playing NHL 94.
Yeah, NHL 94, a popular game, and you and I kind of in the same era, so as far as I remember the bad Hulk Hogan
Who was
days.
your favorite?
I think Hulk Hogan and Randy
Easy
Savage.
answer. Randy Savage,
Yeah.
Macho
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yes, rest in peace. It's crazy, some of the mortality rates of wrestlers. Anyways, on to brighter subjects of the daily fantasy stuff with just the live experiences, tournaments. Where do you see tournaments as far as like a year from now? Like, we have taken just tremendous strides. Do you see the tournaments kind of staying the same size? How, if it's increasing, how much can we really increase these tournaments by?
Well, for me, I want to keep the tournaments similar around the top prize. I think once you get to that million number, it's a pretty good number. It's a life-changing number for almost everybody playing, and it's just it's a great number to advertise. So, you know, I think we kind of pushed a lot in terms of having very steep payout curves to get. Originally, it was 100K. It was the magic number, and
Right.
now it's $1 million. What I'd like to do is continue to grow those prize pools and try to flatten out the payouts a little bit so that we can, you know, have more people that don't take down the top prize but still have an opportunity to win a really nice prize. And then beyond that, it'll be more about building out more games. I mean, certainly you want to have the big game, but at some point it's like, all right, when you're winning $1 million or whatever, how much bigger do you really want to make it? And
Right.
You never say never anything. I mean, listen, the whole thing comes back to like listening to what people want, and if customers are calling for bigger games, then we're going to make bigger games. But from my perspective, I think having more opportunities to win 100K or $1 million versus just making that one pool as big as it possibly can be is more exciting.
Right, and John was talking also about flatter payout structures. What about though as far as how big it is in terms of number of contestants? Like, I mean, how many contestants is too many? We see like how much work it takes for a field of 40 and a field of 25, but like how much larger can these events get in terms of entries?
Well, I think the key, and this is how we approach games at DraftKings, is to have something for everybody. So to me, it's not about, it's the same thing when people ask me like late swap or stacking or whatever. It's like, well, in the early stage of the industry, you don't want to split your liquidity up, so you got to pick one. But the long-term vision is you have this destination where no matter what you want, if your favorite games are single-entry games, there's mega single-entry games for you. If your favorite games are games where you can't stack lineups, then there's big games of that for you. And early on, you got to pick one direction on some of these things. So an example of that are these mega prize pools. But obviously, there's an audience there, and as long as that's there, we want to keep running them. If people want us to keep making them a little bigger, we'll keep making them a little bigger. The key is for the people that don't like it, they have something too. And that's why, for me, it's more interesting to kind of build out more games first before I keep trying to push everything there, because I want to make sure that for the people that don't like that one thing we're doing, that's the thing that worries me the most. Anytime we make a decision, whether it's any of those things I mentioned or anything, to go one direction or not, I worry about all the people that liked it the other way, and I feel like we're in this constant like race to get big enough and get enough liquidity where we can do everything.
Right.
And that way you won't have any. Somebody comes to me and says, I don't like this, guess what? There's a game for you.
Yeah. As far as like these games, the different sports, do you see DraftKings possibly branching out into any other sports potentially like soon?
So, we're always evaluating this type of stuff, and I think that, it depends on your definition of soon, I guess, but we will launch more sports for sure.
Has soccer been a success, do you think?
I think that soccer has a lot more potential, and anytime you launch a new sport, it's going to always be something that you want to see grow. And, for me, soccer is just sort of that sport that I think is ready to break out in America, and it's also, for sure, when we go international, going to be our most popular sport. As far as whether it's been a success, I think so, but it's too early to tell, really. And it's not really, to me, about, like, is an individual sport a success? It's more having something for everybody. So, you know, if you're going to have... I love how, like, ESPN talks about serving the sports fan, and they have coverage of every sport, everything because of it. And you may not want to watch some random, you know, X Games sport or whatever kind of, but it doesn't matter because they need to serve every sports fan. There's an audience there. So it's kind of the same way I view this. It's not really about each individual sport being a success or failure as much as it is having full coverage of everything that people want.
Right.
And if you have somebody that wants to watch a game and they're like, man, I wish I had a DraftKings game to play on it, well, I want to try to create that.
And you do have like the gateway, like I don't know if you would consider it like the gateway sport, but soccer and golf, where these a lot of casual players are really big into soccer. Like they're weekend warriors. They watch the games on Saturday mornings, or golf, where they're avid golfers and they keep up with the tournaments. And is this a way where like these MMA sports and all these different sports that are not like the major sports, is this a way where you see like people coming in and kind of getting hooked, like Sal, getting hooked on the concept of daily fantasy sports?
I think that is exactly what it is. People who are fans of DraftKings and fans of daily fantasy sports, they are certainly fans of individual sports, but they become fans of the game. And the proof is in, we had a stat recently that blew my mind. We did a survey on customers, and almost half of our customers reported that they have started following a new sport that they did not follow before because of DraftKings.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But that just proves what you said. People like DraftKings. It's not the sport as much. I mean, they have to have some interest. People aren't going to start following a sport that they've loathed for their entire life.
Right.
But if you have some passing interest and maybe you kind of used to casually watch it here and there, DraftKings gives you a reason to really get into it and start following it. And I think that's what you're seeing with some of these other sports. And you hear it from Sal. Sal's been telling me we need to do fantasy surfing. That's the one he's been pushing on me. He told me it's going to be huge.
Fantasy surfing.
I know. I didn't even know it existed, but he told me there's this whole group of fantasy surfers that are out there. So.
And he's from the X Games background.
Yeah, he would know.
So fantasy X Games, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, you've got these events, and you had one event that you kind of introduced last year at the golf. And fast forward to a year later, and you're offering $1 million top prize coming up for the Masters tournament.
The Masters is one of those events, it's much like March Madness, where if you're a fan of sports, you're going to probably at least pay attention to the Masters. You're aware of it, at least, and you know who won probably because you're watching SportsCenter or whatever. It's just it's an event that transcends the individual sport and just becomes a sports event, like one of the big things of the year. It's like the Kentucky Derby or, you know, any of those things, right? People who are filling out brackets and watching March Madness, I guarantee you not every one of those people are intensely following college basketball.
Right.
So I view the Masters as the best opportunity to try to get those casual fans to introduce themselves to the game of fantasy golf. And hopefully they'll like it, and some group of them will stay, and then they'll start following golf. It's the story we were just talking about, where maybe you're paying attention to the Masters and vaguely following, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to try DraftKings. It's going to give me a reason to pay a little bit extra attention this year. I'm going to try DraftKings Millionaire Maker for it. And anytime you can offer the opportunity for somebody to put in $20 and come out a millionaire, that's going to get some attention. And my hope is that gets a lot of new fans into the game of golf.
Yeah. Last question before we break, and again, I'm with the CEO, Jason Robbins of DraftKings. We're going to take a quick break after this, get Scoreboard update, and then Vernon Wells, a professional baseball player who's now playing daily fantasy sports and doing quite well at it. The last question I have is 2 years ago, you guys were gearing up for the baseball season. You decided to really push the envelope with the Midsummer Classic, all the baseball tournaments, stuff that the industry had never seen before. And at that time, we thought it was crazy. Describe, basically 2 years ago to now, how crazy has this ride been?
I think even really the last 6-7 months has just been this absolute, like, just rocket ship, really. But you know, it's been crazy. It's definitely fun. This is why you do a startup company, and hopefully, you know, ultimately this is what anybody who's starting a company wants to see is rapid growth in their industry and in their company. So I wouldn't say we expected it, but this is what we wanted. So,
Right.
it was definitely something that we felt like was achievable. And when you're in the middle of it, though, you don't really, you could dream about it, but when you're in the middle of it, you don't really think about it as much. You're so focused on just everything that you need to do next that it's hard to really like reflect on what the last 6 months or 2 years or whatever of growth have been like. I feel like at some point when we get further on and things slow down a little bit, or maybe years down the road, hopefully, if I'm not doing this anymore and retired, then I'll finally be able to take a step back and really think about it. But when you're in the moment, it's just constantly like, oh man, that needs to be better. How are we not further along in this? You just feel like this constant push, and it's really hard sometimes to reflect and enjoy it. Not to try to dodge your question, but I just, I've been focused so much on like what's next that it's really hard.
Just tell me it's been crazy.
It's been crazy. Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You're like, shut up, Jason. I told you we were going to break.
Jason never has been a man of few words, but also, like Sal said, you're the smartest guy I've ever met, and you've done a tremendous job. And this crazy run, a lot of it is attributed to you and even the team that you've assembled with DraftKings. So definitely appreciate what you've done, and even if you had no hand in this, you definitely had a hand in this, the big picture, the overall.
I appreciate that, and hopefully we are able to continue to live up to everyone's expectations. That's what we're all working hard every day to do.
Awesome. Jason Robbins, if you're not following him on Twitter, he gives away stuff every once in a while. So make sure you're following him on Twitter. It's at Jason Robbins.
Jason D. Robbins.
At Jason.
And follow my co-founder Matt Kalish, does the same thing, so you should follow him too.
Yeah, we'll have to get Matt on here as
Yeah,
well.
has Matt not been on yet? You gotta get Matt on.
Not today. We got to get Matt on here. We got to get Jordan on here.
Oh, definitely gotta get Jordan.
Yeah,
on.
he's a little nervous. So he said he needed a few drinks in him. So we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back. And we're going to do scoreboard updates, and then we're going to get Vernon Wells on here. I already introduced myself to him. He's got a firm handshake. All right, we'll be right back after this. What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they're kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage. And we are back. I know a lot of people have been anticipating this event because this guy is like the first real professional that have entered our graces, and people look at me as like the athlete of DFS, and I feel like I've been replaced. Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here with
Christopher Colosi and
Vernon
Wells is here with us, and we really appreciate you coming up here to talk with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so Vernon, you started playing about last year because there's like some like whispers like V Wells is Vernon Wells, and so like people have been watching you for quite some time as far as like you've had some pretty nice finishes.
I've had some and had some not so nice. Like the nice, not so nice ones are like, oh yeah, this is going to be a good one.
Right.
And you finish like 2,000 in some place. I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? But no, this is. I started playing football, which football's what I think I know better.
Right.
And I was like, oh, this is so easy. Let's try basketball.
Right.
And then I end up here.
Basically, you went from football to basketball. Have you tried any other sports, soccer, MMA, anything else?
I looked at soccer once, had no earthly idea what to do. Looked at hockey once, had no clue. I think I did a golf one time and won a little bit on that one. But and I took a peek at baseball.
Okay.
And I teased myself, and then I said, no, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
Because it's just too near and dear, and I know too many people, and then I'm going to turn into the person that's like, you're killing my fantasy team. And I heard that enough
You can
in
just
my
call
career.
somebody up. How you feeling today? How's your swing going?
Yeah. Or at the end of it, like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah. Right.
what are you swinging at that for?
Get
Like,
back.
I don't want to be that guy.
You can yell at them for not getting you in the finals.
So, like you said, I have actually played you in a DFS lineup before, and now you're kind of on the other side as far as playing other athletes. What's it been like just to kind of take a step back and be like a fan/fantasy player on the kind of the other side of the coin?
I always felt like I was a fan anyways. Like, I was a kid from Arlington that got a chance to play professional baseball. Like, I'm thrilled and blessed that I had the opportunity to do it, but I never saw myself as anything different than a kid playing the game. And I think it's allowed me just to kind of just have fun with it in every situation, whether you're going bad, whether you're going good. Same with this, just have fun with it. Obviously, if you're betting more money, then there's a little bit more going on with it. But I've always told people, you put yourself in a position to hopefully succeed and be happy with whatever happens. So fantasy is just another example of that.
And I agree. I mean, look at us. We're here, definitely blessed.
Yeah, this room sucks. Man.
You missed though. We got to play horse with Dr. J.
I know, I missed it.
You could
I
have
would have taken him too.
you got Dr. J. This is Bo Jackson over here.
You know who put him out? This guy.
Yeah.
He was hitting some
I did
long
not
shots.
win. Peter Jennings, CSU Ram, ended up winning just because he was shooting long range shots, and I felt bad because it was out of Dr. J's range. But
He's like 175 years old now. Like,
he's 65. Yeah, he's fairly old, but still, those are like bucket list type experiences. You talked about like being a kid from Arlington. This is also pretty cool for people like a kid born in Tennessee that gets to come out here and experience this. Talk about like the experience of being able to come out here, talk with other people, enjoy stuff. And all because of daily fantasy. Yeah,
which is quite unique. And I think that it's amazing just the growth of the one-day fantasy football leagues. And I think this is obviously a really good example of what it's turned into. And to be a part of it is special. I think it's great for everybody in this room. It's great for everybody that's out there trying to get into events like this, because it's not bad to have a paid vacation in Vegas and stay in a really nice hotel and hang out in this really cool room.
I've got an interesting question that maybe only I could ask, a professional athlete. We all know that fantasy is not the player's concerns. You want to get out there and win championships and that. But how is it respected amongst is it looked at as something that baseball and other sports are happy having because more eyes get on the games and stuff like that? I mean, is there any...
Well, I think it's drawn huge attention to every sport. When you have people really engaged in what's going on in each and every game and each and every pitch in some senses, or each and every shot, in whatever sport you're playing, it's huge for the sport. I think if you talk to owners and players, revenue has gone up because of fantasy sports. So whether we go into each day thinking, I got to do this for some guy's fantasy lineup, probably not.
No. Right.
But you want to go out and compete no matter what. Right. So if it helps your fantasy lineup, great. And if it doesn't, you just made a bad choice that day.
Right.
Yeah.
And as far as like, I know baseball is trying to figure out ways to make the game more attractive to the younger generation, shorten up, things. As far as daily fantasy goes, how do you see daily fantasy? Do you see it benefiting Major League Baseball?
It could. I think there needs to be. I think the only thing that baseball has lacked is the marketing side of things. And you look at football, you look at basketball, you see them on TV. You see their players on TV all the time. A lot of people don't even know who the baseball players are because most of the time, obviously, they're wearing hats, and you take a hat off, you look completely different. But we got to do a better job of marketing our players and getting them out there. And I think having fantasy baseball could be another great part of doing that as far as just getting faces out there. Make sure they're household names everywhere as opposed to just in their region.
Right. As far as friends and family, do they know that you play daily fantasy?
They do.
Do you try to get anybody else playing daily fantasy?
I do. My best friend is Michael Young, and we played in a cap league together with a bunch of other Major League Baseball players. So I told him, you got to get into DraftKings. It's easy.
Yeah.
And once a week for football, you just put in your lineup and go after it. He's like, okay, and he's a procrastinator. He's a man, so he never got around to it. But he said, I'm going to do it now. I'm getting into it. So he's going to get out of all the other leagues and come straight to DraftKings. So if there's any revenue that comes through for it.
You're gonna need the kickback.
I need some kickback.
That's what you said, of course.
Yeah, it's just been really cool. Again, we're with Vernon Wells, former baseball player, still looking pretty good shape. Like, do you feel in pretty good shape?
Yeah, I mean, I still got to look sexy for the wife.
Right.
No,
LGN. Look good naked.
No doubt about it.
Right.
I got to be able to walk past the mirror and be like, still got it.
Right.
Because once I get past the mirror and I'm like, oh, damn, then she's going to be like, you need to get in the gym.
Right.
So I'm going to try to stay in pretty good shape.
It's never fun when they say that.
No, because then it gets awkward.
Oh, Dave.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're still a good athlete, though.
Right?
Yeah. So
I remind her about that.
Yeah. I'm a great athlete. Doesn't matter what I look like. I can make it move. I can make it work. Right.
I don't look good, nor am I athletic. So I'm missing on both.
But you got the hair.
You do have the hair.
Especially if you let it go with like a little Fabio.
Maybe at the end of this broadcast, I'll give it I'll let it just one time for the people out there. I've been getting they've been ragging on my hair.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, really?
I'm getting some hate. They called it a squirrel mullet.
And it's amazing what people will do behind keyboards.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I
mean, they could be
keyboard tough
mullions.
guys.
They can be really ugly back there, but they can call you ugly in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Like, I've never hit a fastball in my life, but you suck.
Yeah.
Seriously? Like, this stuff. Like, guy missed the shot. Oh, you suck. Can you make that shot? No, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, I can say what I want to say, and I don't have to show my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Like telephone tough guys, but like internet tough guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Big,
Internet
strong guys.
Did you get a chance to talk to the Vice guys that are here shooting the...
I did. We just had a good long conversation. Shared some jokes.
So Sal was talking about how his initial perception of the industry was it being like a geek thing, a nerd thing. I'm glad he got to talk to you.
Well, I don't know if I changed his perception of what it is. Let's be honest. I'm not the coolest person in the world. I just got to play a game for a living.
Right.
But I think the smarter people that he was referring to are most likely the smarter people that are going to win this thing, and not this guy.
Yeah. Let's talk about your lineup. And kind of what you were thinking with all the pregame stuff going on with the Pelicans, with the Kyle Lowry news. You put in Pressey, obviously with Marcus Smart being suspended. Describe how constructing this lineup was for you this morning.
It wasn't easy. Like I have 4 different pictures of 4 different lineups on my phone, thinking which one am I going to choose.
Yeah.
And I was thinking Pressey was going to start, which we didn't have an opportunity to change our lineups during the course of this thing. Yeah, so there's no late swap. So it made it a little more difficult, and you probably could have gone some different directions. But I went with Chris Paul, I went with John Wall, and I went with LeBron as my 3 big ones, and hopefully everybody else can contribute something. So far, 2 out of the 3 are okay, and Wall's not doing too much for me right now.
He's not doing too much for me either. In a different capacity.
You've got Jay Crowder, though, who had a decent first half. I mean, you're in 17th place with still quite a bit of minutes remaining. Did you have a goal as far as like what you wanted, like top 10, top 5 type deal?
Just to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't put any expectations on it. I know that I'm probably not the best and most equipped to finish high in this thing. If I get lucky, great, but I'm here to have fun.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
If you could compare yourself to a baseball player in the DFS industry, who would you be?
That's a good question. Put me on the spot with that one. To a current baseball player?
Yeah. Maybe a role player?
I could be a role player.
Okay.
Come off the bench.
Like a pinch runner, pinch hitter?
Maybe hit a pinch hit home run every now and then
Okay.
on those good weeks.
Yes.
And on the bad weeks, I punch out.
All right.
So I've had quite a bit of both in playing this fantasy thing.
Fair enough. So we do want to get a baseball question into you. I saw you tweet out about Chris Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
Me being a Cubs fan, even though I'm from Nashville, they're always on WGN. I'm a Cubs fan. You talked about his effortless power. Are you expecting big things out of him this year?
I think so. Obviously, there's going to be a learning curve for him, which it happens to everyone. I mean, you have the freaks that come in and Mike Trouts that just dominate from pretty much day one of getting in the big leagues. But his swing, I think, is going to allow him to hopefully not go through those long lulls of struggles. And I haven't seen him enough, but the swings that I have seen and what he's done this spring, even though it's just spring training, it's been pretty impressive. So hopefully he does well and becomes just another household name in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like he is on his way. There's also another thing in baseball, and it's a stat called BVP. Are you familiar with BVP?
I'm not familiar with
It's batter
the BVP.
versus pitcher, okay? And there's two sides of this argument in DFS. It is a polarizing argument in DFS.
Yeah.
There are your pro BVP people,
Right.
which takes a look into a batter's past against the pitcher.
Okay.
And then you are the guys from more of the analytical side that say, those are all independent events. There's lots of things. There's small sample sizes.
Mm-hmm.
BVP is not really a real thing. You were a B, and you VP'd. I want to get your take. Do you think BVP is a real thing when it comes to being in the box against a pitcher? Like, what's your take on it?
My take is if I know, well, okay, I'll give you two different examples.
I'm really interested to hear the answer to this.
If I were facing Mark Burley, and Burley would be the first to tell you, he knew most likely I was going to get a hit against him. I think I was lifetime 500 hitter against him, and it was just inevitable. I'd walk up to the plate and he'd give me one of these. So with him, it was just like, this is going to be fun. I'm going to get a hit. And then there's the other end of it, the Daniel Cabreras. Daniel Cabrera was like 6'8", 300 pounds, was with Baltimore. Threw 100, didn't know where it was going, and had a 90-mile-an-hour breaking ball that looked like his fastball. I didn't have a chance. I knew it. He probably knew it, but I don't think he really cared. Like, I don't know what was going on in his head. That's why I really wasn't comfortable. I was more scared than worried about actually getting a hit. But I think I started off like 0 for 20-something against him. So the numbers probably weren't too good from an analytical standpoint. But when he actually tried to start pitching and it started getting down to like 92, 93, then you could bet on me. Because then it was like, he's actually trying to pitch, which is not going to work out for him, and by that time he was out of the game.
What you were saying is a batter does get excited. I can't speak for you, but for you, you would get excited when you knew you were going to face someone you can destroy. You can hit their ball.
It's
You
a
got
comfort
locked
level.
in.
Yeah, it's a comfort level of knowing. If you know, especially guys you face a lot, it's like, okay, I know what he has. I know how he's most likely going to attack me, so I'm prepared for a lot of it. Now you have kids that are coming up that they're throwing 95, 96, and the ball's moving all over the place, just like, where are these guys coming from? And that's kind of like the argument of, could this guy do this in this day and age? If somebody in the 60s could still put up the same numbers they could in this game now, I don't think they could, because the game has changed so much. And I saw it just in my time from day one to my last day. It's like I went from like the lefties facing Jim Parquet and Jamie Moyer and Barry Zito, like pitchers, and that were left-handed, now to power arms and Lester and Price and Moore, and I mean the list goes on. So
Great.
The game changes in a decade, and so it's been eye-opening. It's fun to watch just how the game evolves.
Yeah, for sure. Vernon, really appreciate you being on with us. You're natural. Hopefully you come back with us hopefully you qualify for the football stuff too.
If
We'll
I
be in
don't-
the Bahamas, probably. Well, I don't know if we're going to
If
be.
I don't qualify, maybe we can get like a guest qualification. That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
I mean, it's been a great interview.
Yeah,
It's my favorite one I've done yet.
You are the man, sir. I appreciate you being. I know a lot of people were looking forward to hearing your take as it pertains to daily fantasy, and the fact that you had such a successful pro career, and now you qualified for this. I mean, it's a pretty cool thing. So I appreciate you being with us.
No, thanks for having me.
And it was something really cool. So I got to meet Vernon Wells. I got to shoot horse with Dr. J.
Yeah, where else do you get to interview a professional baseball player?
I don't know.
Regular people.
I don't know. I am gonna use Vernon as a connection because I'm a big Vandy fan. So I've been a lifelong David Price and Sonny Gray fan. So I'm gonna use you to try to get an interview with those guys.
All right. Good luck with
remember
that.
Remember the time we interviewed Vernon Wells?
Pitchers. So yeah, there we go. We'll be right back after this. We're gonna have a scoreboard update, and then it's time for the last sweat. Like you hear some oohs and ahs behind us. People are people are starting to catch up. Other people are starting to hold a lead. So a lot of sweat going on. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna break for a second, and then we'll be right back. And we're gonna be here till someone gets $1 million. So very cool. Thanks again to Vernon Wells for joining us. We'll be right back after
Thank
this.
you so much, man.
All right.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
What's up, guys? This is Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here outside of the world-class Aria Resort. And this is championship week. 2 live finals, never been done before. Saturday night, we have the hockey championship. Sunday night, we got the NBA championship where one person's going to be taking home $1 million. Today was a rival day. We had a welcome reception. So people got to check out their rooms. Players are really getting comfortable. DraftKings does not do anything second class. Everything's first class. Tomorrow, we start the excursions and the fun. You want to make sure you're tuning into DraftKings TV, at DraftKings TV on Twitter, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV for more coverage throughout the week.
Hey, I'm John Aguiar here with DraftKings at Valley High Golf Course. It's excursion day here, the Fantasy World Championships. We've got some of our basketball and hockey players enjoying a beautiful day out on the course.
It's a perfect day, 82 degrees, beats the snow that we've been getting in the Northeast.
We've also got some really awesome stuff going on today elsewhere around the city. We've got guys racing Lamborghinis.
Some people chose the spa, some people went golfing, but you know what? For me, there was no way to do excursion day without getting down here to the racetrack and driving around in some Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
We just did the car racing here. You might see I'm still shaking. It was pretty crazy. You got a driver beside you who's saying go faster, don't brake, but you want to brake, and it's pretty intense.
Also got guys playing zombie paintball.
I will die for you!
What a great way to start off the weekend.
What's up, guys? Soccer Dave, David Kitchen here. Day 2 here at the Front Row Room, also known as the Dream Room. We have 20-something TVs. We have darts, Pop-A-Shot, basketball.
The watch room is absolutely fantastic. The fact that there's this many TVs and you can sit in one place with all the qualifiers from these tournaments and sweat all these games that we're just watching because we're fans of sports. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
All these upsets going on, including myself upsetting Dr. J in a game of horse.
Let me tell you, first of all, it's happy to be here in Vegas. It's like a second home to me. I really love Las Vegas. So to be invited out by the 76ers and DraftKings is really a pleasure. And hanging out here this afternoon, watching the games and seeing people, kind of laid back. I guess they had long nights or something because they kind of laid back and playing a very competitive horse game. Horse is all about shooting and creativity, and I think the two finalists were both excellent shooters.
Tonight, DraftKings has rented out the Bank nightclub at the Bellagio, talking about food, drinks. These contestants are getting just an experience of a lifetime, and it's only going to get better. So make sure you're tuning in to DraftKings TV as we have more live coverage.
Since winning King of the Beach, I think the biggest thing is really I don't feel quite as much pressure in terms of my bankroll. As for example, last year was my first season playing full time, and I was coming from like a 9-to-5 job. At that point, I didn't have a ton of savings or anything. I just basically felt like it was a good time to take a chance. And I moved out to Vegas and started playing DFS full time. Winning the King of the Beach definitely was one of the things that helped vindicate my decision. After winning the million, I obviously told family and friends, and I think some of them kind of understood, but there's still kind of confusion amongst some of my family as to what exactly I do. The freedom from playing DFS compared to like a typical 9-to-5 job it's nice. It adds some flexibility. I have somewhat like of a regular schedule, but certainly, I sometimes take like a 2-hour lunch break. It's not something I'd be doing if I had a 9-to-5 job. Most days, the first thing I do for kind of my research for NBA is following news stories, checking out the matchups. I might do a little bit of that the night before, but because things change so much in NBA, I usually save most of my preparation for the day of those games. Before I started grinding DFS, NBA was always my favorite sport. I've always been interested in statistics and kind of data analysis to some extent, so I do take some of those skills and use them for NBA. I think I'm a little more confident coming into this basketball championship than the football one, simply because basketball is more my primary sport. I think my approach to the NBA championship won't be too different than anything I've done all season long. I'm pretty confident in the process I go through day to day in selecting lineups, and I don't really see a reason to change that up for this tournament. Definitely when I won that football championship with DraftKings, besides the cash prize, which is obviously awesome, the experience of being able to be crowned the champion in a live event setting and having the belt around me and all of the DraftKings girls there, that was a cool thing to experience that not many people get to do. To win a $2 million title in this event, that would be pretty incredible. Going into my DFS career a couple of years ago, I would have never imagined being in this situation. So I think it just shows that if you're interested in playing DFS, you have a real chance of winning a big event if you put the time into it. My name is Aton Jenit. I'm Kobe for MVP on DraftKings. I'm hoping to win back-to-back DraftKings championship events.
And we are back here, DraftKings TV. We're here for the stretch run. I'm David Kitchen, Soccer Dave, and with me,
Christopher Colosi at Choke on Funny.
Christopher Colosi, and a lot of things have changed. So let's go ahead and take a look at Leaderboard. Goulet.
They're telling me Goulet.
Goulet, yes. He is currently in first place by 10 points with 60 minutes remaining. He had Drummond.
And Drummond has showed up.
Absolutely off. 42.5 points. Also has Crowder and Turner and Caron Butler, who we talked about earlier. And he told me, he's like, I kind of knew that Caron Butler would not be great of a pick, but then last night he had a really good game, and so that's why he chose him.
Yeah, he's got enough from him to win.
He's in first. Ganondorf is in second. Ant D Def 3 is currently in fourth. Just got passed by Makasupa, who has Danilo Gallinari, 44.75 points.
Now, based on the numbers in the PMR, it looks like the real battle is going to be Goulet and this Ant 4 Det 3.
Yeah, so Ant 4 Def 3 has Evan Turner, Bradley Beal, Drummond, and Tolliver and Bradley. So he's 14 points behind Goulet. And
Makasupa's creeping up too.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have 3 right there at the top, and every shot, every steal, every block. I mean, this is going to come right down. It's going to get really exciting here in a second.
You also have Kobe for MVP, currently in 10th. He has Drummond. He also has John Wall. Evan Turner, 36 points already with 2 minutes and 47. Who said they liked Evan Turner?
You did.
Oh my gosh!
That was you.
I
was
did.
You. And who said don't have Westbrook by any means?
You did.
So if you had to pick someone to listen to, I'm guessing you were the one.
Wow, and I'm currently in first place in the free roll.
Are you really?
No,
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I was going to say.
I'm only kidding. Let's take a look at that free roll real quick. I'm in 29th place.
I'm in 589.
DJ ECU 14. So maybe there's an Eastern Kentucky fan has 286.75.
It could have been your day.
Yeah, he'd be 21 points up on the leader. The guy though in second is going to pass him. Mob Squad 23 is at 283, and he still has Jay Crowder left and Bradley Beal. You look at his team; it's insane. Chris Paul, Eric Gordon, Kawhi Leonard, Tim Duncan, Zaza, Lou Williams, Jay Crowder, and Bradley Beal. But this is definitely kind of a lower scoring night. I don't think anyone's going to get to 300. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you couldn't have called it better. I asked you at the beginning of the show, what do you think it would be? And you said 280, I think.
280, yeah, and it's still kind of up in the air. Depends on if we get any extra time. Seda in 6th place in the main event. 7th is Hockey 8812. And then 8th and 9th is B. Fineberg. He got bit by the Shved bug. Like, he's going to be playing the what-if game big time.
Yep.
Shved ends up with 13.5 points. If he has any sort of normal game, then
he's in the conversation as
well.
well.
Yeah, so that's tough. Max Dallert, we talked with earlier. He's got some guys creeping up. He's currently in 11th. And
Ty Lawson is the one there that's really killing him.
Yeah.
Ty Lawson's having a.
And I thought Lawson would have a nice game.
Yeah, him and Smiz.
And Smiz. Smiz has taken a pretty big dive because that Lawson play. Meanwhile, Bradley Beal keeps on scoring. And so that's good for Makasupa, not good for Goulet. But Makasupa is up to 254.75.
See, now it's starting.
Yeah.
It's starting.
That is Team Goulet in the front row right there. He definitely just flexed his muscle as if he was Andre Drummond. So
obviously we can't talk to these guys right now. They're in the end of the sweat. But what I wouldn't give to put a microphone into his face right now.
Right.
To all 3 of them. I mean, you're right there.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at when he's almost 11 points up on second. That lead can go really quick.
Yeah, especially since the difference in the player minutes remaining are 7 minutes. It's like it's just the right amount to be up.
Yeah.
To have and the distance between how many player minutes are remaining to make this a really, really tight finish.
Yeah, it's now actually a
same thing with Ant because he's got 70. It's like the distance back and the PMR remaining. You can ask for a better life.
Well, and the thing is, we're coming at the end of the third quarter with both of these games, and so you're going to be seeing a lot of the second team guys come in. So some of those minutes remaining might not matter, that much, but still, it's going to come down. Yeah, it's going to come down. It's going to get interesting.
It's going to come down. Now he's 9.75 points away.
Yeah. So basically, our good buddy Andrew Wiggins just needs Turner and Gallinari to keep scoring. It's crazy that Lawson has 6 points.
Yeah, that's
and Gallinari has like 46
I can't
fantasy
that.
points.
That's incredibly unfortunate. Is he even still playing? Did Lawson get hurt?
I do not know. Chris, I've been interviewing people.
So have I.
Oh, yeah.
Or I've been watching you.
So why are you
people.
asking me?
I've been watching you interview people, and I'm really good at this. I kill it at this.
I like how you're swiveling your hips as you do that.
It's my move.
It's hot.
It's my move. Hey, ladies, you better snatch me up quick, because it looks like Dave's on the prowl.
This voice ain't gonna last long.
Ain't gonna last long, baby.
All right.
Yeah, but this is incredible. This is exciting. I can only imagine that first of all, I can only imagine if I was in it, because I'd have to imagine to get in it. But if I was in it, I mean, just the sweaty palms, the nerves, the yelling at the TV, it's gonna get loud.
And a lot of these players, I mean, we've been doing this for a while. Like we're going to be going into our 7th hour of coverage, and a lot of these players have been sweating for that long.
So have we with the lights.
Yes.
Different kind of sweat.
But they've been basically, you look at some of these lineups, and the key was don't have with the high scoring or the low scoring night. Don't have any landmines that you land on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't have any landmines. Just have a consistent, solid team. And see what happens at the end.
So hope you can avoid injury.
Yeah. So you've got you look at Goulet's team. He had Quincy Pondexter and Caron Butler. Pondexter at 4K, Butler at 3K. So you're talking about a 7K in between those guys, and they got 34 points basically. And that's not bad when you talk about what you want to get. You'd want to get about 37.
Right.
To make value, so they just barely missed making value. However,
but you could afford the bigger guys that are crushing the value.
However, with that, you've got guys like Duncan, Westbrook, Drummond. He needs Crowder to have a monster fourth quarter, if at all possible. So yeah, this is it's going to get very interesting. You see all the different camera crews in here. A lot of people waiting for just the end of the sweat and what that's going to look like.
That exact moment, once you know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's also kind of interesting here, because we can't be looking back there at the games the entire time.
Yeah.
So we're kind of not seeing it live, so to speak, and then the scores just change, jump in. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, and you just heard "Give It to Him," and that was from Goulet. It was from, Caron Butler is trying to pass it to Drummond, and if that happens, he makes up some points. So you got some 2v2. Let's take a look at Goulet versus Makasupa, who they have left. You've got Goulet with Butler and Turner, Crowder, and Drummond. Makasupa.
They share Turner.
And they share Drummond. So basically it's a 2v2.
Mm-hmm. Gallinari and Beal.
Yeah, Wiggins has Gallinari, Beal, and Goulet has Butler and Crowder.
So who would you rather have if it was you?
I'd probably take.
I mean, granted, Goulet's in first, so you could say I'd want to be there, but right now you just gotta make it. You get to be one of these two teams right now.
Here's the thing: you take a look at this Denver score.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 27-point game right now. So Gallinari might not be in the discussion much longer.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested in seeing when he comes out, but if that's the case, then you're talking about Beal versus those two guys, and Beal could still pass both those guys combined.
And let's not forget about Ant.
Yeah,
Ant's still in the conversation too. He's got Avery Bradley, Anthony Tolliver, and Bradley Beal as well. So he's got 3 going against Goulet, I believe, that are different, and 2 different than Makasupa. And as you're saying, one might not even matter,
right?
Because Gallinari might not see the court again.
And if you take a look at the games, this Detroit game is the close game. You've got Washington and Sacramento. at a 15-point game right now in the third quarter. And again, you have a 27-point game. Denver absolutely beating the tar out of Denver, or Orlando, rather.
And Lawson was not a factor in any of that, which is amazing.
Yeah. And I know that Jameer Nelson was questionable coming in, so it's going to be interesting. Let's take a look at some of these. The prize pool, we talked about it being a top-heavy tournament, so the winner gets $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Second place,
$250,000. Which is not, people watching at home would be happy to have any of this amount of money, but the thing that you have to understand is that it's not always about the money. It's about the prestige and a lot of stuff that comes along with the money. There's the coverage. I mean, in theory, you win one of these things, you become kind of the face of DraftKings, even if it's just for a time.
Right.
So there's other revenue streams. There's all kinds of other things that come with being $1 million winner. So even though both amounts of money are life changing, $1 million and the prestige of winning, you earn the respect. It's everything a fantasy sports player could want. So the $750,000 shift in money is obviously significant. But for me, if I was in this more so, it would be that other piece of the pie that comes along with being the 2015 NBA champion.
Yeah, the top four, $1 million. $250,000, $150,000, and then $100,000. So
and after that, who cares?
Yeah,
No, I'm
75.
No, I'm with
50,
you.
yeah. So but how we were talking about this, $100,000 used to be the number.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's fifth place, or fourth place rather. And so you've got three other positions above that is way higher than kind of how it was. So it's going to be, this final quarter is going to be interesting. Gallinari keeps scoring, though. He just hit a 3.
He's still in the game?
He's still in the game.
It's tail end of the third
He's
quarter?
up to 50.25, and now he's only 5 points behind.
Who would have thunk it?
So this is where it gets crazy. We still have another quarter left. Denver up by 27. So if you're Goulet, you're just praying.
Take him out.
Get
him out.
That Gallinari gets taken out, and looking at Gallinari, he doesn't really have any milestones that the coach would leave him in extra for. He does have 28 points, so maybe he leaves him in to get his 30th point. But it's not like he's going to leave him in for double. He just has 7 rebounds.
He's 3 rebounds out. 29 points. He's still scoring points. He's still scoring points. I've been in this situation where I've said, why is this guy still in the game?
Yeah.
Why is he in the game? I'm in a good spot. Why they're up by 30? Why is this guy still in the game? And that is what Goulet's going through right now.
Yeah. It's
why is he still in the game?
You look at Ant for Debt 3, 262. Drummond keeps on getting rebounds. But the top 3 people all have Drummond, and even Kobe for MVP in 8th. I want to know who has Danilo. There's 4 other people that have Gallinari, and so that's going to be something. I mean, he's got 50 points. I'm looking at.
That's so many points.
I'm looking at some of these other teams, and I'm not seeing where Gallinari's at.
And see. Joe Schmo, watcher at home who's not a professional, and that's what I love about this coverage is that we've actually gotten a lot of really good information from people that know what they're talking about, and it's kind of a way to learn watching this coverage.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people know how rare it is to 10x, a $5,600 salary. It's not very common. You can get that a lot at the $3,000 range because 30 points, someone has a good game, but your mid-tier guys, 10x on a mid-tier.
Yeah. So
they got cameras on them now.
They're doing exactly what basically Vernon Wells is talking about, yelling.
You're terrible.
To swing it. And this game is only going to you got Drummond getting a rebound
every time.
This game is only going to get more intense.
I got
as the quarter goes on.
I got to stand up a little bit, do a little stretch.
What are you
telling you? Because I'm getting nervous for them.
Yeah.
I can put myself in that place, and it's not like for the show or for whatever. It really is exciting because someone's going to get $1 million.
Yeah.
One of these 3 people is going to be a millionaire
Yeah.
in the next, 30 minutes or so, whatever it is, 45 minutes. And then what are they going to do?
Yeah, like this is like the one TV that everybody's talking, like where it's coming down to. See a guy with his head in his hands. You have to think that's Goulet right now. With his wife currently in first, trying to hold as much. It's not just like holding the lead; it's holding your composure.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm hearing that there will be a winter celebration hosted by DraftKings tonight at Dre's nightclub.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool. Maybe you'll get invited.
I thought I already was invited. I mean, what's a Dre's nightclub party without Christopher Colosi?
Ain't no party like a Dre's nightclub party.
The Dre's nightclub party don't stop.
That's right. All right. So like we talked about 30 minutes ago, the room was kind of dead. Now things are livening up. We're talking about each shot being worth potential like thousands of dollars. Like,
how fitting is it that is coming down to the Boston game?
Yeah.
DraftKings, Boston-based company, and everything's kind of hanging on this Boston game.
Phil Pressey, who just hit a shot. So yeah, everybody's hitting this. All right, let's take a look at some of these players remaining, though. Let's see if there's any double-double bonuses left. You've got Jay Crowder, 12.6 rebounds, so he needs 4 rebounds to hit that double-double bonus. Mm-hmm. You've got Evan Turner at 16, 6, and 6. So he needs either 4 rebounds or 4 assists to hit the double-double bonus. Caron Butler, not really. He's got 12, 2, and 3. Take a look at Makasupa's lineup. Like I said, Gallinari's not going to hit that, but man, 54.25 points out of him. That is huge.
I'm trying to look right now to see who's on the court on my phone because I can't look back. So I want to see if Gallinari is still on the court.
Yeah.
He is. He's played 28 minutes. He's still on the court right now. So Goulet's just get this guy off the court.
Tolliver is going to be Ant for Def's kryptonite, basically. And you look, he's got 9 points. So has Bradley and Drummond and Bradley Beal. But I think this is a contest that's coming down to Makasupa and Goulet up the top.
Yeah, they're pulling away.
And good. I mean, good for both. I know both of them. And I wish we could have had Andrew Wiggins up. I haven't even seen him really today, though. I don't even know where he's at. But he's a guy that has had a really successful season. He used to run his own site. This year has just focused on playing. Currently 3 points behind. Starting to creep up on Goulet.
Right there.
And, yeah, Danilo keeps scoring for him. You have to think after this quarter is over, Danilo is no longer a factor.
I mean, Goulet hopes so.
Yes.
I mean,
and so
why is he still in the game?
And so then, I mean, after the third quarter, he's going to come back. You have to take a look at this Celtics game, though. It's really the closest game left, and they're tied up with 7 minutes left.
I mean, this game could somehow be baskets traded back and forth, go to overtime, extra minute. I mean,
people are going crazy right now. If this game hits overtime, you know how mad that's going to be. Mm-hmm. Like whoever's in first place just wants the game to end.
Right, you're done. No more minutes.
And everybody else that's trailing that has players left, overtime could be a huge money swing. Huge money swing
especially
for this.
Considering that Goulet has Crowder and Turner. He's got 2 of the players in that game.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just assume that Gallinari is done.
He's a point. He's a
point.
0.75.
Yeah.
From being tied.
0.75 points behind. This is getting crazy. And again, he has Bradley Beal. It's a 20-point game, though. Gallinari, it's a 30-point game. And so he's left with Turner and Drummond, who Goulet has Crowder just scored some points. It's getting crazy up in here. It's getting wild.
I'm gonna, you know what? I don't have to talk after this.
I'm going to take my shirt off. I'm going to take my shirt off.
Please do.
Okay, no, I'm
Please
not.
do.
I'm not. But no, people thinking that Makasupa's the favorite. I don't think we can say he's the favorite right now because of the blowouts. So we'll have to see. They just started the fourth quarter, and I do not see Bradley Beal.
How sick would it be if 0.75 points away from being tied? I mean, obviously they're going to come out now, but you're right. Oh, yeah. Beal's not on the court right now, and in Boston. Let me just take a look real fast. Turner's not on the court right now.
If Beal is out, then Goulet. I mean, he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any. Or Makasupa doesn't have any different players than Goulet. They both have Drummond and Turner.
Gallinari, and we don't know that he's not on the court yet.
Yeah, we can assume though with a 30-point game.
I would have thought he would be out when it was a 20-point game.
No, I think generally the blowouts go. They let the starters play through the third and don't let them play the fourth. That's like the kind of almost a general rule. I did get screwed by that one time with the Clippers. They let the second team come in. Anyways, Papa Cub, if you're out there, I still remember that pain. All right.
I will remember you.
So I think this is Goulet's tournament to lose.
And between you and me and everyone out there, I think he's going to hang on. As it was creeping, I think he's going to hang on.
All right. Let's take a look, though, at some of the other teams that might have a chance, like Seda. He's 19 points behind, but he also has Gallinari, also has Oladipo.
Yeah, but like you said, there's so many points back, and the distance in the score is so far that I don't know if any of these guys are coming back in. It just went to the fourth quarter, and I can tell you that I can't tell you anything yet. I got to wait for at least 1 minute to go by, and then it'll update who's actually on the court right now because I can't see. Yeah. I don't even know where that game is, to be honest with you, on which TV. Okay, here it is.
Oh, man. This is just kind of looking at some of the other teams.
8 is still on the court.
Who is?
8, Gallinari. He's still on the court.
Wow.
He's still on the court. That's what I'm telling you, man. He's still on the court.
Maybe they don't they don't have anything to play for, so they're just jacking stuff up. I cannot believe.
Why is he still on the court? Why is he still on the court?
Lawson's still on the court, so
that's crazy. Why is he still on the court?
He hit a bucket.
Does Makasupa know Gallinari personally, perhaps? And he's texted him, and he said, "Listen, man, why don't you just go ahead and finish out that fourth, help a brother out." I mean, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
There's no logical reason for him to be out there. All right, so they just benched Nurkic. So now they're in the process. Now we know that a whistle has come and the horn has gone, and they've had a chance to move guys in and out. And Barton, I guess, came in for Gallinari, not for Gallinari, for Nurkic, and they just brought in Barton for Nurkic. They brought in, and then that's the only substitution they made. Gallinari's still on the court.
Yeah. So it will definitely be interesting to see. He's about to. He just missed a shot, and you see every shot that he takes, people are going nuts. So you've got 10 minutes and 32 seconds in that game. You've got an under 9 timeout that's gonna. I mean, that's really when to see if these players are gonna come out is at the media timeout.
Wait, he's thought about popping.
Yeah.
And Gallinari's taking
he's pulling it.
He drained it.
Oh my gosh!
He just
hit an NBA 3. Oh my gosh.
This is like the most unfortunate thing ever. I mean, not for Makasupa, But just from a standpoint of, I'm coming at this from the standpoint of being Goulet, because if Makasupa wins, that's great for him. Things work out for different people. But being in that power position, and they're honestly Makasupa would probably tell you, there's no reason for Gallinari to still be in this game.
Oh, I mean,
you watch this game 99 times out of 100, they pull him out at this point. The score is 107 to 77.
He just hit another one.
Shot another one.
They're just giving the ball to Gallinari. That's all they're doing.
Is there any chance that someone in the Nuggets organization is watching this?
Like,
and
Gallinari is responsible for taking or giving $1 million to somebody.
But is that I'm too excited? But is that crazy? Is that crazy to think that maybe someone is saying, you know what? We're up. There's a situation here where someone's got. I mean, people are aware of DraftKings. We're partners with NBA teams. Is there a possibility of that?
I don't know.
Leave him out there. Give the guy a shot. Is that insane for me to say?
I don't know.
What do you think, producer man? Give me a nod, a yes or a no. Is that crazy? Why is he still in the game? You know what? Let's get a hashtag going. Hashtag why is he still in the game? That's what I want. Hashtag why is he still in the game? So now we're three. He's back to being 1.25 points back from being tied.
Yeah,
Makasupa is. Did he just take him out?
Yeah.
Is he? I still say.
So you just had
dude. He doesn't look like he's leaving the court. This is the weirdest. Something's going on, dude. I'm telling you, something's going on.
Did they just leave him in the game?
They looked like they were going to bring him out, and then someone said no.
He's not out.
He's not out. He was walking that direction and came back.
He's not out. We had a little
still
bit
there.
of a premature celebration from Goulet. Just sent out a woo.
Guys, if you can, tune to the Denver game right now and watch what is happening. He got the ball. He's shooting it. A bank shot. Missed it. And
he almost got a rebound.
He almost got the rebound. Okay.
He did not get the rebound. So we're coming up again after this next possession. We'll be at the under 9 timeout.
Was that a block? Did they call that a block? Did he get
They might have given him a block for that.
We're going to find out in a second. Is that?
Oh my gosh. Gallo just hit another 3. This is insane.
I don't need the mic because I'm speechless.
Makasupa currently in first place, and now it's his lead.
Wait, is he leaving now?
To lose. Oh, man. All right.
What did they do? Keep him in just long
want to
enough.
give a big shout out to Makasupa. I know Makasupa just took. It sounded like he just about took the lead.
He did just take the lead.
And there's only a few people I've been cheering for, but Andrew Wiggins is one of them. So I just want to give a big shout out to him.
Jay Rayner.
He's excited.
Giving a shout out to Makasupa.
It's getting crazy in here.
Makasupa is currently in first. All right, so let's talk about feelings. Nothing more than feelings.
Whoa,
All right.
whoa, feelings.
Okay, he's currently in first place.
And he's got 23 minutes to his 13.
Andrew Wiggins. So he's got Gallinari different. They are taking the under 9 timeout, so we'll see where he's at before. You also have Caron Butler, and we'll see kind of where that takes. But like, how put yourself in those shoes.
I think I have been this entire time. Like I said, hashtag why is he still in the game? I've said that sentence about 90 times.
I know, but like what if you're Makasupa and you're like, just stay in the game?
That's wonderful. But if I'm Makasupa, I'm thinking that I'm screwed. I'm thinking it's only a matter of time before they pull him out of the game. I'm not going to get there. So one man's loss is another man's miracle, or however you want to whatever phrase you want to use. But I'm telling you, I cannot think of a logical reason with all the NBA basketball that I have watched why that guy would stay in the game.
He's got 67.25 points. The real issue is going to be at this under 9 timeout, his media timeout. Is he going to be out? If so, he's going to be playing at least until the under 6 timeout. They're not going to keep him out there
Is he near a career high in points? Is maybe that it?
I don't know. Maybe he's got 40 points. He just had 28 points. He's hit 4 threes. This is crazy.
I mean,
Chris, look at me.
He's on the bench.
He's on the bench.
He's on the bench, which is, you know what? At this point, he may as well keep playing because if you know what I'm saying? It's like now you're sitting.
So now the onus is on Jay Crowder.
Makasupa needs to send him a fruit basket.
Jay Crowder and Karan Butler. All he needs is a block. That's all he needs. Is
Jay
a block.
Crowder?
All he needs is like a rebound and a putback. All he needs is a layup. Chris, can you feel this excitement?
I'm feeling something.
This is crazy. People are like just screaming up in the background.
You know what's great? I think this camera's catching that Boston game.
Yeah, Gallo is out. So
finally.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Now it's Jay Crowder time. Now it's Karan Butler time. I don't even know if those guys are in right now.
I'll tell you right now. Jay Crowder's on the court right now.
Okay. Is Karan Butler? Is Karan Butler? Chris, come on.
No. Last night. Well,
okay.
I got to wait for this thing to update.
People.
Yeah,
Butler's off. So this is on Jay Crowder, basically. This is a Jay Crowder thing. You also have Seda, who has
Crowder's on the court.
Oladipo. I don't think Oladipo.
Crowder can get this board. Did not.
No. So Crowder all he needs is a steal, a block. We're talking about $750,000 stat.
Block or a putback.
It's crazy. We got Jordan Mindle over here, the guy behind the DraftKings app. If you haven't downloaded the DraftKings app,
he got the rebound.
He got the rebound. Oh wow, he got the rebound. you hear her say, "Give it back to him." So now he's like 0.5
and then Bass made a shot. Oh wow.
Oh, maybe they gave him the steal.
Oh wow.
Just the rebound.
Just the rebound.
All right, this is crazy. I'm getting everybody like in my ear right now telling me all sorts of stuff. Listen, I like both these guys. Also, Seda in third place. He's Mark Gindy's cousin. Mark Gindy was here for the football and the baseball championships. Gindy 989. So now, all these three top guys, they're talking about $1 million, $250,000, $150,000. Now it's definitely going to be interesting. You got a 4-point Celtic lead, less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's what Makasupa needs to hold on.
Yeah,
it's no Crowder stats.
It's down to these two, and wow, because Beal's not on the court. He was the differentiator between. I mean, it is coming down.
So, for all intents and purposes, we have 2 minutes left in this game. You've got Reggie Jackson shooting free throws. I know that Kobe has Reggie Jackson, so Kobe is earning money right now also because you look at the ninth through the fifth part. It's only separated by 9 points,
right?
And Kobe has a lot of people remaining. So does Max Dallert. Although, he was really hoping for the Nuggets. He had Ty Lawson though, and not Gallinari. Gallinari's the Nugget
why
he didn't
have. Gallinari when they have Ty Lawson? Why did they leave him on the court? Why is he still on the court? He's not anymore. But why was he still on the court?
You've got it looks like Cousins still out there in this blowout game.
I feel like this ball's going to get dished over to Crowder. I can feel it.
Oh, he's just standing outside. This is a miserable. I've actually been in the situation, minus the $1 million, but having Crowder and him just like sitting outside,
but let's not forget the fact that.
Oh wow! You had Prince just hit a three.
See, I was just about to say when.
And now we're a minute 15. You've got. Let's just kind of recap what's happened. You got a minute 15 point, a point lead, one stat. One anything is going to give a $750,000. You heard some people say
Crowder. I mean, I guess
the Crowder is going wild.
Now, what I was saying, you know what? I haven't given a point out in a while.
Put it down. All right. Ethan's telling me not to game watch. Oh, sorry, Ethan. I'm watching people win or lose $1 million. Give me a break here. So, yeah, we have basically this timeout, coming out of the timeout.
Well, what I was going to say prior to Detroit taking the lead is something as simple as, foul. Foul him and he goes to the line.
What do you think? Oladipo's going to show us some skill?
Yeah.
It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. People are just losing all their composure. We got people charging the stage. We've got people. It's just it's complete anarchy.
We got security up here.
Yeah, no.
Security.
They don't like us enough to protect us.
Look, listen. I'm feeling rather vulnerable up here.
I'll protect you. If someone tries to attack you, I'll tell them a joke.
Yeah. Oh man.
You know, like when you laugh, you can't do pull-ups?
292.25 to 291.25. Man, let's. I was talking to Andrew on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
It was just me and him, and we were talking just about the future. He's actually going to take some time off.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh! Jay Crowder just hit $1 million shot.
Wow! And one.
Oh my gosh!
And
there are
one.
people,
That could be it. That could absolutely.
There
be
are people yelling, and one. That was $1 million shot.
$1 million shot.
Wow!
$1 million shot.
Wow!
Now we'll get our answer about whether or not someone was keeping Gallinari in because of this. Because if for some reason he comes back, then it's law.
Wow! Oh man, $1 million shot.
Wowzers!
This is all that I hoped it would be.
You know what?
It came down to the last shot, almost the last shot, in the last minute. He said he was too nervous to come on TV
He's gonna run up here.
He's gonna be.
He might tackle the
he's
stage.
Gonna be a lot less nervous. This is absolutely crazy. So we've got 1:05 left in this game, but he's up. It would take a lot for him to lose this lead.
Let me tell you something. This is what I want to say, and no disrespect in any way to Makasupa, but it's kind of like when you have pocket aces and like you're supposed to win, but then you get a bad beat. Gallinari shouldn't have been in that game for that long.
Yeah, and
So
I'll be
it's kinda
honest. The fact that Wiggins is up here with a 16 from Tony Parker is pretty crazy. The fact that he's second, but this is a tie game. This is something we haven't even thought about. This is a tie game, so there could be more money that is moving. I know I keep touching you.
Right. No, you're excited.
I'm sorry.
You're excited.
I'm sorry.
I'm excited. Everyone's excited. Touch me as much as you'd like.
So they need. This is one of those things we talked about overtime. They just need it to be over.
Oh, wow.
They just need to be over.
Wow.
This game could be going to overtime. All right, so let's take a look quick at what's going to happen if overtime happens. You've got Zelda, who's pretty much out of players. Escott 4 has Evan Turner and Crowder left, and Reggie Jackson. So he is about 17 points out with Reggie Jackson left. But you've got...
And Max Dallert could make a run with OT.
Yeah, you've got Max Dallert. He's 31 points back. So this is like... So that is a lot. So that is going to be kind of crazy as far as what's going to happen. I'm trying to figure out any of these other players.
For someone else to get in the mix.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, but they're fighting for more money.
Mm-hmm.
They're fighting for way more money. So this is crazy.
This is what it's all about. This is what it's all. My throat.
Yeah.
My throat's gone, but I don't care.
Yeah, so now we're coming back to the last shot. Adam.
Holy wow. They got cameras set up right now.
Yeah.
They're pointing them over at Goulet.
This is he has cameras all around him, and this game could go into OT. How excruciating is this?
But can he lose in OT? Is there a combination?
There's always the possibility. We talked about me and Kobe for MVP losing, being totally out of the money when everything happened.
Right.
You take a look at last night. There was 3 OTs. So last second, it looks like we're going to overtime.
Oh, wow.
Holy crap.
Oh, wow.
We're
Wow.
going to overtime.
Oh, wow.
So we need to get Adam up here.
All right, we got to start working scenarios to see if there's any way that... Somebody grab him. This is great. Just real quick. Get over here.
Come on. Okay, put him in the middle. Put him in the middle, right
What do you
here.
mean? Come here. Come here. Right there. What?
All right. Okay. All right. So, we're good.
What?
Yeah, we're good.
What? Sure, get up here. I don't care.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, the rest of the games are in toast.
Come on.
Right?
Pretty much. Yeah, there's garbage time.
What are you
All
feeling right now?
So get him a mic. Get him a mic.
No, it's
All right. All right. So we're with our buddy Goulet. First of all, tell people where you're from.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, originally from Boston.
Okay.
So the Celtics game is a huge hometown pull. Everybody else is watching, rooting for us. So that's all I really got.
Okay. Forget about you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little excited. This morning was very nerve-wracking. I wasn't allowed to talk to him. I wasn't allowed to do anything. But you know what? I'm here, and we're doing good. So.
All right. And when are you guys getting married?
July 11th, 7-Eleven.
Oh.
7-11-15.
Oh, nothing cheap about this wedding. I have a feeling. $1 million.
Yeah, you're gonna spend it all on the wedding. That was gonna happen. Now, I got a question for you. Now, I've been up here yelling at the camera, saying why is Gallinari still in the game?
No.
How long? How long have you been feeling? How long have you been feeling that way?
I didn't know he was still playing till that side of the room was going bonkers, and then I refreshed and I was in second. I was like, oh my God, we need Crowder.
Why was he still in the game?
No clue.
I have a theory.
What do you got?
I have a theory. I think that maybe perhaps someone in the organization paid attention and went, you know what, let's see if we can get this other guy to win.
What was the percentage on Gallinari?
It
A lot
was
of people.
it was 10% owned. It was 10% owned. So yeah.
So we're talking like 3 people.
Yeah, but you weathered the storm.
4.
You weathered the storm. It's 67.75.
My boy's wicked smart.
No, I'm really not. I'm the dumbest person on this panel for sure.
This guy's definitely from Boston. All right. So you've got overtime right now. You just want this game to end though.
Let's break it
You're
down.
trying to figure out the scenario if there's a way to still.
Love this guy.
So right now, I think I was the only guy with me and one other guy with Pondexter. So who's in second right now?
Yeah, you've got Oladipo back in the game in this Orlando game with 2.5 minutes left. He would be a guy that you're probably sweating.
You both share Turner.
He's 3.25 points back. He does have Oladipo. However,
Shut up.
He does.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Saida just moved up.
Right. He's got Oladipo.
He's a .75 behind you.
But they don't have any Boston or Detroit players. So as long as Drummond and all those other guys have stuff
left in that game?
there's 2.5 minutes left. Now there's probably 2 minutes left. They're taking a timeout, so maybe he'll be out at the under.
Game's a blowout, right?
It is a blowout. It's 117-96 with 2 minutes and 23
I'm looking right now.
seconds
This is
left.
why are these people in? Why are these people in?
But this kind of adds to the craziness. All right.
Oladipo's in.
I need us to take a deep breath for a second.
Okay.
All right,
I'll do that.
Take a deep breath. Describe you. We talked before the tournament, and you talked about how this has been a pretty successful year for you.
Very successful, yeah.
Describe how from last year to this year, how your life has been changed by daily fantasy.
Well, she hates it.
Not anymore. Potentially not anymore.
Touche. I mean,
Up until 2 weeks ago, you never know.
West Coast Golden State games, when I'm refreshing.
The West Coast games.
It's scary.
Yeah, I can't say that on television, James. But hey, can we I love everything going on here.
Yeah.
like nothing would be worse than me losing last second right
No.
here. So I just want to make sure we're still good.
Yeah, no, like you've got Boston guys.
Is Oladipo still in?
Oladipo's still in the game, but
Like,
that's the
why?
only. It's the
Can
same
you
thing.
answer
That's
that?
what I've been saying
You
all
guys
night.
are
I've been saying
professionals.
hashtag why.
Why is Oladipo still in the game?
I have
because
no idea.
it's late March in the NBA, so anything
Who
could happen.
knows?
Teams like don't really care. Who knows?
I really don't know.
why
I've been
these
saying that
teams
all
do the
night.
things-
Why hashtag why is he still in the
So
game?
what's been the chop spot around here? Like a lot of Alexis Sved getting hurt, or like
yeah,
what's been,
and then okay, so we did have a question from CB35X. Caron Butler.
yes.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Sean Williams, questionable. Figured if he wasn't out, he put up 28 fantasy points the other night, minimum salary. I really wanted to play Drummond. Who just scored there?
Detroit. Drummond did.
Drummond did.
Yeah. Bolly and Spike. So yeah, I mean it was just getting all the big dogs in. So it was more of just getting those higher price guys in. Let's be honest. End of the day, do I want to be playing for $1 million with Caron Butler on the line?
Yeah.
No. But these are my guys from DC. We used to go to Wizards game, and we used to do the District of Caron.
Right.
And we were like, you know what? We'll pull from Caron.
A little bit of a sentimental play.
100%. So we came into it being like, I had a couple buddies who are from Boston.
in front of you.
Yeah, get the mic.
They're right. They're all your friends are right there.
Right there.
So it was more just getting everyone in the Celts game, which, like, honestly, if this fucking loses last minute, I'm gonna be furious. But
Okay,
No,
so you're
let's keep it up.
you're in good chances,
Yep.
or your chances are pretty good right now. We don't want to jinx anything. We want to have good
Okay.
sweat etiquette.
Yep.
You know, positive. Do you know what sweat etiquette is? It's the art of sweating.
Oh, I know.
It's the etiquette of sweating.
We're good.
Did I make you do a? I just made him do a
Spit
spit
take.
take. Yes. Yes. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
She loves you.
yeah,
I do.
yeah.
I do.
And it's before you get the money too.
Oh, true. If
Obviously.
I win, it's
I've been putting up with this guy for a long time.
Okay.
Long
Trust me,
time.
I'm in it.
Can we? All right. Let's bang a quick 20.
Okay.
Let's get a
He
count.
needs a refresh.
Okay. A little refresh.
You are
Uh,
2 points ahead of the guy in second place, but I don't think he can catch you because Bradley Beal's out, Gallinari's out, and you have Evan Turner just like he does.
Depot turnover. So that's minus 0.5.
Can we get a refresh?
I'm
Yeah,
looking.
we're
Oladipo,
refreshing right
bad
here.
pass turnover.
What? Can we bring everybody else to figure out why Victor Oladipo is still?
I don't know, and you've been dealing with that all
However,
night.
he doesn't have Drummond though, so you're 6.5 points up.
Oh, he
on
doesn't
him.
have Drummond.
Right.
Okay.
So you went from 3 points up to 6.5 points up
Yeah,
with
you're
that
pulling away.
Drummond putback.
Yep.
So you're still looking pretty good. You've got the advantage over Makasupa, who just kind of went crazy with this, and now we've got 3 minutes in OT. It looks like Detroit's pulling away.
Well, it's a funny story, Dave. We were sitting
I would
there-
love to hear it.
We were down 1.5, and Crowder took it to the hoop, and I mean that was $1 million shot.
It was an and one.
I mean that was the difference. That was the freaking difference. I mean my man Jay Crowder, which I don't know why Caron Butler's not in the game right now taking some threes, but I guess they're up 7.
It's okay. Last question. Then we have.
What do you got?
Then we have to go.
Are you kicking me off? Kicking me off?
No, I'm getting you set up. Listen, you're gonna be doing a lot of these. You better get used to it. You're natural though.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. When he made that shot, what went through your head? Keep in mind that kids are watching.
Honestly, it was just straight fist pump. I mean, there was put the women and children to bed and go looking for dinner.
Awesome.
I mean, it was.
We're here to win.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, you guys.
Hey, appreciate it, man.
On the engagement and
you.
Potentially on becoming a millionaire.
I appreciate
Got
it,
it in the
man.
bed.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's all mine.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, we're gonna take a break.
That's great, man. It's great.
No, we're not gonna
I mean-
take a break. We're gonna keep rolling. Hey, we're gonna keep rolling. So good job.
Thanks, man.
Hey, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks for everything.
Oh, not a problem.
Seriously.
We'll talk later.
Definitely. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, buddy.
All right. Great. Man, what a better way. What a better way to end this. We got celebrating over the stage left. Man,
What a live final.
This is crazy. We got 2 minutes left. And what a way to wrap up. What a way to wrap up.
This has been one of the most exciting things that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And just the way it happened, him coming up here, and just, I mean, good for him.
Wow.
Good
and
for him.
You saw his wife saying
Orlando game's over.
Yeah, the Orlando game is currently over.
I mean, that's it.
Celtics 2 minutes left. So, yeah, we're coming down to basically.
Can we call it?
We can't call it just yet. Like, I don't want to call it because crazier things have happened. But it's like a 99.5% probability right now.
When I say call it, I mean I think it's actually physically impossible. I don't think if Oladipo is out and not coming back.
Well, if it goes back in double overtime, like there's always extra minutes. Like if someone gets hot.
That we don't know about from like the bot, yeah.
Right, like crazy things have happened in daily fantasy before. This has been like absolutely insane. Man.
This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. This is why you enter these qualifiers. This is why you come to a live event. This is that heart pounding, just excitement that you can't get anywhere else.
Right. Absolutely crazy stuff. So you could tell he was pretty excited about this. Man, let's kind of just like take a recap of what's happened so far. Had a great first day. Dr. J had excursion day. You played paintball. Had March Madness day.
Oh no! Wait! Is his name Adam?
Yeah.
Adam, you know my buddy Mark Cherry.
What's that?
You know my buddy Mark Cherry. I'm the guy that knows Cherry.
You're the comedian.
I'm the comedian guy that knows Cherry.
We just found out of mutual interest.
He was checking his phone. And he saw a text like, "Wait,
I went to
that guy Adam?"
No, I didn't go to Gonzaga. I went to O'Connell, but I went to St. Michael's.
Dude, that is fucking great.
What?
Sorry.
Okay, so but
yeah, we'll come back.
I lost a lot of money on the strip. No, I'm kidding. Anyways, listen. So before I came here, my buddy, his name's Mark Cherry. He's a guy I went to school with. I'm from Annandale, Virginia, 20 minutes outside of DC. Anyways, so he texted me, and the entire time that I was here, I was looking for this guy. He told me my buddy Adam is in the tournament. And I go, oh, that's great, whatever, blah blah blah. I'm so busy, I never thought for a second to ask around and go, who's this Adam guy? Who's this Adam guy? So just now, my buddy Mark Cherry sends me, that's my boy Goulet. Woo! Well, I put it together. And what are the odds? I mean, 1 in 40. But just the whole journey from qualifying and then winning and then me not even knowing who he was until, dude, that's insanity.
Yeah, they're behind us right now, celebrating. This has been definitely the craziest live event. It's definitely been the craziest live event. Lots of stuff happening. Want to say congratulations though to Makasupa finishing in second place. I know that probably that last shot ended up being really the difference because it's a 2-point game. So basically congratulations to him.
Wow, and I'm sure the Cherries are watching right now. Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
What a crazy small world. Small world. Does he still live? Where's he live? Does he still live in Northern Virginia?
I don't know.
Well, you said you knew him.
I know, but I don't know. Like he said, he lives in Charlotte, from Boston.
Oh, okay.
But I guess he went to college in the DC area. Anyways, an incredible live event. Congratulations to Makasupa, to Saida, to Escott 4. All got at least $100,000 or more. Going to be a crazy night. This is just like an unbelievable event. You got Ant 4, Def 3 finished out number 3. Kobe for MVP finishes 6th place, so has a top 6 finish. Not bad. So we'll see. So yeah, this is definitely a really cool thing. They've got you got Sal right now behind us interviewing him. And
wow,
this has just been pretty insane.
It's been an honor being here. It's been an honor hosting it with you, Dave. I thought you did a kick-ass job.
Hey,
It's been
this is
unreal.
fun.
This was fun.
Like I have someone that's crazier than me. And that's been great.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
How did that happen?
I don't know. It's been absolutely. I mean, this has just been really. This has been fun.
I forgot that my friend even told me that he was like. I forgot until just now.
This has been really fun. So, man, I'm just gonna enjoy this. What a great end, though, to this incredible event. Had the hockey championship last night, the excursions, horse with Dr. J, and again, just a nice little cap on. There's going to be a winner's party at the.
I gotta go now. I don't know him, but I feel like
you have a mutual friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm inviting myself.
All right. So yeah, that is going to be.
Is that it? Are we wrapping it up?
Pretty awesome. Him and his friend are just yelling back and forth at one another. So we're going to sign off right now.
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up, guys.
Wow. But
all right, we'll wait. We're going
to sign off, and we're going to just thank everybody. So we'd like to thank Lyndon, Diego, and Ethan, and Ben for the incredible work they've done. Thanks to Tori and Corey and Dan Malone and John Aguiar and the co-founders Jason, Matt Kalish that are here and at home. Just
Paul,
everybody.
Everyone associated
Paul
with the team.
Lieberman. So we're going to wrap things up. Thank you for being with us. We did a lot of stuff. Thanks for being with us. And we'll see you later. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/DraftKingsTV. On behalf of Chris and myself, we'd like to say thank you. This is where we roll the montage.
That's where we roll the montage?
Yeah, so we'll be back for the check presentation. Stay tuned. But this is where the montage goes. Woo! One shining moment. Are you kidding me? We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. We'll just do it. We'll put it together in post. We're gonna talk. You and I are gonna talk. We'll get. What's happening here? I'm up. Okay, guys, we jumped the gun a little. Whoa, we jumped the gun a little bit as far as the coverage is concerned. There still are technically a few seconds left in this game, but Goulet's got it. He's going to be the winner. They're celebrating right now. Him and his wife are hugging. He's talking with Sal from Vice. I mean, this has got to be a very, very surreal moment for him. I can only imagine what it would be like to win $1 million, and I'll have to because I'll probably never attain that. But I mean, he's having a hell of a time right now. He's over there with all of his friends. He's got a big support group. As I said, I don't know him, but through a friend of a friend, there's a mutual connection. So I'm really amped as far as that's concerned because that's really cool. It's really sorry, guys, my voice is really going. But it's something that's just got to be so amazing for him. I'm sure that I'll have a bunch of stuff maybe with him later because, like I said, I know him through a friend of a friend, so I'll try to get him on some vines and stuff like that, give him some statements and tweet those out. You know, I can't imagine a better way for this final to end. It came right down to the wire. And the 2 degrees of separation aspect of it for me, personally, is amazing. Wow. I mean, wow. Wow. It's completely insane. There's 30 seconds left in the game, and I got to keep talking to you guys. So let me tell you a little bit about my childhood. I grew up. I'm kidding. No, I'm not going to do that. Where did Dave go? Someone want to join me? Hey, we got Ethan over here. Perfect.
Yeah, so 30 seconds left. It's been the longest 30 seconds I've ever seen.
It really is.
Earlier, just a little context, we told Dave to just keep it going, and I don't know my film signals, so I told him to wrap it up, apparently. But I meant to say keep it going. Because there was 45 seconds left in this game, and we wanted to watch the final moment here where Goulet is about to win $1 million. And this has now gone on for the better part of 5 minutes. The Celtics, as much as I love them, they need to just call it quits because this game is so over. It was over 3 minutes ago, but they need to really realize that this is not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening. Let it go.
But hopefully on this miss, I mean, Evan Turner, oh my God, he got fouled.
Go forever.
So we're now down. We got 5 seconds off the clock, which is great news. We're just going to do this 5 seconds at a time. We'll be here to provide some look relief, comic relief with our
So Ethan,
faces.
is this the most exciting final that you've been to yet?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really top that moment where Jay Crowder had the and one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was such a crazy play. Like, it's one thing if you had just scored, but the and one is such an emphatic thing in basketball. It's something that gets people pumped up. That whole and one, yeah. You get hyped about an and one. So this was insane. The only thing that would have made it a little better is if that game just ended right there,
Yep. Are they still trying to win?
And the Celtics just fouled again.
They're still fouling.
We're down to 19, so we got another 5 seconds off the clock, which is terrific news.
Wait a minute.
They're not going to let it die, which is strange. But that's where we're at right now. They literally will not let this game die. Brad Stevens looks brutally miserable.
Wait, hang on a second.
And any changes on the leaderboard there, though? I mean, I know a couple people were lurking.
Is Karan Butler back in the game?
It doesn't really matter at this point, does it?
Makasupa is 2 points behind him.
He'd have to turn the ball over 4 times. It'd be a stretch. It would almost be difficult to do at this point. Karan Butler is in the game, though.
That's what I'm saying.
He'd have to turn it over 4 times to drop 2 points.
But
yeah, the guy in first is Butler.
Butler. Oh, okay. My bad. I thought the guy behind him had Butler.
It's been a wild day here. Usernames are going up and down the leaderboard. No one's been. Let's hope the Celtics give up now. Yeah, and they've given up, so we're getting the last 10 seconds here. And your 2015 Fantasy World Basketball Champion is Mr. Goulet. Congratulations to him, and thank you guys at home for joining us.
Man.
Thank you for dealing with me, filling in for Soccer Dave here right at the end.
I like how they threw it to the guy who was hoarse. Just let Chris do it. What? See you guys later.
And finally, our winner in the 2015 Fantasy Basketball World Championship, Aton Jenit.